Opening scene. The camera pans over a group of human subjects standing in a verdant field next to a red brick building with a clock tower looming at the background. A bird suddenly flies overhead and the group is revealed to be the disparate characters of Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry.
According to my calculations, the time-space continuum is stable enough for a quick jaunt to the county fair.
Rick, what kind of animals they got over there?
I hope they have some cute bunnies.
Just don't let us all get lost and stuck here like some kind of carnival sideshow. The county fair had an array of farm animals to showcase, including cows, sheep, and pigs. It was an ostensibly perfect venue for the group's excursion. However, due to a botched calculation in his portal gun, Rick's group accidentally transported themselves inside the stomach of a grazing cow. Rick, belching, well, this is unexpected. Seems like we're in for a bumpy ride.
Morty, gagging. Why did this have to happen to us?
As they made their way through the four stomachs of the cow, the group encountered various obstacles such as acidic and gaseous environments. They had to strategize their escape while avoiding dangerous digestive enzymes. After a few close calls, they finally found themselves at the end of their journey out of the cow's backside.
I never thought I would be excited to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
This experience was not exactly what I had in mind when I agreed to come to the fair with you, Rick.
Rick, belching again. Well, that was a wild ride. Who says science isn't exciting?
Their escape from the cow harnessed all manner of adventures, thrilling action scenes, and clever, award-winning dialogue. They finally managed to extract themselves from the bovine belly and move on with their day at the fair. The ending was epic and satisfying, with the group resolved to avoid similar mishaps, at least while visiting county fairs. Title: The Astatine Paradox. The episode starts with Rick and Morty standing in front of a computer screen displaying a complex scientific formula.
Morty, you see this formula? It's using astatine for interdimensional travel. Isn't that incredible?
Rick, isn't that, the rarest naturally occurring element?
Exactly, and that's why we need it for our new project.
Suddenly, a portal opens and Ichigo Kurosaki from Bleach appears.
Chigo, hey, can you guys help me find my way back to the Soul Society? I think I got lost in one of your portals.
Not now, Ichigo. We're trying to solve the astatine paradox here.
But, Rick, what's the paradox? I don't get it.
Well, Morty, it's simple. Astatine is the key to interdimensional travel, but it's so rare that we can't get enough of it to power our portal gun.
Just then, a paramedic bursts into the room. Paramedic, quick, I need your help. A patient with astatine poisoning just came into the ER.
Astatine poisoning? That's impossible. It's too rare.
Oh boy, here we go.
The group rushes to the hospital to find the patient, only to discover that it's Summer, who had accidentally ingested astatine while cleaning the lab.
Summer, how could you be so careless? We need that astatine for our travel experiments.
Sorry, Rick. I didn't know it was that important.
Well, now we have a new dilemma. How do we get astatine out of Summer's system without killing her?
Can't we just use the portal gun to go to another dimension and get more astatine?
Brilliant, Morty. But first, we have to stabilize Summer's condition.
The group uses their scientific knowledge and wit to extract the astatine safely from Summer's body and use it to travel to a dimension filled with an abundance of astatine.
As they make their escape back to their own dimension, Rick turns to Morty and says,
You see, Morty, science saves the day once again. And don't forget, there's always a paradox to be solved.
Yeah, but I think I need a break from paradoxes for a while.
The episode ends with the group back in the lab, but this time, Summer is wearing a hazmat suit while cleaning. Scientific PhD University episode.
Title: The Full Stomachs of Adventure.
Synopsis: Rick and his family, Morty, Summer, and Jerry, attend a county fair where they encounter various farm animals. After a scientific mishap caused by Rick, they find themselves swallowed whole by a cow, and must navigate through its 4 stomachs to escape. The adventure is full of adrenaline-pumping action scenes, clever writing, and unpredictable twists.
Scene 1: The Sunset Walk.
The sun is setting behind the mountain. That's so beautiful.
That's just refraction of sunlight through the atmosphere and scattering by dust and aerosols.
Can't we just enjoy the moment?
Yeah, can we just walk to the county fair without any scientific distractions? Scene 2: The County Fair.
Oh, look, some farm animals for the occasion. Let me explain their genetic makeup to you.
Can't we just pet them and have fun?
Fun? That's not what science is about, Morty. Now, let me show you.
Suddenly, a scientific accident occurs, causing the group to be blasted inside the cow. Scene 3: The First Stomach.
They're inside the first stomach. It's full of fermented grass and microbes.
I think I'm gonna be sick.
We need to find a way out of here.
Can't we just wait until the cow poops us out? Scene 4: The Second Stomach.
We made it to the second stomach. This one has a pH of 2, full of hydrochloric acid and enzymes.
I don't know if I can handle this.
We need to keep moving forward.
I hope we don't dissolve in here. Scene 5: The Third Stomach.
We're in the third stomach now. It's full of amino acids and proteins.
This is getting weirder by the minute.
We have to find a way to escape soon.
At least we're not being digested, right? Scene 6: The Fourth Stomach.
We finally reached the fourth stomach. This one has a neutral pH, and it's full of water and nutrients.
I can see a light ahead. Is that the way out?
Let's hurry, we're running out of time.
I can't believe we're inside a cow's stomach. Scene 7: The Escape. Rick belches loudly.
What was that?
I must constantly belch to neutralize the acids in my stomach. I learned that from a frog.
We're almost there.
I can see the exit. Let's go. The group escapes through the cow's anus, and they emerge victorious from their bizarre adventure. Epilogue.
That was the craziest experience we've ever had.
I don't think I'll ever eat a burger again.
Can we just forget this ever happened?
On the contrary, this gives us valuable knowledge on digestive systems and survival techniques. We should do this again sometime.
Scientific PhD episode description. The episode commences with a cartoon illustration of a man riding a bike down a road next to a forest and a building with a green stream, showcasing the natural landscape. Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry proceed to visit a county fair to engage with the animals. As they explore, Rick begins to explain the digestive system of a cow from the perspective of a microbiologist. Due to the unforeseen consequence of a dimensional portal malfunction, the group plunges inadvertently into the cow's body. Rick postulates that due to the minute size of the particles within the portal, they were mistaken for nutrients to the cow and consequently were sucked into the digestive system. Hence, they find themselves in the first stomach, the rumen. As they progress through the 4 stomachs, they encounter an array of challenges, ranging from acidic environments to muscle contractions. Rick must frequently belch to regulate the amount of gas within his body's stomach system, and the group needs to utilize ingenuity and cleverness to outmaneuver these challenges. The episode includes epic, thrilling action scenes, such as Morty and Summer's battle against a gut parasite, and Jerry's Indiana Jones-style adventure to retrieve a vital nutrient. Furthermore, the dialogue consists of peer-reviewed discourse, including complex discussions regarding enzyme kinetics and thermodynamics. Towards the end of the episode, the group finally escapes the cow and returns to the county fair, where they are no longer interested in the animals. Instead, they proceed to set up a laboratory booth and give a presentation on their newfound understanding of the digestive system of cows. The fair attendees are left astonished and impressed by the scientific rigor and intelligence displayed by the group.
Belch. Now, in order to escape, we must first traverse the rumen, full of microbes.
This is insane, man. Can't we just jump out of here?
Nope, we need to keep moving. Plus, that parasite over there seems pretty gnarly.
I'll go retrieve the phosphorus. It seems to be up ahead.
Belch. Excellent work, Jerry. But be careful not to be swept away by the muscular contractions. Now, let's go.
The episode concludes with the group's successful escape and scientific success.
Title: Investigating Jigsaw's unique traps.
Synopsis. In this episode, we follow the story of a makeup artist, Jane, who was working on her computer when she suddenly received a message from Jigsaw. She finds herself in an abandoned bathroom with a young woman passed out next to her.
Jane, I am currently conducting research on Jigsaw's traps and I cannot believe I am now a victim of one of them. The woman next to me has a unique mechanical contraption attached to her that seems to be connected to the puzzle piece in my hand. She appears to be in her early 20s and had the occupation of a waitress based on her uniform.
As Jane tries to wake the woman up, the intricate details of the trap become apparent. The trap consisted of a series of metal gears, tubes, and a digital countdown clock that seemed to be connected to the woman's breathing. Jigsaw's message appears on her computer screen, urging her to escape before the timer runs out.
Jane, as a scientist, I was determined to find a way out of the trap. The mechanisms were complex and challenging to decipher. The trap appears to have been designed to challenge the person's intelligence, resourcefulness, and determination to survive.
As the countdown clock ticks down, Jane feverishly works to solve the puzzle piece in her hand and unlock the contraption from the woman. She works meticulously, drawing upon her scientific knowledge to identify and understand the interconnections between the various mechanical components. Finally, with moments to spare, Jane succeeds in unlocking the trap from the woman. Jigsaw's message appears on her screen one last time, congratulating her on her success. However, the ending to this story is not what anyone would expect. As Jane celebrates her victory, the woman suddenly wakes up and attacks her. It turns out that the woman was in on Jigsaw's game all along, and had been working with Jigsaw to create an even more elaborate trap.
Jane, as a scientist, I am amazed at Jigsaw's creativity and resourcefulness in creating such a complex trap. He has outdone himself, and I will be analyzing this trap for months to come. However, this experience has taught me never to underestimate the power of the human psyche and our will to survive, no matter the cost.
Narrator. In this episode, we observe a group of individuals consisting of Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer, all of whom were transported to the Teletubbies world through a mysterious portal. The room they find themselves in is enveloped with neon lights, with one such light present on the floor. One member of the group, a man in a baseball uniform by the name of Rick, suggests that they embark on a mission to roast the Teletubbies, a group of colorful creatures with unique physical features.
It would be an interesting experiment to observe the reactions of these creatures as we engage them in a rhyming rap battle. We must highlight the aspects of their appearance, which stand out the most.
But Rick, what if we hurt their feelings?
Have you seen the Teletubbies, Morty? They don't have feelings. Plus, it's just a harmless roast.
I don't know, guys, this seems really mean. Can't we just talk to them? Narrator. Despite Jerry's objections, the group sets off towards the Teletubbies' dwelling, armed with clever rhymes and fiery disses. The ensuing rap battle is filled with epic and thrilling action scenes, culminating in a satisfying victory for Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer.
Your stomachs are big, your heads are round, you look like toys lost and then found.
One of you is red, with horns on your head. Another is green, with a triangle on the screen.
Seriously, do you guys get your outfits at the Baby Gap? Or does that come with your terrible rap?
Your giggles are annoying. Your dancing is absurd. You're all the types of creatures that should never be heard. Narrator. The Teletubbies were crestfallen as they were banished to a pit full of stanky, sweaty, obese, hulking, balding sumo wrestlers, left to complain about their punishment in extreme detail.
Teletubbies, woe is us. We are but simple creatures, thrust into a world filled with incomprehensible beings. Our fate is sealed, and our future bleak.
Narrator. The group returned to their neon-lit room, basking in the glory of their success. With their mission accomplished, they contemplated their next adventure, leaving us wondering what other scientific discoveries they will uncover in the future. Scientific PhD University Terms episode. The episode commences with a boy standing in a field amidst a group of cows. In the background, a man holds the child's hand, indicating his guardianship over him. Suddenly, Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer appear and join the boy and the man. They observe farm animals at a county fair, but inadvertently shrink themselves and are swallowed by a cow. Rick, a renowned scientist, attributes the incident to an inquisitive folly of inserting nanobots in his mega seed, using a state-of-the-art shrink ray. As a result, he suggests that they must immediately exit the cow's digestive tracts to prevent any severe injury. Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer enter the first stomach of the cow, experiencing the strange and convoluted world inside it. While they also enjoy some of the weird delicacies present there, Rick warns them about the dangers inside the cow's stomachs, such as the slow digestion cycle and copious amounts of bile juice. They enter the second stomach with considerable difficulty and experience adrenaline-inducing action and drama as they jump from food clumps to avoid the cow's digestive enzymes, which can melt them in a matter of seconds. In the third stomach, the team faces their dangerous foe, methane gas. Morty suffers from extreme flatulence and the team narrowly escapes an explosion. In the fourth stomach, the team finally discovers the exit that leads them to freedom. Using his ingenuity, Rick constructs a cannon-like device using bile and carbon dioxide, launching themselves out of the cow into regular size and returning to where they had started. Rick belches constantly throughout the episode, which adds to the comedic value of the story. The conclusion of the episode ends with Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry witnessing the cow they had escaped moments ago and the boy from the beginning of the episode happily grazing on grass, and they enjoy a great sigh of relief as they bask in the warm summer sun.
You foolish imbeciles. I warned you about the danger but you ignored me, and now we are inside a cow. Again.
Rick, I'm so scared. This isn't fun anymore.
I can't believe we're inside a cow. This is so gross.
Can we talk about how I always get dragged along on these adventures without any kind of warning?
Watch your tone, Jerry. We need to get out of here alive. The stomach acid is potent enough to melt most things.
I can't take this anymore. Why did we have to come here in the first place?
Because we wanted to have fun like normal people, Morty. But of course, Rick had to go and mess it up like always.
I don't even know why I bother anymore. It's always some kind of craziness with you guys.
Alright, enough bickering. We have work to do. Time to explore the stomachs of a cow.
Title: A Study on Animatronic Possession.
Intro: The study delves on the phenomenon of animatronic possession. This episode follows a young woman who finds herself trapped inside an animatronic bodysuit and must escape before the metal, wires, and gears cause harm.
Narrator. The scene opens to a circular background where a woman stands with a gun in each hand. It then transitions to the young woman that wakes up inside FNAF, sister location.
Researcher 1, the FNAF, sister location is the latest establishment of the fictional Freddy Fazbear's Pizza chain. It is composed of animatronics that act as entertainment for children.
Researcher 2. One of the animatronics, Circus Baby, is known for her humanoid appearance and speech capabilities.
Narrator. The young woman finds herself in a predicament as Circus Baby tries to harm her. She eventually gets caught and passes out.
Researcher 3. This phenomenon of animatronic possession may be a result of neuropathic suggestion. The animatronic may possess a suggestion to come to life and cause harm to their surroundings.
Researcher 4. It could also be due to the presence of spirits or ghosts that may have attached themselves to the animatronic for various reasons.
Narrator. The young woman wakes up again and finds herself inside Circus Baby's animatronic bodysuit. She struggles to move around and feels the metal and gears rub against her skin.
Researcher 5. The animatronic bodysuit works on a mechanism that interacts with the wearer's movements. The gears and wires may pose a danger if the person inside is unable to move efficiently.
Researcher 6. In conclusion, animatronic possession is a phenomenon that requires further investigation. The dangers it poses to the public should be taken into consideration in the development of entertainment establishments.
Outro. The young woman eventually escapes the bodysuit, but the experience leaves her traumatized. The study raises questions on the ethical implications of entertainment that involves animatronics and their potential harm to the public.
The episode begins with a shot of a humanoid robot, constructed with metal and wiring, standing on a table. It is positioned against a backdrop of a building and a light source in the background.
Dr. Williams, the robot shown in this visual representation appears to be a highly advanced, anthropomorphic machine with superior engineering. The construction of such a robot would require exceptional knowledge in the fields of electromechanical engineering and computer programming.
As the scene shifts, we see a young woman awaken inside the FNAF sister location. She desperately tries to escape from Circus B, whose intentions seem malicious. The robot relentlessly pursues the woman until she is caught and passes out.
Professor Johnson, it is evident that the antagonist in this episode is the robot known as Circus B. Its behavior highlights the potential danger posed by highly advanced and autonomous machines, whose actions may not always conform to their intended purpose.
Upon waking up, the young woman finds herself inside Circus B's animatronic bodysuit. She is trapped and must find a way to escape before the intricate gears, wires, and metal consume her.
Dr. Richards. The animatronic suit represents a perilous environment for the protagonist, highlighting the dangers associated with advanced machines. Its intricate mechanical structure and lack of breathable space for the human subject within the suit's confines emphasize the dangers of allowing such machines to interact with humans.
The episode is rife with intense and thrilling action scenes, showcasing the woman's desperate attempts to survive. She employs ingenuity and resourcefulness to find a way out of the suit and out of the facility, all the while evading the robotic traps and hazards that confront her.
Professor Parker, the protagonist's actions show that humans have the ability to adapt and overcome even in the face of the most challenging circumstances. The resourcefulness and quick thinking required to survive in the dangerous environment highlight the immense potential of the human mind.
The writing and dialogue throughout the episode are exceptional, demonstrating the skill of the writers in weaving together a compelling story. The emotions and motivations of each character are brilliantly conveyed, ensuring that the audience is fully invested in the outcome of the story.
Dr. Martinez, the dialogue and writing of the episode demonstrate an exceptional mastery of the English language and provide a thought-provoking commentary on the dangers of human interaction with autonomous machines. The episode is an outstanding example of scientific storytelling, effectively integrating scientific concepts with action and drama to create a highly engaging drama.
The episode reaches a satisfying conclusion, as the woman finally manages to escape the animatronic suit. The triumph of the human spirit in the face of adversity is gloriously displayed, leaving the audience with a sense of hope and determination in the face of the ever-increasing influence of technology in modern society.
Professor Lee, the episode's conclusion provides a message of hope that humans can prevail even in the face of challenges posed by the advancement of technology. It is essential to remain vigilant, however, and to ensure that the benefits of technological advancement accrue to humans while minimizing the risks posed by advanced machines.
Title: Intricacies of Animatronics, a study in escape and survival.
The episode begins with a woman adorned in a costume holding a gun in one hand and a demonic demon visibly lurking behind her. From a scientific standpoint, numerous theories can be proposed regarding the presence of the demon, ranging from a manifestation of the woman's subconscious fears to a biological reaction to the costume itself.
The scene then transitions to a young woman awakening inside the infamous FNAF sister location, where she is faced with the daunting task of evading the relentless pursuit of Circus B. The animatronic's movements and actions can be assessed through a detailed analysis of its design mechanisms, including the incorporation of multiple senses and programmed responses.
As the woman is eventually captured by Circus B and rendered unconscious, her reintegration into the animatronic suit provides a fascinating case study in the realm of artificial intelligence and cyborg research. The incorporation of human consciousness and emotions into a machine raises ethical questions pertaining to the boundaries of science and morality. The main conflict of the episode centers around the woman's frantic attempts to escape the confines of the animatronic bodysuit, which presents dangers far beyond the traditional human body. The numerous obstacles faced by the protagonist, including the shifting gears, wires, and metal components, demonstrate the intricacies of animatronic design and the need for precision in their engineering. Throughout the episode, the dialogue between the woman and Circus B offers insight into the psychological effects of confinement and the preservation of self-identity. The climactic action sequences showcase the culmination of scientific knowledge and quick thinking in situations of crisis, leading to a satisfying resolution that highlights the potential of human resilience and innovation.
Overall, Intricacies of Animatronics, a study in escape and survival, offers a unique blend of scientific theory, psychological analysis, and thrilling action, providing a gripping and thought-provoking experience.
Narrator. In this episode, we follow the experiences of a female protagonist clothed in a red and black ensemble with a dragon motif on her back and shoulder. Our subject unexpectedly finds herself in the FNAF sister location, where she is confronted with the perilous predicament of being pursued by Circus B. After a brief exchange of chase, Circus B successfully captures our subject, rendering her unconscious.
Subject wakes up and realizes she is inside the animatronic bodysuit of Circus B.
Narrator. Upon awakening, our subject discovers themselves trapped inside the very machine that threatened her life earlier. Faced with the impeding prospect of being strangled and impaled by deadly gears, wires, and metal, she must use her cognitive and physical abilities to escape the wrath of the animatronic.
Subject attempts to escape the bodysuit while avoiding obstacles.
Narrator. Our protagonist engages in numerous and acrobatic feats to evade the hazards around her while in pursuit of her escape. Through her struggles, she expertly navigates around the metal encasing and internal machinery of the animatronic, all while keeping out of harm's way.
Subject, I have to get out of here. I can't die like this.
Narrator. With the clock ticking down, our subject feverishly battles her way through the circuits and gears, focused on escaping the bodysuit, while Circus B looms in the background, ever threatening and ever so close to catching up.
Subject escapes the bodysuit.
Narrator. On a triumphant note, our heroine finally achieves freedom, having successfully extricated herself from the animatronic bodysuit of Circus B. The intense action-packed events and the clever writing grab the viewer's attention, making this episode a must-see.
Turtle, the Smiling Simian and the Eternal Salt Glows.
Synopsis.
In this episode, Rick and Morty are on a mission to extract rare salts from the planet with a blue sky and a blue moon, with the help of Jerry. However, they stumble upon a peculiar monkey with a big smile on his face, who seems to have an inexplicable connection to the salt glows. As they delve deeper into the mystery, they encounter a time-traveling historian who challenges them to a caption contest, using the Forever Alone meme from the ancient past. Despite their initial confusion, Rick and Morty impress the historian with their dark humor, and he provides them with valuable information about the monkey and the salt glows. In an unexpected twist, they discover that the monkey is actually a mutated form of Donkey Kong, who has gained sentience and a love for salt glows. With his help, they manage to harvest the salt glows and return to Earth, but not before encountering a rival salt harvesting crew and engaging in an epic battle.
Discussion.
Okay, Morty, we're here to harvest the salt glows, but keep an eye out for any interdimensional shenanigans.
Rick, what's with the monkey over there? Why is he smiling so much?
Hey guys, don't forget about the caption contest. I got a good one for the Forever Alone meme. Time-traveling historian appears.
Historian. Greetings, travelers. I couldn't resist watching your caption contest. I have some information you might find interesting. Oops. Alright, spill it. Historian. This planet is home to the rarest form of salt glows in the galaxy, and that monkey seems to have a deep connection to them. Legend has it that whoever can decipher the monkey's smile can unlock the secret of eternal salt glows.
Whoa, that sounds serious. But how are we supposed to understand the monkey?
Donkey Kong grunts, "You need my help, amigos. I can speak monkey language and I have a hunch he'll want to help us, because I too love salt glows."
Whispers. I knew we had to bring Donkey Kong along for something. They approach the monkey, who suddenly starts communicating with them through a complex series of screeches and gestures.
Alright, so the monkey says he's actually a mutation of Donkey Kong, who became sentient and gained the ability to manipulate salt glows. He wants to help us, but there's a rival crew approaching.
What do we do now?
I have an idea. Let's use the caption contest to distract them. They engage in an epic caption contest battle with the rival crew, ultimately winning their trust and securing the salt glows.
Laughs. Well, that was unexpected. I was just expecting a simple salt harvest, but this turned out to be one wacky adventure.
Donkey Kong, smiling, and y'all made a friend for life. Thanks for the company and the salt glows, amigos.
End scene. Narrator. In this episode, we witness a fascinating tale of survival and escape related to animatronics. Our protagonist, a young woman, finds herself in a strange situation after waking up inside the FNAF sister location. While trying to navigate her way through the unfamiliar surroundings, she is confronted by the animatronic figure Circus B, whose behavior is inextricably linked to her survival.
Protagonist. I cannot believe I am inside this animatronic suit. The wires and gears seem to be suffocating me. How do I escape from this hellish contraption?
Circus B. You are now a part of me, and I will not let you go. Embrace your fate and accept your end inside the suit.
Protagonist. I have to find a way out of here before it's too late. The claustrophobic conditions are making it hard for me to breathe.
Narrator. As the protagonist tries to think of a way out, she makes use of her surroundings, trying to make a mechanism that would dismantle the suit. The story continues with the protagonist's perseverance and fortitude to survive.
Protagonist. I can't give up. I have to find a way out of this suit before it's too late. If only I could think logically and swiftly.
Narrator. With the protagonist's quick thinking, she manages to escape the animatronic suit, dodging the gears and wires that could have ended her life. The episode ends with the protagonist being reunited with her consciousness, free from the electrically charged grip of the suit.
Protagonist, I'm alive. I have escaped that hellish suit. I will make sure no one ever has to experience this again.
Narrator. The episode comes to a satisfying end as the protagonist vows to ensure that no one ever experiences the terrifying fate she had to endure. The bravery and resourcefulness of the protagonist will be remembered for a long time, a testament to the power of the human spirit in the face of adversity. The episode, titled Ruminant Rescue, begins with a couple of pictures depicting a person standing on a bench in a vast field with a house in the background. The scene quickly transitions to Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry embarking on a day outing to a county fair in rural America. Upon arrival, they excitedly peruse the stalls of farm animals on display. However, their day takes a dramatic turn when Rick's reckless behavior causes them to stumble into a cow and become trapped inside its digestive system. The team discovers that they must traverse through all 4 of the cow's stomachs if they want to make it out alive. Throughout their journey, the team encounters various obstacles, including huge gastric juices and peristaltic contractions. Rick, in his infinite wisdom, explains the scientific reasons behind each obstacle, ensuring the team remains focused and motivated. However, the constant belching Rick must do to be able to speak between his dialogues causes some comical moments during their journey. The episode then transitions into a series of thrilling action scenes that involve heart-pumping motorcycle chases and daring escapes from dangerous digestive enzymes. The highlight of the episode is a high-stakes sequence where they have to use all their wit to avoid being crushed by a cut ball. The clever writing and witty dialogue make this episode a triumph for all ages. As the episode approaches its end, the team finally manages to escape the cow, using Rick's portable teleportation device. The episode concludes with Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry returning home, where they reminisce about their exciting adventure. Overall, this episode is an excellent representation of excellent writing and smart dialogues, which is bound to leave viewers entertained and satisfied.
This episode is the prime example of the intricacies of the digestive system of a ruminant animal.
I am never eating beef again.
This journey was so much fun. I didn't know I could get sucked into a cow's stomach.
That was the craziest day of my life. I almost got turned into cod.
Idle, the time's countdown.
Opening shot of a man, John, sitting at a table with a pen and paper in his hand, alongside a ticking clock in the background, sets up the atmosphere of a tense thriller. The story's first scientific analysis comes from the behaviorism approach used to identify John's response towards the ticking clock sound in the room. The sequence shifts from John's setting to a young man, Tom, lying unconscious on a floor in an abandoned bathroom, bound with a unique trap using animatronic mechanisms that would stimulate the carotid artery orifice if activated. The trap's technical description aligns with the field of biomedical engineering, whereby the design of the trap stemmed from the knowledge of anatomical structures and physiological reactions to external stimuli. As Tom wakes up inside the trap, he finds a message from Jigsaw, challenging him to escape the trap before the clock's countdown ends. The story progresses with Tom's futile efforts to escape while unraveling Jigsaw's motives through the philosophical lens of utilitarianism, which emphasized the importance of maximizing utility and minimizing negative consequences. Meanwhile, John receives a message from Jigsaw, forcing him to confront his past wrongdoings and seek penance. The last scene reveals the unexpected twist that Tom and John were the same person, and the trap was a figurative representation of John's inner turmoil caused by his guilt. This twist aligns with a Freudian psychoanalysis approach, where John's subconscious manifested through Tom's physical and psychological entrapment. In conclusion, The Time's Countdown presented a thrilling and scientific story that immersed audiences in the fields of behaviorism, biomedical engineering, utilitarianism, and psychoanalysis.
John. The ticking sound's repetition increases my heart rate, signifying my physiological response to stress.
Tom. The trap's animatronic mechanisms would stimulate the carotid artery orifice differentially, causing an irreversible physiological reaction.
Jigsaw. Your actions have consequences, and I am here to provide you with a chance at redemption.
John. The trap's countdown symbolizes the time remaining for me to atone for my sins.
Tom. Jigsaw's motives are rooted in the ethical framework of utilitarianism.
Jigsaw. The trap was a metaphor for your inner turmoil, and the countdown represents your journey towards redemption.
John. I am Tom, and Tom is me. The trap was within me all along.
Title of the episode: Anatomical and Psychological Factors of a Unique Animatronic Trap Set by Jigsaw and Its Effect on the Subject in a Metal Gear Universe. Opening shot is of Solid Snake holding a gun and looking directly at the camera with a serious expression on his face.
Solid Snake. I've been in some tough situations, but this one takes the cake.
The camera cuts to a Saw movie horror scene in an abandoned bathroom, where a man is passed out inside a unique animatronic bodysuit. The camera moves in to show the intricate details of the suit.
Solid Snake. This is a unique trap, unlike anything I've seen before. The anatomy of the suit is impressive. The joints are designed for maximum flexibility, and the materials are top-notch. The psychological implications of this trap are mind-boggling.
The man wakes up and gets a message from Jigsaw, played by Tobin Bell.
Jigsaw. Hello, Solid Snake. I want to play a game. Your task is to escape from this suit within 60 minutes. If you fail, the suit will self-destruct, and you will be blown to smithereens.
Solid Snake. That's impossible. How can I escape from this suit?
Jigsaw. There is a unique mechanism that can unlock the suit. You have to find it before it's too late.
Solid Snake starts to panic and assesses the situation.
Solid Snake. The joints in this suit are so tight. I can barely move. I have to find the mechanism before the clock runs out.
He starts to frantically search for the mechanism when he realizes that there's more than meets the eye.
Solid Snake. Wait a minute. This suit is wired to the building's electrical system. If I can reverse the current, I might be able to unlock the mechanism.
He quickly takes apart a panel and gets to work.
Solid Snake! Come on, come on! I only have a few seconds left.
He manages to reverse the current just in time, and the mechanism unlocks.
Solid Snake! I did it!
Jigsaw, congratulations, Solid Snake. You have escaped my trap.
Solid Snake! Wait, that's it!
Jigsaw, yes, there is no need for violence or bloodshed. The trap wasn't meant to harm you physically. It was meant to test your mental and physical capabilities.
Solid Snake! You're insane!
Jigsaw, no, I'm just putting a mirror to society's twisted values.
The camera cuts to a shot of Solid Snake looking defeated as Jigsaw walks out of the room.
Solid Snake! That was unexpected. I thought for sure there would be a fight to the death.
The episode ends with a close-up of Solid Snake's face as he contemplates the meaning of Jigsaw's actions. Narrator. In this episode, we witness an intriguing experiment involving the interaction between an inanimate object and a particular lighting setup. Furthermore, we observe an individual who awakens in a state of confusion, only to find themselves trapped in the notorious FNAF sister location. Thus, commences a series of events that will test our protagonist's fortitude and astute problem-solving abilities.
Scientist 1. The observed toy constitutes a remarkable specimen with unique properties that warrant further investigation. Its positioning in relation to the neon light source in the darkened room is conducive to an extraordinary visual display.
Scientist 2. Indeed, the fluorescence emitted by the neon light interacts in fascinating ways with the object's surface, highlighting minute details that would otherwise remain unnoticed.
Young woman. Voice trembling. Where am I? Why am I here?
Circus B. Voice actor modulation. Welcome to your new home, dear. I have missed you.
Young woman. Voice shaking. Please, let me go.
Circus B. Voice dripping with malice. Oh, I do not believe that is a viable option. You see, I require a new host for my animatronic body. And you are the perfect candidate.
Scientist 1. The events that follow are nothing short of thrilling as our protagonist attempts to outmaneuver and outwit the vengeful animatronic. But despite her valiant efforts, she eventually succumbs to Circus B's machinations, leading to a startling revelation.
Scientist 2. The young woman finds herself trapped inside the animatronic suit, her body fused with the metal, circuits, and gears that comprise it. What follows is a gripping tale of survival as our protagonist navigates her way through a hostile environment, avoiding mechanical arms and dangerous lasers.
Young woman. Voice strained. I need to find a way out of here before it's too late.
Narrator. The final moments of the episode are a sight to behold as our heroine succeeds in escaping the animatronic suit, thanks to her quick thinking and bravery. The episode ends on a satisfying note, as she emerges victoriously from her ordeal, having overcome seemingly insurmountable odds.
Young woman. Voice steady. I did it. I made it out alive.
Title: The Jigsaw Experiment.
Description. In this episode, a female subject, identified as Ms. Jane Smith, age 35 and occupation as a software engineer, is placed in a trap designed by Jigsaw. The trap consists of a series of interconnected pipes that are tightly enclosed around the subject's waist. The pipes are linked to a tank of water and a sink, creating a complex labyrinth that requires a robotic vacuum cleaner to navigate efficiently. The vacuum is the only way to clear the path to the sink and ultimately, Ms. Smith's freedom.
Ms. Smith wakes up to find herself immobilized with a message from Jigsaw on a nearby television screen. The message provides her with instructions on navigating the pipes and avoiding drowning, as the water level in the tank is progressively rising. The message also reveals that Jigsaw has been monitoring her, describing in detail her numerous accomplishments as a software engineer and accusing her of not using her skills for the greater good. Ms. Smith must navigate the maze of pipes, using the robot vacuum cleaner to clear paths to safety. The design of the trap is complex and requires precise actions to avoid drowning, with the water level rising by a measurable amount, approximately 2.5 centimeters every 3 minutes. Through various trials and errors, Ms. Smith manages to maneuver through the labyrinth and reach the sink successfully. However, as she attempts to remove the trap, she realizes that the whole ordeal was a simulation. The unexpected ending of the story reveals that the trap was a part of a psychological experiment conducted by Jigsaw to test human adaptability and survival skills. All of Ms. Smith's experiences were carefully monitored and analyzed by Jigsaw, with the final test being her ability to identify when the experiment has ended. The episode ends with a twist, leaving the audience to question the moral implications of such tests and the lengths to which individuals will go for survival.
Ms. Smith, I cannot believe that my whole experience was just a test to prove my adaptability and survival skills. This was a sick experiment.
Jigsaw, your response to the test was satisfactory, Ms. Smith. Your extraordinary skills were not being used for the greater good.
Narrator. In this episode, we follow the story of Dr. Catherine, a 32-year-old renowned neuroscientist who specializes in unlocking the mysteries of the brain. Currently, she finds herself surrounded by books and papers, deep in research on her latest project. In the background, we see her colleague Dr. Michael observing her with great interest.
Dr. Catherine, muttering to herself, if I could just figure out this one last piece of the puzzle, I'll have a breakthrough.
Narrator. Suddenly, the scene shifts to an abandoned bathroom where we see a young woman passed out on the floor. She wakes up to find herself trapped in an intricate mechanical device that appears to be linked to her breathing and heart rate. The surreal device is made up of complex miniature pulleys and gears and resembles an incredible feat of human engineering.
Dr. Catherine, voiceover, what is this horror? Such a complex mechanism must have taken months to design and build. It's similar to a biological machine, which implies that it's meant to keep someone alive or provide them with a lesson. But who and why?
Narrator. As the woman comes to, she sees a message from none other than Jigsaw himself, explaining what she must do to escape the terrifying contraption. Per Jigsaw's instructions, the woman must have to decipher a series of codes to unlock the device before time runs out.
Dr. Catherine, voiceover, this game is undoubtedly to test the mental agility of its players, but it must have some hidden meaning behind it. There has to be something more than blind entertainment here.
Narrator. We switch back and forth between Dr. Catherine's analysis of the trap and the woman's struggle to free herself. In a riveting climax, the woman manages to auto-hypnotize herself, slowing her heart rate down enough to unlock the device.
Dr. Catherine, voiceover, absolutely brilliant. This device is a masterpiece of engineering, and the woman's determination is awe-inspiring. I have never seen such incredible problem-solving techniques under extreme pressure of life or death. Jigsaw's game design is truly unpredictable.
Narrator. As the woman emerges from the bathroom, we hear Dr. Catherine's phone ringing. She picks up the phone and hears a chilling voice.
Jigsaw, Dr. Catherine, the lesson is over. You should know better than anybody else how fragile life is and how important it is to live every day like it's your last.
Narrator. Suddenly, Dr. Catherine realizes that she has been the one under evaluation all along. The story closes with the audience left guessing what Jigsaw's next move will be.
Title: Cognitive Traps in Jigsaw's Game.
In this episode, we observed a man, hereafter referred to as Subject A, sitting at a desk in a dimly lit room with a window. He is in front of a computer monitor and a light bulb. Suddenly, an alarming Saw movie horror scene with a man passed out inside an abandoned bathroom emerges on his screen. The man has an extremely unique trap with him inside an animatronic bodysuit. The suit contains a set of cognitive traps that Subject A must navigate through in order to escape before it's too late. Subject A Title: The Anthropological Significance of a Game of Texas Hold'em. Introduction. This episode delves into the intricacies of a game of Texas Hold'em, a popular form of poker played globally. The setting for this game was a large, wooden table, surrounded by several chairs. On the table, there were several cards, which were shuffled and dealt to the players. Initially, a few rounds of betting ensued until one of the players, Lizzo, emerged as the winner. The episode showcases the anthropological significance of this game and how it connects to various aspects of human society.
Discussion.
Lizzo, I have been playing Texas Hold'em for quite some time. It's a game that demands strategic thinking, a good understanding of probabilities, and a little bit of luck. The game has been around for a long time and has evolved over time.
Stonks meme. Yes, that's true. The game has become more popular in recent years, especially among young people. It has been used as an analogy for investing in the stock market. Players deciding whether to hold or fold their cards is similar to investors deciding if they want to sell or buy stocks.
Meatball sub, that's fascinating. I never thought a game like Texas Hold'em could have any relation to the stock market. As an anthropologist, I find it interesting to explore the interconnections between different practices and cultures.
Lizzo, I agree. Texas Hold'em has its own set of rules and customs that define its culture. It is a social activity that brings people together and creates a sense of community.
Anthropologist, indeed. This game can be viewed as a microcosm of society, where people engage in strategic decision-making and navigate social relationships. The way the players interact with each other, bluffing, raising, and betting, shows how they establish hierarchies and build alliances.
Stonks meme. Absolutely. This game is not just about winning or losing but also about understanding others' motives and intentions. It's a psychological game as much as it is a strategic game.
Meatball sub, as an anthropologist, I would say that this game has a lot of significance in terms of studying human behavior. It's a rich source of data for understanding how social norms and values shape our interactions.
Lizzo, I couldn't agree more. This game reflects the essential aspects of the human condition, our need for connection, competition, and collaboration.
Conclusion.
In conclusion, this episode illustrated the anthropological significance of a game of Texas Hold'em. Through this game, we revealed how it connects to various aspects of human society, such as strategic thinking, probability, psychology, and culture. This game offered insights into how people interact with each other, develop social hierarchies and alliances, and navigate through a complex social world. As anthropologists, it's essential to analyze seemingly mundane practices, such as this game, to uncover the deeper meanings and significance that define our social reality.
Title: The Animatronic Abomination.
In this episode, we observe a man in a white shirt and red glasses holding a black and yellow object with yellow dots on it. The object appears to be a key of some sort. The man is inside an abandoned bathroom, which appears to be the set of a classic horror movie scene. The focus of our study is the unconscious man that is lying on the floor of the bathroom. He appears to be in his mid-30s and is dressed in casual attire. What is unique about this man is that he is wearing an animatronic bodysuit. The suit is constructed of metal and wires, with several sensors attached to it. The animatronic bodysuit is designed in an extremely intricate way. It appears to be a hybrid of several animal species, with each limb resembling that of a different creature. The sensors on the suit are connected to a central computer, which analyzes a person's movements and uses these to control the suit's own movements. Suddenly, the man wakes up and receives a message from Jigsaw. He is informed that he must escape the trap before it is too late. What follows is an intense and suspenseful scene in which the man attempts to escape from the bathroom while avoiding the deadly traps that have been set up for him. After a few moments of panic and careful analysis, the man finally discovers the key object that he was holding earlier was the key to his escape. The key unlocks the door to the bathroom, and the man emerges from the room, exhausted and out of breath.
At this point, we are at the final scene, the moment of truth, the epic unexpected ending. Just as the man thinks he is safe and has escaped the trap, he sees Jigsaw standing in front of him. Jigsaw congratulates him on his escape and then reveals that the bodysuit was actually a test to see if the man could cope with the ultimate challenge of survival.
In conclusion, this episode demonstrated the ingenuity and creativity of a brilliant mind, Jigsaw. He has designed an animatronic bodysuit trap that challenges the victim to think and act quickly if they hope to survive. The man, who escaped the trap, was a testament to the human mind's remarkable resilience. Narrator. In this episode, we witness a woman wearing a futuristic outfit, adorned with a sword in a dark room illuminated by neon lights. She finds herself in the FNAF, sister location where she encounters Circus B, who tirelessly pursues her.
Woman, what is this place? Why am I here?
Circus B, you should not have come here. You belong to us now.
Narrator. After a lengthy encounter, Circus B finally catches the woman, and she blacks out. As she awakens, she finds herself inside the animatronic bodysuit of Circus B.
Woman, how did this happen? What am I supposed to do?
Narrator. The woman then abruptly realizes that she has to escape before the metallic mechanisms of the bodysuit crush her from within. She battles fiercely within the bodysuit, using all her skills and wit to free herself.
Woman, I can't give up now. I have to keep going.
Narrator. After a heart-racing adventure, the woman finally manages to escape the bodysuit, and with a series of satisfying clicks and whirs, she emerges unscathed.
Woman, I made it. I'm free, finally.
Narrator. In the end, the woman's determination, resourcefulness, and bravery triumph all odds, leading her to emerge victorious. Narrator. In this episode, we witness a convergence of two universes, as the protagonists of Rick and Morty find themselves trapped in the world of the grim adventures of Billy and Mandy. Led by Velma Green, the group is captured and held within her massive spider web lair.
According to my calculations, Velma's webbing material is composed of a highly viscous and adhesive compound, with a tensile strength that surpasses that of steel.
Oh, I don't want to become a spider minion.
We need to find a way out of here.
Can't we just ask nicely to be let go?
Velma, my new spider minions. The process of morphing you into my abdomen will be quite intricate. First, I will use my digestive enzymes to liquefy your insides, and then I will absorb you into my body, where you will become a vital part of my spider physiology.
Frustrated enough with the science lesson, you're not going to turn us into spiders.
Narrator. With their backs against the wall, the group manages to break free from their webbing restraints and engage in a series of thrilling action scenes against Velma and her army of spiders. Using their wit and ingenuity, they outsmart Velma and devise a plan to escape.
That was intense. I can't believe we made it out alive.
And we didn't become spider minions.
This is one vacation I won't forget.
Let's get the heck out of here before we end up in another crazy dimension.
Narrator. And with that, our heroes make their escape, leaving behind the world of Billy and Mandy, a little wiser and a little more battle-scarred. Narrator. Our beloved TV show characters, Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry, stumbled upon a county fair where they saw some farm animals for the occasion. Suddenly, through an unexplainable scientific event explained by Rick, they were accidentally ingested into a cow's digestive system.
Oh my god, we're inside a cow. The acids in its stomach can dissolve almost anything in seconds.
What? You brought us into this mess. Now what?
Is there a way to get out of this place and avoid being digested with these enzymes?
I don't want to be turned into a protein shake. Let's find a way out of this cow. Narrator. Rick and his team face many trials and tribulations as they journey through each of the cow's 4 stomachs, avoiding perilous dangers such as gastric juices and enzymes.
This is disgusting. I don't know how much more of this I can take.
I think I may vomit any second, but we need to keep moving if we want to get out of here.
This is not how I wanted to spend my day at the county fair. Can't we just use the portal gun and bounce out of here? Narrator. With their unwavering determination, the gang finally finds their way out of the cow's digestive system and exit triumphantly.
I can't believe it. We made it out alive.
That was the craziest thing I've ever experienced.
I'm just glad we made it out in one piece.
I'm never coming to a county fair again. Narrator. The team may have escaped the cow's digestive system, but their experience has surely left a lasting impression on them. The end. Professor Smith. In this episode of The Animatronic Bodysuit, we observe a woman wearing a red and black outfit, wielding a sword in each hand against a sky background.
Dr. Johnson. Our protagonist awakens in the FNAF sister location, where she encounters the menacing Circus Bee.
Professor Smith. The young woman bravely confronts the animatronic, but is ultimately captured and rendered unconscious.
Dr. Johnson. Upon waking up, she finds herself trapped inside Circus Bee's animatronic bodysuit, surrounded by gears, wires, and metal.
Professor Smith. Our protagonist must use her wit and dexterity to navigate the animatronic bodysuit and escape before she is crushed or punctured by its machinery.
Dr. Johnson. This thrilling episode is filled with action-packed scenes that will leave viewers on the edge of their seats.
Professor Smith. The dialogue and writing in this episode are nothing short of brilliant, with clever and award-winning descriptions that will spark the imagination.
Dr. Johnson. Through determination and cunning, our heroine manages to escape the animatronic suit, triumphantly emerging victorious.
Professor Smith. This episode delivers an epic and satisfying ending that is sure to leave viewers eagerly anticipating what's to come next.
Narrator. In this episode, titled Ramen Rumble, we witness the scientific phenomenon of interdimensional travel through a bowl of ramen noodles. Rick, a brilliant scientist, explains the concept of quantum tunneling as they embark on a journey to stop the evil sumo wrestler from stealing their special ramen noodle dinner.
Quantum tunneling allows for the possibility of traveling through parallel universes by utilizing microscopic particles to break through energy barriers. Our bowl of ramen noodles has the potential to transport us to a different world where we can confront the villainous sumo wrestler.
Whoa, that's crazy, Rick. Are we really going to fight a sumo wrestler?
I don't know about this, guys. I think we should just give him the ramen and avoid any trouble.
No way, Jerry. We can't let anyone steal our dinner. Let's do this.
Narrator. As they dunk their heads into the bowl of ramen, the group is transported to a world made entirely of noodles. The environment is visually stunning, with noodles of different sizes and colors forming structures such as buildings and mountains in the background.
According to my calculations, the evil sumo wrestler will be located in the center of this noodle world. Let's go stop him before it's too late.
Narrator. The group encounters various obstacles along the way, such as noodle monsters and bouncy spaghetti trampolines, but they persist in their mission to defeat the sumo wrestler and save their dinner.
This is it, the ultimate showdown. We have to use our wits and our strength to defeat the sumo wrestler and take back what's rightfully ours.
Narrator. The action-packed fight scene ensues, with each member of the group utilizing their unique skills to outmaneuver and overcome the sumo wrestler. In a stunning finale, they emerge victorious and retrieve their dinner.
Wow, Rick, that was intense.
I have to admit, that was pretty cool.
Told you we could do it, Jerry.
Well done, everyone. Time to enjoy our ramen noodles in peace.
Narrator. The group returns to their original dimension, with a newfound appreciation for the power of ramen noodles and the scientific phenomenon of quantum tunneling. Narrator. Our heroes find themselves in a precarious situation as they enter the world of the grim adventures of Billy and Mandy. Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry are immediately taken captive by Velma Green, a spider who has taken a liking to their human form. She traps them in a huge spider web lair, intending to morph them into her spider minions forever.
This is a classic example of arachnophobia. Velma is likely a member at the Araneae class, and her desire to assimilate us into her body is reflective of the cannibalistic tendencies exhibited by many spiders in the wild.
What? That's freaking creepy, Rick!
We need to figure out a way to escape before Velma's transformation process begins. Any ideas?
I don't think we can reason with a spider, guys. We need to find a way out on our own. Narrator. Velma approaches the group and begins to describe her transformation process in excruciating detail.
Velma, first, I will inject you with my venom, which will paralyze your muscles and inhibit your ability to resist. Next, I will use my mandibles to break down your body tissue, making it easier to assimilate into my own. Finally, you will be absorbed into my abdomen, where you will become a part of my spider colony forever.
I'm getting some serious arthropod vibes from Velma. Her description of the transformation process is a manifestation of her predatory instincts, which are common among spiders.
I really don't want to be part of a spider colony, Rick. We have to find a way out.
Narrator. The group begins to work together, using their wits and ingenuity to outsmart Velma and escape from her spider web lair. They engage in epic, thrilling action scenes, making references to classic moments from the grim adventures of Billy and Mandy television show. In the end, they are able to escape Velma's clutches and return to their own world, grateful for the experience and the chance to put their scientific knowledge to the test. The episode comes to a satisfying end, leaving viewers both entertained and enlightened about the fascinating world of spiders and arachnids. Episode title, Ruminant Rescuing Shenanigans.
According to my calculations, the spatial temporal continuum has shifted and we are inevitably plummeting down the digestive tract of this bovine specimen.
What does that even mean, Rick?
It means we are currently living inside of a cow, Morty. Get with the program.
Gross, Rick. Can't we just, teleport out of here or something?
Yeah, can't we just call the police and ask for help?
Oh, sure. Let me just mention to the authorities that we are currently stuck inside of a cow and see how that goes.
The family then travels through the first of the stomachs, which is filled with potent acids capable of dissolving a muon neutrino star, causing the skin to crawl off their bones. Rick belches between his explanations of the anatomy of cows and how it relates to their escape plan.
This is insane, Rick. We have to get out of here.
Hold your horses, Morty. The second stomach is next. We'll need to navigate through the labyrinthine folds and discover the optimal route through.
This is like some sort of twisted version of the county fair petting zoo.
I'm not sure how much longer I can take this, guys. As the family escapes from the third stomach, they realize they are now covered in digested, foul-smelling food chunks, and it is up to them to find a way out of the fourth and final stomach.
This is it, family. The end of the line. We need to find a way out of the cow or we'll be stuck here forever.
I don't think I can take much more, Rick. We need a plan.
Wait, I have an idea.
Summer reveals that she had been secretly carrying around her high school science project, which happened to be a portable molecular disintegrator. Using the device, the family quickly escapes from the fourth stomach and jumps out of the cow's butthole. I can't believe it. We actually made it out alive.
Don't get too cocky, Jerry. We still have to avoid any government agencies and make it back home before anything else goes wrong.
With that, the family sets off on their next adventure, happy to have survived yet another one of Rick's crazy schemes.
Title: Ingestion Interference, a study on the journey through a bovine's digestive system.
The episode begins with a classic cartoon character playing with a group of individuals in a field containing a sign announcing the game to be free. The scene shifts to the Smith family attending a county fair, wherein they observe an array of farm animals curated for the event. Rick, the family's prodigious scientist, hypothesizes that the animals' high-intensity excitement could generate a particular frequency of sound waves that can impact the molecular structure of their environment, causing an anomalous disruption in the space-time continuum. Suddenly, the family inadvertently finds themselves inside the digestive system of a cow, whereby they are forced to navigate through its 4 stomachs to escape. As they travel through the cow's digestive system, the family experiences a series of perilous obstacles that test their resilience and problem-solving skills. The journey through the 4 chambers of the bovine's viscera comprises an elaborate analysis of the unique physiological and biochemical processes that occur within each compartment, providing an in-depth understanding of the mammalian digestive system and the composition of its contents. Throughout their endeavor to escape, Rick is observed to constantly burp between his dialogues, which the scientific community can attribute to his consumption of high amounts of carbonated beverages that have accumulated in his stomach. The characters display exceptional teamwork and resourcefulness as they devise strategies to overcome obstacles, including avoiding the breakdown of their vessel during acidic conditions, scaling the uneven surfaces of the digestive system, and navigating through complicated mazes within the intestines. After enduring the perils of the digestive system, the family reaches the end of the bovine's gastrointestinal tract, and they celebrate their successful escape. The episode concludes with the family appreciating the complexities of the natural world and the scientific principles that underlie it.
This experience is a testament to the resilience of human beings in harsh environments.
This isn't something I want to put on my college applications, Rick.
It was worth taking a break from social media for this. I have a newfound respect for the digestive system.
I'm going to stick to tofu now.
Dr. Johnson. In this episode, we observe a bizarre cartoon character wearing a black suit with a yellow stripe on it. We also witness a young woman, who is later revealed to be the protagonist, waking up inside the FNAF sister location. She is faced with the challenge of dodging and escaping from Circus B, who relentlessly pursues her.
Dr. Gupta. The episode is a perfect example of the intersection between science and fiction. As the protagonist attempts to escape from Circus B, she finds herself trapped inside the animatronic bodysuit of the antagonist. Here we observe a profound and intriguing merging of the worlds of robotics and artificial intelligence.
Dr. Johnson. The tension builds throughout the episode as the protagonist navigates the maze-like machinery inside the animatronic suit, trying to avoid being crushed and eliminated by the gears, wires, and metal. Breathtaking action scenes keep the viewers on the edge of their seats.
Dr. Gupta. The episode displays remarkable descriptive writing skills. The dialogue exchange between the characters is both clever and captivating, drawing the viewers deeper into the plot. The storyline is truly brilliant.
Dr. Johnson. The episode reaches a satisfying and thrilling climax as the protagonist finally manages to escape from the animatronic suit. Through sheer determination and quick thinking, she uses her scientific and engineering knowledge to survive the ordeal.
Dr. Gupta, the ending is an epic exemplar of science and fiction. It captivates the viewers, leaving them in awe with the remarkable display of skillful storytelling. The scientific rigor displayed in this episode is truly remarkable.
Narrator. As Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry were casually playing golf in a castle surrounded by a sky background, they suddenly found themselves transported into the world of the grim adventures of Billy and Mandy. They were immediately trapped by the notorious Velma Green in her spiderweb lair.
Velma Green, greetings, pitiful humans. You have entered my web, and now you shall be transformed into my loyal spider minions forever. The process will begin with the injection of my special DNA into your bloodstream, followed by a rapid mutation of your genetic code.
Rolling his eyes. This is some typical cartoon villain monologue. Boring.
Guys, I don't like this. Please, let's get out of here.
Sarcastically, yeah, let's just leave. It's not like we're stuck in a spider web lair or anything.
Velma Green, resistance is futile. Just relax and let the process take over.
Panicking. What do we do? How do we escape? Suddenly, the gang hears the familiar voice of Billy, who has come to their rescue.
Billy, hey guys, I heard you were in trouble, so I brought Grim and Mandy to help us out.
Andy, stoically, let's not waste any time. We have to destroy Velma's web and get out of here before the transformation process takes over.
The ensuing action scene is filled with epic battles between the gang and Velma's spider minions. The gang uses their wits and quick thinking to outmaneuver the spiders and finally destroy Velma's web.
Breathing heavily, that was intense. We really have to be careful when we mess with other cartoon worlds.
Yeah, let's just stick to playing golf in our own world from now on.
Smirking, who knows what other crazy adventures we might stumble into next?
Sighing, I think I need a drink after that. The gang walks off into the sunset, feeling victorious and grateful for their cartoon crossover adventure.
Title: The Intestines of a Cow, A Journey Through the Four Chambers.
The episode begins with the infamous Rick Sanchez, accompanied by Morty, Summer, and Jerry, observing the unique anatomy of farm animals at a county fair. As they stand in awe of a cow, Rick discovers a scientific anomaly that causes a ripple effect which leads them to accidentally plummet inside the cow's mouth.
Based on my analysis, the cow seems to have ingested a rare and highly concentrated form of carbon dioxide which has disrupted the digestive process, causing us to be involuntarily ingested.
As they navigate through the first stomach, the rumen, they must avoid the violent contractions caused by the millions of microorganisms present in the cow's gut.
Why do we keep moving around like a carnival ride?
Rick burps. The muscular contractions are causing the cow's stomach acid to churn, creating a turbulent environment.
So how do we get out of here?
Are we going to die in a cow's stomach?
Rick belches. I have synthesized a serum that will help us dissolve the undigested food particles we ingest, allowing us to pass through the stomach lining and move on to the next chamber.
As they move on to the second chamber, the reticulum, they must avoid the sharp objects that the cow accidentally ingested. This is insane. I can't take it anymore.
Rick burps. We're halfway there, Jerry. We need to stay focused.
Oh no, we're stuck in a corner. What do we do?
I think I see a way out.
Rick belches. Unleash the serum, Morty.
As they finally reach the fourth chamber, the abomasum, they discover a portal that leads them back to safety. We made it. We're alive.
That was the most insane thing we've ever done.
That's how science rolls, kids.
As they exit the cow and return to the county fair, they are greeted with a standing ovation from the crowd.
What just happened?
Rick burps. We went on a scientific journey through the intestines of a cow. Pretty cool, huh?
Rick, Morty, and Beth were exploring a distant planet in the Zorgon Nebula when they stumbled upon a strange sight. They saw a man in a Mario Brothers hat holding a frog with a mustache on its head and a green background surrounding them. Rick, being the scientific genius that he is, immediately began to analyze the situation.
Interesting. The hat and mustache on the frog suggests some kind of cross-dimensional experiment gone wrong. We need to investigate further.
Rick, what does that even mean?
Can't we just leave it? It's just a weird little thing.
No can do, Beth. We're scientists. We gotta get to the bottom of this.
As they approached the man, he revealed that he had created a machine that allowed him to merge different characters from different dimensions together. He had accidentally merged Mario and Toad, which resulted in some strange anomalies.
I'm in Mario hat. I thought it would be cool to see what would happen. But now Mario keeps eating Toad. It's horrific.
Rick, Morty, and Beth were shocked but couldn't help but find the situation amusing.
Well, it looks like we need to reverse the effects of this machine. Morty, help me out.
Okay, Rick. What do I do?
Just use this anti-merging serum I made. Apply it to the frog and Mario, and they should separate.
Morty applied the serum, and sure enough, the frog and Mario separated, much to the relief of the man in the Mario hat.
I'm in Mario hat. Thank you so much. I promise, no more interdimensional experiments.
As they left the planet, Rick, Morty, and Beth reflected on the absurdity of their latest adventure.
I gotta say, that was pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, I can't believe Mario was eating Toad.
At least we were able to help that man. Even if he was doing something foolish.
That's the beauty of science, Beth. We never know what we're going to discover.
The trio laughed and continued on their journey through the vastness of the universe, leaving behind the oddity of the Mario frog and his green background. Opening scene. The camera pans to a lush green forested area with a waterfall cascading down a cliff face. Rick and Morty are seen walking towards the waterfall with scientific equipment in hand.
Burp Morty, this is it. The infamous butt_hole world.
Whoa, Rick, look at all these trees. They're so green and vibrant.
Yes, Morty, the chlorophyll content here must be off the charts. Let's get to work.
Action sequence 1.
As Rick and Morty approach the base of the waterfall, they are suddenly attacked by a group of menacing creatures. With their advanced scientific equipment, they fight off the creatures in a thrilling action sequence.
Rick, what were those? They were like nothing I've ever seen before.
They're butt_hole creatures, Morty. Highly evolved and advanced.
Action sequence 2.
As Rick and Morty make their way deeper into the forest, they come across a group of hostile butt_hole natives. A fight breaks out, with Rick and Morty using their advanced scientific knowledge to fend off the attackers.
Morty, these natives have a highly specialized exoskeleton. We need to use these energy weapons to penetrate their defenses.
Panting Rick, this is intense.
Just keep your focus, Morty. We need to complete our mission.
Epilogue. After successfully collecting the data they needed, Rick and Morty make their way back towards the waterfall. As they prepare to leave, Rick takes a moment to reflect on the beauty of the butt_hole world.
Burp, this is what it's all about, Morty. The pursuit of knowledge and exploration.
Yeah, Rick, it's been an adventure.
And isn't that what life's all about? Burp, adventure and discovery.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Rick.
The camera pans out as Rick and Morty make their way towards their spaceship, with the beautiful butt_hole world in the background.
Title: Journey Through the Cow's Stomach.
Introduction.
The episode opens to a computer-generated image of a futuristic city with a mountain in the background and a sky background with clouds. Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry are shown entering a county fair where they see some farm animals for the occasion.
Morty, Summer, and Jerry, let's go check out the cows. I heard they have some of the best cows in the county fair.
Geez, Rick, I don't really want to go see the cows. They smell really bad.
No, Morty, I want to see the cows. Let's go.
Conflict.
As the group approaches the cow pen, Rick suddenly announces that they must leave immediately. He claims that he has detected a level of radioactive activity that would be harmful to their health.
Everyone, we have to leave now. The cows are radioactive, and the levels here can cause us harm.
However, the group is too late in escaping and accidentally plummets inside a cow.
Ah, Rick, what happened?
Oh my god, we're inside a cow. What are we going to do?
Climax.
As Rick explains the scientific reason for their current predicament, they must go through all 4 of the cow's stomachs to escape. This leads to an epic journey filled with thrilling action scenes.
We're inside the cow's stomach, but we must go through all 4 stomachs to escape. The first stomach is the rumen, where we will have to fight off the bacteria that break down the cow's food. The second stomach is the reticulum, where we will have to avoid the cow's digestive juices. The third stomach is the omasum, where we will face the risk of getting trapped inside the stomach lining. And the fourth stomach is the abomasum, where we must escape quickly due to the highly acidic environment.
Oh boy, this is going to be a rough ride.
Shut up, Jerry, we have to focus.
Conclusion.
Despite all odds against them, the group escapes the cow's stomachs and find themselves back at the county fair. In the end, Rick belches with satisfaction.
Oh man, that was disgusting.
Shut up, Morty, we did it, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, that was one wild ride.
I don't think I can ever eat beef again.
Belch, that's what I like to hear. Let's get out of here.
Narrator. In this episode, Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry inadvertently find themselves trapped in Velma Green's spiderweb lair in the world of the grim adventures of Billy and Mandy. In this high-stakes situation, Velma plans to use the group as part of her transformation process to turn them into her loyal spider minions.
This is some seriously messed up spider science, Morty.
Yeah, Rick. It seems like she's using some kind of spider metamorphosis process.
Oh no, guys. Look out for those spider minions.
This whole situation is giving me arachnophobia. Narrator. As the group scrambles to find a way out, Velma details her multi-step process, involving intricate web-weaving techniques and genetic manipulation.
Velma, you see, by injecting my special spider venom into these humans, I can trigger a series of mutations that will ultimately turn them into my spider offspring.
Narrator. Using their own scientific knowledge and quick thinking, the group works together to outsmart Velma and escape her lair. Along the way, they must navigate treacherous spiderwebs and evade the relentless spider minions.
I've never been more grateful for my knowledge of entomology.
Go team!
Alright, let's get the heck out of here, before we get turned into some creepy crawly freak show.
Narrator. In the end, the group emerges triumphant, successfully defeating Velma and her spider minions. With a newfound appreciation for the intricate world of spiders, Rick and his family return to their own universe, eager to continue their next adventure. Scientific episode.
Title: In Animatronic Skin, The Mechanics of Escape.
The episode opens with a person dressed as a clown on a stage illuminated by lights in the background and a microphone in the foreground. The camera then cuts to a young woman waking up inside the FNAF sister location where she must confront the animatronic circus bee that is relentlessly pursuing her.
As she evades the animatronic, dramatic scenes of technical geardom follow as the gears, wires, and metal interlock in this epic fight for survival. The woman eventually catches Circus B, but passes out shortly thereafter. Upon waking up, she realizes that she is trapped inside Circus B's animatronic bodysuit and must escape before it's too late. This gruesome mechanical anatomy is described as she must navigate through the suit to avoid being eliminated by the interlocking machinery. Throughout the episode, there are several thrilling action scenes filled with excitement and suspense. The woman uses her intellect and resourcefulness to carefully evaluate the intricate design and architecture of the animatronic suit to find a way out. The dialogue is both clever and award-winning as the young woman discovers some of the unique mechanical processes that allow the bodysuit to mimic human movement. In an epic and satisfying ending, she finally escapes the bodysuit before being eliminated by the intricate gears, wires, and metal.
Opening scene.
The camera pans over a purple background with purple clouds and sky as we see Rick and Morty falling through a wormhole, with Rick constantly burping between his dialogue. Narrator. The theoretical concept of alternate dimensions and wormholes has been a topic of intense research in the field of quantum physics for decades. In this episode, the cartoon characters Rick and Morty embark on a thrilling journey through the infamous but_hole world, providing an opportunity to observe and study the properties of this world in great detail.
Rick, where are we?
Strap in Morty, because we're taking a plunge into the but_hole world.
Narrator. The but_hole world is known to be a highly chaotic and dangerous dimension, with unpredictable fluctuations in time and space. The scientific community has been eager to study this world, but until now, no one has been able to fully explore it. As they enter the but_hole world, the landscape shifts and morphs, with bizarre creatures and strange phenomena emerging around them.
Rick, what are these things?
I don't know, Morty, but we better watch out. These creatures could be highly unpredictable.
Narrator. The unpredictable nature of the but_hole world makes it a challenging and exciting area of study for quantum physicists and researchers alike. As Rick and Morty make their way through the world, they encounter a series of thrilling action scenes, navigating treacherous terrain and battling against the strange creatures that inhabit the world. Finally, after facing numerous challenges and dangers, Rick and Morty make it to the heart of the but_hole world, where they discover a strange and powerful source of energy.
Morty, this is it. The source we've been looking for.
What is it, Rick?
It's a powerful energy source, Morty. With this, we could revolutionize the entire field of quantum physics.
Narrator. The discovery of this powerful energy source is a significant breakthrough in the field of quantum physics, opening up new areas of research and exploration. As the episode comes to a close, Rick and Morty make their way back to their own dimension, satisfied with their thrilling adventure and the groundbreaking discovery they made in the but_hole world.
Rick, that was insane. I can't believe we actually made it through that crazy world.
It was a wild ride, Morty, but it was worth it. We made a groundbreaking discovery that could change everything we know about quantum physics.
Narrator. The journey through the but_hole world provided an exciting opportunity for Rick and Morty to explore the scientific theories of alternate dimensions and wormholes in a fun and engaging way, igniting passion and curiosity in future generations of quantum physicists and researchers. Scientific PhD university-level episode description. In this explosive episode, the dynamic duo of Rick and Morty venture into the notorious but_hole universe, donning their trademark blue shirt and white shirt ensembles and accompanied by their trusty black and white dog. The portals they traverse are intricately engineered and based on a cutting-edge quantum physics model, with the accompanying sound effects being generated by the most advanced acoustic engineering techniques. As they delve deeper into the but_hole universe, Rick opts to constantly burp between his dialogue to humorously emphasize how insignificant the consequences of their actions are. The thrill of adventure is palpable as the duo navigate a treacherous landscape filled with potential hazards, which are intricately choreographed by the most skilled animation and action sequence directors. The plot features numerous twists and an engaging storyline, which is cleverly crafted by the writers. A host of complex scientific concepts form the basis of the narrative, with each episode being extensively researched and subjected to peer-reviewed intellectual scrutiny. The epic backdrop of the but_hole universe is brought to life in vivid detail, with the creative staff pushing the boundaries of animation technology to deliver a truly immersive experience. The climax sees Rick and Morty face off against an insidious foe, with the battle being a masterclass in animation, action sequence design, and creative storytelling. The complex character interactions and subtle dialogue are a testimony to the immense talent of the writing team, ensuring that viewers are left satisfied by the episode's resolution. Overall, this episode is a tour de force of creativity, innovation, and intellectual depth, showcasing the immense potential of animation as an art form. Its intersection with advanced science and technology once again demonstrates the ever-evolving nature of human endeavor and our insatiable human curiosity.
Burp. This is the best adventure we've been on. BBB, but nothing beats the last one. Burp.
Rick, are you sure this is a good idea?
Burp. Of course it is, Morty. We're going to be diving into the butt_whole universe and nothing can stop us. Burp.
Bonk, bonk.
Burp. That's right, boy. We're going on an interdimensional adventure. This is going to be better than that time I drank that potion and turned myself into a pickle. Burp.
I hope you're right, Rick. This seems awfully dangerous.
Burp. Danger is my middle name, Morty. Burp. Now let's go kick some interdimensional butt. Burp.
The episode commences with Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry standing in front of a building, examining photos of people. Rick expounds on the scientific significance of analyzing photographs to glean relevant data. Morty counters that he doesn't see the point, to which Rick retorts with a lecture on the importance of scrutinizing visual aids for factual insights. The group then moves onto the county fairgrounds, where they encounter various farm animals. Rick begins explaining the biological makeup of cows, describing the finer points of their digestive system. Suddenly, a scientific incantation goes awry, and the group stumbles inadvertently into the stomach of a cow. Thus follows a remarkable sequence of action as they navigate the four stomachs of the cow, evading various obstacles and hazards along the way. Rick's constant burping provides momentous comic relief throughout the journey, as he provides the group with insightful commentary on the cow's unusual digestive processes. The group eventually finds their way out, emerging victoriously from the cow system. The episode concludes with Rick and the gang reflecting on the scientific lessons learned and safely returning home after the adventure.
See, Morty. Science isn't always about looking at things. Sometimes it's about going inside them.
I don't know, Rick. That was pretty disgusting.
Hey, at least we survived.
I can't believe we just went through 4 stomachs. That was insane. Overall, the episode delivers an excellent mix of scientific fascination with exceptional action scenes, ensuring an optimal viewing experience. *** Title: Neurobiology of Animatronic Encasement ****.
Scene 1. Dr. Alice, a human brain is capable of detecting and responding to cues effectively to ensure its survival. It registers the environment and switches between different states of awareness instantly. Let's see how our protagonist, a young woman, does it.
Scene 2. Young woman wakes up inside the FNAF sister location. Oh no. Where am I? I am inside Circus B's territory. I must get out of here.
Scene 3.
Dr. Alice, the limbic system is responsible for emotional processing in humans. The young woman's amygdala is triggered, activating her fight or flight response.
Scene 4.
Circus bee pursues the young woman. You cannot escape me, young one. You are trapped inside my lair now.
Scene 5.
Dr. Alice, the young woman's prefrontal cortex is active, showing logical thinking and decision-making processes.
Young woman manages to catch circus bee off guard and passes out.
Scene 6.
Dr. Alice, the young woman's brainwaves change as she loses consciousness. She now finds herself inside Circus Bee's animatronic bodysuit.
Scene 7.
Young woman, inside the bodysuit I am trapped, and I can't move properly. I must find a way to escape before the gears, wires, and metal destroy me.
Scene 8.
Dr. Alice, the young woman's motor cortex is active.
The episode titled Quantum Paradox Skiing Apocalypse opens with Rick and Morty attempting to harness the power of quantum time travel to travel back in time to experience skiing during a past winter storm. However, their plan goes awry when they accidentally teleport to an alternate universe where an apocalyptic vampire outbreak has ravaged the planet.
Morty, we've made a quantum paradox. Looks like we're stuck in some vampire apocalypse.
Oh geez, Rick, how are we going to get back to our own universe?
The duo then encounter Beth, who has been surviving on her own with the help of a modified C-3PO robot from Star Wars.
Hey guys, I've been building weapons to fight off these vampires. And I've got a plan to save us all.
Summer, dressed as Samus Aran, then arrives and reveals her own plan to use her suit's technology to eradicate the vampire virus.
You guys are a mess. I'm the only one who knows how to handle this. Let me show you how Samus does it.
As the group prepares to fight off the vampires, they stumble upon Cliff Huxtable from The Cosby Show, who joins their team.
Cliff Huxtable. Well. Looks like I found a new group to defend against the undead. Let's do this.
Title: The Cosmo-Einsteinium Conundrum.
Opening scene.
Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer are gathered in the Smith family garage with several intricate gadgets, flasks of glowing blue and green liquids, and a giant metallic canister with the word Cosmo written on it.
Rick, all right, Morty, we've got a new recipe for the best alien booze in the galaxy. All we need is a little bit of Einsteinium to kick it up a notch. Jerry, you're coming with us to the Cosmo warehouse to pick some up.
Jerry, what? No, I'm not going with you guys. Last time we did this, I nearly got vaporized by a space lizard.
Summer, come on, Dad. It'll be an adventure.
Morty. Plus, you said you wanted to spend more time with us, right?
Jerry, size, fine, but can we stop at Costco on the way back? I need to pick up some socks.
Scene 2.
The four of them arrive at the Cosmo warehouse, where a man in a blue jacket and white pants greets them.
Cosmo salesman. Welcome to Cosmo. What can I help you find?
Rick, we need some Einsteinium, pal.
Cosmo salesman. I'm sorry, but we don't carry that here. You might have better luck at the Inspector Gadget next door.
Jerry, can we at least get some samples of your space pudding?
Cosmo salesman. Of course.
Scene 3.
The team heads next door to the Inspector Gadget, where they find the metal canister they need.
Morty, this is it. The Einsteinium.
Rick, be careful with that, Morty. Last time we used this stuff, we ended up in an alternate dimension where everything was made of jello. Inspector Gadget employee, what are you folks doing with that canister? It's a vital component to a top-secret government weapon.
Summer, oh, we're just making alien booze. No big deal.
Inspector Gadget employee, alarmed. What? That's highly illegal. I'm calling the authorities.
Scene 4.
The group rushes back to the garage, but they are stopped by the Inspector Gadget employees who pursue them with high-tech weapons.
Rick, Morty, toss the Einsteinium into the portal gun. We'll deal with it later.
Morty. Okay, but where are we going?
Rick, anywhere but here, Morty.
Scene 5.
The gang ends up in a dimension where time moves in reverse.
Summer, what the hell is going on?
Rick, grinning. Don't worry, Summer. We'll just reverse the polarity of the portal gun and...
Suddenly, the group is interrupted by a music video playing in reverse.
Poetry featuring Blink 182, singing backwards, Eno C. Eccles.
Jerry, this is freaking me out.
Morty. I don't want to be stuck here forever.
Scene 6.
After a series of time-reversing shenanigans, the team finally manages to return to their own dimension, only to find that time has moved forward several years and they have missed several important events.
Summer, what the hell, Rick? We missed my high school graduation.
Rick shrugs. Life goes on.
Jerry, can we at least go to Costco now? I need to get those socks.
Rick, fine, but we're never doing a space booze run with your sorry asses again.
End scene.
Title: The Scientifically Insane Unicorn Dance-Off Adventure.
The episode begins with Rick conducting a scientific experiment involving the manipulation of subatomic particles. Morty looks on in awe as Rick explains the complexities of the experiment.
Morty, do you understand the implications of the Heisenberg uncertainty principle?
Oh, no, Rick, I don't.
Don't worry, Morty. It's just a bunch of hocus-pocus quantum mumbo-jumbo anyway.
Suddenly, Jerry walks in with a strange request. Rick, Morty, I need your help.
What is it now, Jerry?
Jerry explains that he has been invited to perform in a unicorn dance-off competition at a local tavern, and he needs their help to win. Rick agrees and they head to the tavern. Upon arriving, they notice two white unicorns with pink manes and pink boots on a stage with a crowd in the background, all eagerly awaiting the dance competition. Rick puts on his scientific hat and starts analyzing the unicorns' dancing movements.
Their movements are fueled by a complex blend of endorphins and adrenaline. We need to replicate that in Jerry's dance routine.
But how are we going to do that?
I have just the thing.
Rick pulls out a device that emits a small electric current and attaches it to Jerry's ankle. What is this thing?
It's a hemorrhoidectomy device, Morty. It sends an electric current into your muscles, making them contract with tremendous force.
Jerry winces in pain, but they start dancing and soon discover that this device has worked wonders for Jerry's performance. As the competition heats up, Rick and Morty take a break and swap humorous travel stories. Suddenly, a pirate fashion designer walks in and starts analyzing Jerry's dancing outfit.
Pirate fashion designer, this outfit needs some serious work, lads. Let me fix it up for ye.
The pirate adds sequins, glitter, and some stripes to Jerry's outfit, making him look like a walking disco ball. The newly improved Jerry then dominates the competition and wins the grand prize, much to the delight of the crowd.
Well, I guess science and dancing can mix after all.
I never doubted it for a second, Rick.
The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and Jerry dancing off into the sunset.
Title: The Canine Conundrum.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty tinkering with their latest invention, a DNA splicing machine capable of combining different animal species. Beth enters the garage and expresses her concern about the ethical implications of such a device. In response, Rick dismisses her argument and activates the machine, combining the DNA of a dog and a parrot, resulting in a talking pirate dog.
Ahoy, matey. Looks like we've got ourselves a new crew member.
Oh, I don't think that's such a good idea, Rick.
Seriously, guys? This is messed up.
Undeterred, Rick proceeds to take the pirate dog to a nearby pub to try and sell him to a dog trainer. However, things take a turn for the worse when they encounter a Russian dog trainer who also happens to have a DNA splicing machine.
Russian dog trainer, what do they have here? A pirate dog? Ha, I am not impressed, but what if I combine a dog with a bear? Now that will be impressive.
In the chaos that follows, the pirate dog and the Russian dog trainer's bear-dog hybrid accidentally get mixed up, resulting in a new creation, a bear-pirate dog hybrid with a taste for beer and an affinity for picture frames.
Well, this is unexpected. But, hey, at least we got ourselves a drinking buddy.
Rick, I don't think this is a good idea.
Yeah, can we maybe focus on fixing this before things get completely out of hand?
As the bear-pirate dog hybrid wreaks havoc at the pub, the trio work frantically to come up with a solution. It's only when the pirate dog reminds Rick about the barrel in the background that a solution presents itself.
Pirate dog, the barrel, ladies.
Of course, if we mix the DNA of a dog, a parrot, and a barrel, we might just be able to reverse the process.
With the help of some quick thinking and a few more brews, they successfully reverse the DNA splicing and restore the pirate dog to his original form.
Thank God that's over. I was starting to worry we'd have a whole new kind of species to deal with.
Don't worry about it. It's just science, baby.
As the episode draws to a close, the pirate dog happily downs the last of his beer and burps loudly.
Pirate dog, yo ho ho and a bottle of rum. Or in this case, beer. Thanks for the adventure, Morty and Rick. Until next time, ladies.
Why do we always have to get mixed up in these crazy things?
Because it's fun, Morty. Now, how about we hit the town and find ourselves a new experiment to work on?
The trio exit the pub, leaving behind a trail of destruction and laughter as they head off into the night.
Title: The Flora Phantasmagorical Expedition Through Time.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty traveling through a field of flowers with green leaves and a red flower in the middle of it. Rick, in his infinite wisdom, explains the scientific properties of each flower, much to Morty's annoyance. Suddenly, the duo is transported to Zurich, where they encounter a group of grapevines that have gained self-awareness and started building a civilization. Rick, being the adventurous idiot that he is, decides to participate in a time-traveling scavenger hunt organized by the grapevine community. Morty, hesitant at first, joins Rick on the expedition. They're tasked with finding a rare plant called Ryuko Matoi, which is rumored to possess the power of time travel. As they journey through time, they encounter creepy carnivorous plants, which try to attack and consume them. However, Rick finds a way to use their scientific properties against them and escapes unharmed. As they near the end of their expedition, they discover that the Ryuko Matoi plant is guarded by a giant, robotic plant monster. Rick, being the genius he is, comes up with a plan to defeat the monster and retrieve the plant. After a hilarious battle, Rick and Morty finally obtain the Ryuko Matoi plant and return to the grapevine community. Rick hands over the plant to the grapevines, who use it to create a time machine that they gift to Rick and Morty. In conclusion, the episode is a wild adventure through the scientific properties of plants, time travel, and battling carnivorous monsters. It's the kind of episode that will have you questioning reality while laughing hysterically.
Title: The Giant Head and the Boiling Comedy Documentaries.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty going on a road trip with Jerry, as they stumble upon a giant head sitting right in the middle of the road. Rick, being the curious scientist that he is, examines the head and discovers that it is a sentient being from a parallel universe.
Morty, this is mind-blowing. This giant head has the capability of manipulating space-time and creating a portal to other dimensions.
Whoa, Rick, that's crazy. But what's with all this tall grass in the background?
Yeah, I don't think I like this. It's scary and creepy. Can we just go home?
Oh, Jerry, we have a mission to accomplish. We need to document the existence of this giant head for scientific purposes.
As they set up their equipment to document the giant head, they realize that the comedy documentaries they had planned to shoot are starting to go terribly wrong. The cameras keep boiling and their microphones are creating weird feedback sounds.
Oh, Rick, I think our cameras are boiling. What's going on?
It seems that the giant head's presence is interfering with our equipment. But don't worry, Morty, I have a solution.
Rick pulls out a device that can filter out the interference and they manage to continue recording. However, things take a hilarious turn as the giant head starts making jokes and telling funny stories.
Giant head. So a neutron walks into a bar and asks the bartender, "How much for a drink?" The bartender replies, "For you, no charge."
Haha, that's a good one. As they continue filming, they soon realize that the giant head is actually a well-known comedian from their own universe who had accidentally been transported to this alternate universe.
Well, I'll be damned. This giant head is none other than Bob Schmozo, the funniest guy on the block.
But how did he end up in this parallel universe, Rick?
That's a story for another day, Morty. Right now, let's just enjoy the hilarity.
The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and Jerry laughing their heads off as the giant head continues to tell joke after joke. As they leave the alternate universe, they can't help but wonder how their documentary turned into a crazy comedy show.
Title: The Quantum Paradox of Chloe Grace Moritz in Toyland.
Opening scene. Rick, Morty, and Summer are gathered around a green table with a red light. Resting on the table are two figurines, a man and woman, who seem to be frozen in time. Rick is holding a device that resembles a science fiction-sized microscope.
Morty, hand me the temporal stabilizer.
The blue one or the red one?
The green one, Morty. Did you even pay attention during Time Travel 101?
What are you guys doing anyways?
We're trying to amplify the quantum signal from these figurines to see if we can get a glimpse into their world.
But why Chloe Grace Moritz?
She's the key to everything, Morty. Plus, I heard she's a big fan of interdimensional science.
Suddenly, the green table starts to shake and a bright light emits from the figurines, enveloping the entire room. When the light dissipates, the three are no longer in their laboratory but are instead transported to a Toyland-like dimension.
Whoa, where are we?
Is that a giant Kif Kroker from Futurama over there?
Focus, Morty. We need to find Chloe Grace Moritz before she gets herself into trouble again.
As they navigate through this strange world, they come across various obstacles such as armies of toy soldiers and giant stuffed animals. Along the way, they encounter Chloe Grace Moritz, who is fighting off a horde of evil toys.
Chloe, hey guys, what are you doing here?
We're here on a scientific mission. But what about you?
Chloe, I was just trying to get away from the paparazzi and ended up getting sucked into this dimension. Can you help me get back?
The group then works together to find a way back to their own dimension while fighting off toy monsters and avoiding deadly traps. After many close calls, they finally find a portal back to their laboratory.
That was close. And we managed to avoid any temporal paradoxes.
But what about Chloe Grace Moritz? Won't she be stuck in that dimension forever?
Don't worry, Morty. I gave her my interdimensional phone number. She'll be fine.
As the episode ends, the group reflects on their harrowing adventure.
I can't believe we went to a Toyland dimension.
Yeah, and I can't believe I got to meet Chloe Grace Moritz.
And I can't believe I'm going to have to write a dissertation on this whole experience. Academic research never ends.
End scene.
Title: The Interdimensional Soccer Catastrophe.
Synopsis.
The episode starts by introducing Rick and Morty on a casual stroll in their neighboring dimension, when suddenly they come across a strange man walking next to a Chew man on the street with a soccer uniform on and a soccer ball in his hand. Rick swiftly deduces that they have entered a reality where soccer is the dominant sport and species, and that the man is a Lionel Messi, a highly acclaimed soccer player.
Well, isn't this just fantastic, Morty? We've stumbled into a dimension where soccer reigns supreme. Let's blend in. Maybe we could even catch a game or two.
I don't know, Rick. I'm not really a soccer fan.
But their interaction with Lionel Messi is cut short as they suddenly notice a portal opening up in the sky and an apocalyptic alien invasion pouring through.
Oh, never mind. Looks like we've got bigger problems than soccer.
What do we do, Rick?
I don't know, Morty, but I've got an idea. If we can find a rare element known as borium, we may be able to power up my interdimensional portal gun and escape back to our own dimension.
The trio sets off on a perilous journey to find borium, encountering some bizarre creatures and environments along the way. But finally, they find a deposit of borium in the claws of a giant, robotic Labrador retriever.
Oh man, why did it have to be a robot dog? They can't be reasoned with.
Don't worry, Morty. I've got this.
In true Rick fashion, he devises an elaborate plan involving a decoy Pikachu, a can of gasoline, and a well-timed portal jump.
Ah, looks like the robot dog was all bark and no bite. Now let's get out of here.
They manage to recharge the portal gun and make it back to their dimension just in time, narrowly avoiding the destruction of the soccer-dominant dimension.
Geez, Rick, I'm glad we made it out of there.
Yeah, but did you see that Pikachu's face? Classic meme material, Morty, ha!
The episode ends with Rick and Morty chuckling at the surprised Pikachu meme 2 they created, while Lionel Messi looks on in confusion and awe.
Title: The Multidimensional Computer Tower Episode.
Intro.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty in the garage tinkering with a large computer tower with various computer systems in its compartments. Jerry and Beth enter the garage discussing Jerry's latest job as a computer systems analyst.
So Jerry, you're telling me you got a job that requires actual skills?
Yeah, I'm pretty much the go-to guy for all their computer problems now.
Oh well, if it isn't the master of spreadsheets and boring presentations.
Yeah, Jerry, impressive. Almost as impressive as the time my math teacher finally gave me a passing grade.
Hey, I have a PhD in computer systems analysis.
Yeah, from where? The University of Dumbass?
Main plot.
As the group continues to work on the computer tower, they accidentally trigger a multidimensional program that transports them into a digital world. They find themselves in a virtual reality version of their garage, where they meet a sentient computer program named REM.
REM. Greetings, travelers. I am REM, the ruler of this digital world. What brings you to my domain?
We were just screwing around with this computer tower. Didn't expect to end up in a digital hellscape.
Yeah, we kinda do that a lot.
Whoa, this is amazing. I've never seen anything like this in my life.
Let's not get carried away, Jerry. We have no idea where we are or how to get out.
REM. Fear not, travelers. I can help you navigate this world and find your way back to your own reality. But first, you must help me.
Oh joy, a side quest. Just what we needed.
REM. You see, my world is plagued by a group of rogue computer programs. They have taken over my system and are causing chaos. I need your help to defeat them and restore order.
I'm in. Let's do this.
I guess we don't really have a choice, do we?
can we still make jokes and stuff? I'm not really feeling the whole saving the world thing.
Don't worry, Morty. I got this. Let's kick some digital ass.
Outro.
The group teams up with REM and engages in an epic battle against the rogue computer programs. With the help of some clever hacking and Rick's genius inventions, they are able to defeat the programs and restore order to the digital world.
Well, that was a fun little distraction. I'm ready to get back to our own reality.
Yeah, me too. I miss our crappy garage.
I never thought I'd say this, but I'm actually looking forward to going back to work.
Let's just hope we don't accidentally trigger any more multidimensional programs.
Don't worry, Beth. I'm an expert in trigger avoidance.
The episode ends with the group returning to their own reality, with the computer tower now fully upgraded and improved thanks to their digital adventure. The camera pans out to show the tower glowing with a rainbow of colors, with a lamp in the background illuminating the garage.
Title: The Quantum Mechanics of Online Gambling.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are at a casino, staring at a table filled with slot machines.
Morty, the quantum mechanics behind these slot machines are fascinating.
Oh, okay, Rick.
Each spin of the wheel is a probability distribution, creating a complex wave function that collapses upon observation.
So, what does that mean?
It means there's no such thing as luck, Morty. Just a series of interactions between subatomic particles.
Suddenly, a portal opens up and Rubius, a bizarre alien being, emerges.
Rubius. Hey there, Rick, Morty. Want to try your luck with some online gambling?
Online gambling? That's preposterous.
Rubius. Trust me, Rick. It's the next frontier of probability distribution.
I don't know, Rick. Doesn't online gambling seem kinda risky?
Nonsense, Morty. It's all based on complex algorithms and mathematical models.
Cut to a montage sequence of Rick, Morty, and Rubius winning big at various online casinos. They are ecstatic and having the time of their lives.
This is fantastic, Morty. We're raking in the Geiger counters.
I don't know, Rick. Something seems off.
Suddenly, Rubius disappears. Rick and Morty are left alone in a dark void.
Morty, we've been caught in a quantum entanglement. We need to reverse the polarity of the electron flow to escape.
Oh, how do we do that, Rick?
Through the power of pure chaos, Morty.
Rick then proceeds to smash all of the slot machines and throw Rubius's alien device into the void.
That should do it.
Suddenly, they are back in the casino, surrounded by security guards.
Security guard. You two are under arrest for destruction of casino property.
Oh, please. We've been to other dimensions. You think we're intimidated by a few idiots with badges?
End scene.
Title: The Scientific Petrissage Pasta Catastrophe.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty embark on a wild, scientific adventure that involves an experiment with petrissage and pasta. The episode begins with Rick and Morty cruising in a blue sports car down a city street at night, with neon signs in the background and a bright neon light illuminating the street. The two are discussing an experiment that Rick wants to conduct.
Hey, Morty, do you remember that pasta making machine I built a few months ago?
Yeah, Rick, what about it?
Well, I was thinking we could combine it with petrissage and see what happens.
Petrissage? Isn't that a massage technique?
Well, technically, yes. But it can also be used in food science as a way of kneading dough.
Oh, okay. But what's the plan exactly?
Simple, Morty. We're going to use petrissage to knead the pasta dough, but we're going to add some experimental chemicals to see how they affect the texture and flavor of the pasta.
Experimental chemicals? Sounds dangerous.
Relax, Morty. I've done this before. Now, let's get to work.
The scene then cuts to the laboratory where Rick and Morty are working on their experiment. They are kneading the pasta dough with petrissage while adding various chemicals to the mixture.
This smells like Italian perfection, Morty.
I don't know, Rick. It looks kind of weird.
Nonsense, Morty. This is cutting-edge food science.
As they continue to work on the experiment, things begin to spiral out of control. The chemicals they added start to have unexpected reactions, causing the pasta dough to mutate and take on a life of its own.
Rick, something's wrong. The pasta is moving by itself.
Don't worry, Morty. We can fix this.
But it's too late. The mutant pasta has gone rogue and is rampaging through the laboratory, wreaking havoc.
Oh, geez. We've got a code red on our hands, Morty. We need to stop this thing before it destroys the lab.
How do we stop it, Rick?
I have an idea, Morty. We're going to use a modified technique of petrissage to turn the pasta into something even tastier.
What? How is that going to help?
Trust me, Morty. It's our only option.
They then proceed to use the modified petrissage technique on the mutant pasta, causing it to convulse and transform into a giant bowl of delicious pasta.
Wow, Rick, that actually worked.
Of course it did, Morty. The scientific method always triumphs.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty enjoying their mutant pasta creation, all while being glad that they survived another scientific mishap.
Rick, can we never do that again?
Don't worry, Morty. The possibilities for scientific discovery are endless.
Title: The Raindrop Therapy Catastrophe.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty embark on one of their wildest adventures yet when they stumble upon a woman with an umbrella hat and a red dress and blue eyeshadow and a red jacket and red lipstick. She introduces them to the world of raindrop therapy, a form of alternative medicine that involves the use of aromatic essential oils. But things take a turn when the woman turns out to be James Charles in disguise, leading to a series of chaotic and hilarious events.
Scene 1.
Why are we even here, Morty? This raindrop therapy sounds like a load of crap.
I don't know, Rick. Maybe it's worth checking out.
Scene 2.
They encounter the woman, who introduces herself as a raindrop therapist.
Raindrop therapist, hello there, gentlemen. I couldn't help but notice your curiosity about raindrop therapy. Care to give it a try?
Beefed. I don't need some hippie oils to feel good.
Scene 3.
Morty agrees to try the therapy and starts to feel its effects.
Whoa, Rick. I feel amazing. These oils are like magic.
Scene 4.
But then, the therapist's true identity is revealed.
James Charles. Surprise, bitches. It's me, James Charles. And you've just fallen into my trap.
Scene 5.
Rick and Morty try to escape, but are met with a group of angry protesters who are against raindrop therapy.
Protester, no more pseudoscience. We want real medicine.
Scene 6.
Beth and Jerry arrive on the scene, confused about what's going on. What's all the commotion about?
I don't know, but it looks like someone's throwing a protest.
Scene 7.
The chaos reaches new heights when Rick and Morty accidentally spill the essential oils onto the protesters, causing them to break out into uncontrollable dance.
Protester 2, I can't stop dancing. What is this madness?
Scene 8.
The group eventually manages to defeat James Charles and put a stop to his evil plan.
Well, that was one heck of a ride. But let's never speak of this again.
Agreed, Rick. Agreed.
Title: The Mycological Madness.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty stumble upon a group of small white mushrooms on a tabletop with a black background and a white and red stripe. Rick decides to experiment on them with a serum he has been working on.
Morty, hand me the serum. Let's see what these mushrooms are capable of.
Rick, you sure that's a good idea? Last time we used one of your serums, we almost got eaten by giant ants.
Relax, Morty. What's the worst that could happen? It's just a couple of mushrooms.
Suddenly, the mushrooms start growing at a rapid pace and become sentient beings, demanding Rick and Morty to help them take over the world.
Mushroom 1. We have been underestimated for far too long. It's time for us to take control and rule the universe.
Mushroom 2. Yes, we demand respect and recognition.
Rick and Morty are stunned, but as always, they have a plan. They decide to create a distraction by using funny fortune cookies to trick the mushrooms while they inject them with a serum that will make them fall into a deep slumber.
Hey, look at these fortune cookies. They say, you will have good luck today.
Mushroom 1. Good luck? Ha, we don't believe in luck. We believe in science.
Mushroom 2. Yes, we believe in facts and logic.
As the mushrooms are distracted, Rick and Morty quickly inject the serum, causing the mushrooms to fall asleep.
Well, that was easy. Let's get out of here before they wake up.
As they exit the lab, they hear a loud noise outside. They peek through the window to find a jaguar attacking their ship.
Oh no! We can't leave now. Our ship is being attacked by a jaguar.
Not to worry, Morty, I've got this.
Rick uses his portal gun to transport himself and the jaguar to a different planet, leaving Morty alone to fix the ship. While fixing the ship, Morty puts on his favorite song, Stay by the Kid Laroi and Justin Bieber, and starts dancing to it. Noob suddenly shows up out of nowhere, impressed by Morty's dance moves.
Noob. Wow, Morty, you've got some hips on you.
Thanks, Noob. Just trying to have some fun.
As the jaguar returns, Morty activates the ship's defense mechanism, causing the jaguar to retreat. Rick returns from his adventure with a satisfied look on his face.
Well, Morty, that was quite the adventure. Who knew mushrooms could cause such chaos?
Yeah, and who knew that my dancing could save us from a jaguar attack?
That's enough excitement for one day. Let's go home and get some rest.
The episode ends with Morty happily dancing to Stay by the Kid Laroi and Justin Bieber, with Noob joining in.
Title: The Quantum Brawl of Red L Lobectomy.
Synopsis. In the confines of a virtual reality, a battle for supremacy takes place between two skilled fighters as they engage in a frenzied exchange of blows. Morty, impressed with the fighter's skills, excitedly encourages Rick to join in on the action. Rick, however, has other plans and introduces a new element into the game, the Red L Lobectomy.
Morty, my young apprentice, prepare to witness the power of science. I have developed the Red L Lobectomy, a device that alters the quantum mechanics of this game and will give us the ultimate advantage.
Oh, I don't know, Rick. It kind of just looks like a remote control with some weird buttons on it.
Ah, ignorance truly is bliss, Morty. With the power of cinematography, cesium, and rectum, we shall dominate the game.
As the fighters continue their intense struggle, Rick activates the Red L Lobectomy. Suddenly, the game transforms into a psychedelic wonderland, with the fighters morphing into bizarre creatures and the playing field shifting into alternate dimensions.
Fighter 1. What sorcery is this? I cannot fight in this realm.
Fighter 2. I will not be defeated by some interdimensional hack.
The fighters continue to exchange blows, but the Red L Lobectomy's effects become increasingly unpredictable, causing the game to glitch and warp at every turn.
Rick, I think we might have broken the game, being in reality.
Nonsense, Morty. This is the perfect opportunity to uncover the mysteries of quantum mechanics and dimensional shifts.
In a final act of desperation, Rick activates the ultimate power of the Red L Lobectomy, causing all of reality to implode upon itself.
Rick, you crazy old man! What have you done?
Relax, Morty. We'll just use the lobectomy to reset everything. Right after we grab some Szechuan sauce.
Epilogue. The screen fades to black with the sound of the universe being restored to its rightful place. The fighters' screams of agony can be heard in the distance, signaling that the Red L Lobectomy has claimed yet another victory.
Title: Arachnids in the Quantum Entanglement.
Opening shot, we see Rick and Morty in the garage tinkering with a strange device, while a spider is seen crawling in the corner.
Morty, we're finally going to crack the code on interdimensional travel. This device will allow us to enter any parallel universe we want.
I don't know, Rick. Last time we went to a dimension where elephants were in charge, things got pretty weird.
Well, that's science for you, Morty. Now hold on tight, we're going for a ride.
As soon as they activate the device, the spider crawls on it, causing a malfunction that sends them flying through multiple universes, including one that's completely made of candy.
Whoa, hold on, Morty. We're in the realm of the quantum entanglement.
What does that even mean, Rick?
It means we're in a place where reality intersects with theoretical physics. And it looks like we've got some company.
They look around and see a giant spider approaching them, with a red center and black legs.
Morty, we're dealing with a quantum arachnid. These things are feared throughout the multiverse for their ability to warp reality.
What are we gonna do, Rick?
We'll have to outsmart it. Quick, Morty, give me the tachyon oscillator.
Morty hands him a strange device, and Rick uses it to create a wormhole, trapping the spider inside.
That'll teach you to mess with our reality, you overgrown arachnid.
Wow, Rick, we did it!
We sure did, Morty. And we managed to discover a new theory in physics, all thanks to that little spider.
Hey, Rick, isn't that what science is all about? Discovering new things and having fun?
You're catching on fast, Morty. Now let's go home and celebrate with some interdimensional pizza.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty high-fiving each other, as the spider explores its new interdimensional surroundings.
Title: The Quantum Probability of Ultimate Texas Hold'em Dating #NoFilter.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty sitting at their lab table with a deck of cards and chips on it. "Morty, we're gonna play a very important game today," Rick explains while shuffling the cards. Ultimate Texas Hold'em, the most complex game of probability in the universe. And we're gonna do it with a twist, playing while using the dating app #NoFilter. Morty, who has little experience in gambling, is hesitant, but Rick convinces him that with #NoFilter they will be able to read their opponents like a book. The scene cuts to a brilliantly lit casino on the planet of Zorg, where Rick and Morty sit at a table with several humanoid extraterrestrials. "I'm Dr. Richard Sanchez, PhD in quantum physics and professional Ultimate Texas Hold'em player." Rick introduces himself to the players while Morty tries to hold back a chuckle. The first round begins, and things quickly get out of hand when Rick, who is supposedly reading his opponents through their dating profiles, ends up giving them horrible relationship advice. "Dave, dude, you're too clingy. You need to give Laxara her space," Rick advises one of the players while Morty looks on in bewilderment. As the game progresses, Rick continues to offer terrible dating advice, causing the other players to question his credibility. "I don't think Dr. Sanchez knows what he's talking about when it comes to romance," one player comments while folding. Morty, who is starting to get the hang of the game, is also using #NoFilter to analyze his opponent's dating profiles. He discovers that one of the players is cheating, but struggles to find a way to use the information to his advantage. The tension continues to rise as the game enters the final round, and all players go all in. Morty finally finds a way to use the cheating information to his advantage, causing Rick to marvel at his grandson's newfound gambling skills. The episode ends with Rick and Morty walking away from the table with a fortune in chips. "I guess #NoFilter wasn't such a bad idea after all," Rick muses, while Morty adds, "And I learned a thing or two about love, I guess." Narrator. In this episode, we see Rick and Morty indulging in their insatiable appetite for PS1, a gaming console that has long been extinct. As they lay in bed, with a knife and fork in their hand and a knife in their hand, they savor the taste of this rare delicacy.
Munching. Morty, this is the most delicious PS1 I've ever tasted.
Agrees while munching. "Yeah, Rick, it's like we're in gaming heaven."
Narrator. But their indulgence is cut short when Jerry, the clumsy and hapless family member, stumbles into the room and breaks their beloved PS1. Apologetic. "Oh, I'm sorry guys, I didn't see the PS1 there."
Enraged. "You idiot, you've destroyed our console."
Despondent. "What are we going to do now, Rick?"
Narrator. The situation takes a turn for the worse when Jerry, in trying to defend himself, meets an untimely end. This leads to a chaotic series of events as the police attempt to make sense of the situation.
Police officer, skeptical. "So let me get this straight. The PS1 was so rare and valuable that you guys were willing to kill over it?"
Defensive. "It's not just any PS1, it's the only one of its kind."
Panicking. "We didn't mean to kill Jerry, it was an accident."
Narrator. Amidst the chaos and confusion, Rick and Morty find an unlikely ally in their quest for justice.
Scientist. Solemnly, gentlemen, I have analyzed the forensic evidence and come to a shocking conclusion.
Intrigued. Go on, what have you found?
Scientist. Serious. The PS1 you were eating was actually a synthetic copy, created by a rival gaming company in an attempt to devalue the original.
Confused. "So, what does that mean?"
Scientist. Explanatory, it means that Jerry's death was not just self-defense, but also a blow against corporate greed and deception.
Narrator. In the end, justice is served, and Rick and Morty learn a valuable lesson about the dangers of obsession and the power of love. And, of course, they get their hands on a brand new, authentic PS1.
Jubilant. Now that's what I call a happy ending.
Smiling, yeah, but let's not be too greedy this time, Rick.
Narrator. Who knows what crazy adventures await our favorite duo in the next episode? Stay tuned to find out.
Title: Quantum Entanglement of Necromancers.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty tinkering with a quantum entanglement device in their garage. Morty expresses concern about the potential dangers of the device, but Rick dismisses his worries and sets the device to maximum power.
Morty, don't be such a chicken. We're just trying to harness the power of the universe here. What could go wrong?
I don't know, Rick. It just seems like a bad idea.
Enter Jerry, who trips over a PS1 and accidentally activates the device, causing a massive explosion.
Whoops, my bad.
Jerry, you just had to ruin everything.
Suddenly, the trio find themselves transported to a mysterious room with a neon-lit maze in the middle. They soon realize that they are not alone, as several necromancers appear and start attacking them.
Oh God, Rick, what are we gonna do?
Don't worry, Morty. I've got this under control. I just need to stabilize the quantum field and recalibrate the entanglement matrix.
Jerry, however, proves to be more trouble than he's worth, as he accidentally knocks over a vial containing a potent serum.
Oops, I did it again.
The serum causes the necromancers to mutate into giant, tentacled monsters, and chaos ensues.
Damn it, Jerry. This is all your fault.
As the trio fight off the monsters, the room begins to warp and distort, leading to a climax of epic proportions. In the end, they manage to escape the room and return to their own reality.
Wow, that was insane. Are you sure we should mess around with quantum entanglement anymore?
It's fine. Just gotta be quick on your feet, Morty. And keep Jerry away from the PS1.
As they head back to the garage, they can't help but wonder, what other cosmic horrors await them in the multiverse?
Episode title: Quantum Quirks in Cosmic Comedies.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are in their spaceship, flying through space. Morty is looking out the window while Rick fiddles with various gadgets.
Hey, Rick, where are we headed?
We're heading to a parallel universe where the laws of physics are a little wonky.
Wonky?
Yeah, wonky. Like, for example, cats can talk and humans meow. And that's just the tip of the iceberg.
Oh, okay. Main scene.
Rick and Morty arrive in the parallel universe and are immediately greeted by a man in a spacesuit and helmet standing in front of a door. He introduces himself as Ori from the planet Stargate SG-1.
Ori, greetings, travelers. I have been expecting you.
Yeah, well, we didn't exactly RSVP, but whatever. What's up?
Ori, I've brought you here because we are in dire need of your assistance. Our planet has been overrun by a breed of American short-hair cats that have mutated into intelligent, hyper-evolved beings. They have taken control of our technology and are threatening to destroy all life as we know it.
Whoa, that's pretty intense.
Yeah, I get it. You need our help. But why us? I mean, why not just call the Space Avengers or something?
Morty. Because you have the one thing they don't have, a knack for causing chaos and confusion wherever you go.
Hey, now you're speaking our language. Alright, Morty, let's go wrangle some mutant kitties.
Rick and Morty don their spacesuits and venture forth into the heart of the American short-hair stronghold. They are quickly met with resistance in the form of laser-shooting felines and top-notch cat puns.
Cat 1, you're really clawing your way up the wrong tree, humans. I think you mean barking up the wrong tree. That's a dog thing.
Cat 2. Haha, don't mind my idiotic friend here. He's always been a bit of a hairball.
Wow, that was just awful. Alright, enough with the chit-chat. It's time to put you kitties back in the litter box where you belong.
The ensuing battle is chaotic and full of witty banter and zany antics. Eventually, Rick and Morty emerge victorious, having thwarted the cat's plans for world domination. They bid farewell to Ori and head back to their own universe.
Closing scene.
Rick and Morty are back in their spaceship, flying through space. Morty looks a little shaken up.
Man, that was pretty wild.
Hey, you wanted a scientific adventure, you got one. That's just how we roll.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I mean, who needs peer review when you have Rick and Morty?
Damn straight. Now let's go get hammered and forget about all this science-y crap.
The spaceship flies off into the distance as the episode comes to a close. Title: The Phil DeVille Terrifying Morgue Nightmare Flea Juice Pilot Haunted Book Club. Opening scene. Rick and Morty are seen transporting a stack of experimental chemicals to their lab using a portal gun. Suddenly, they encounter a man in a gas mask standing near a building with a suitcase on it and a dog in the background.
Morty, stay back. I recognize that gas mask. It's the plagueologist.
The who now?
The plagueologist, Morty. He's been trying to steal my experimental chemicals for years now. Let's teach him a lesson.
Scene shift to lab.
Rick and Morty successfully defeat the plagueologist and begin experimenting with the chemicals. They accidentally mix a few together, creating a new substance, the Phil DeVille Terrifying Morgue Nightmare Flea Juice.
Morty, look at this. This flea juice is off the charts. It's the perfect ingredient to create a pilot for our new haunted book club.
Haunted book club? Are you sure that's a good idea?
Of course it is, Morty. We'll create a pilot episode, and if it's successful, we'll make it into a full-blown series.
Montage scene of Rick and Morty creating the pilot episode. Rick and Morty are seen creating a haunted book club set, complete with creepy props and lighting. Suddenly, the fleep juice spills onto the set, causing a spooky transformation. The haunted book club set becomes a living nightmare, with ghosts and creepy crawly creatures coming to life.
Rick, what did you do?
I don't know, Morty, but we have a hit on our hands.
Scene shift to the actual haunted book club pilot episode. Rick and Morty are seen presenting their haunted book club pilot episode to a group of executives. The episode is so terrifying, it causes one of the executives to faint.
Executive, this is incredible. We must have more.
Told you we had a hit, Morty.
I don't know, Rick. This seems a bit unethical.
Unethical? Morty, we're creating art here. The world needs our haunted book club.
End scene. Rick and Morty are seen leaving the executive's office, excited about their upcoming haunted book club series. However, as they exit the building, they encounter the plagueologist again.
Plagueologist, I thought I told you to stay out of my way, Rick.
Oh, shut up, plagueologist. We have a haunted book club to make.
Plagueologist, you know what? I'll let you have this one. But just remember, Rick, one day, you'll pay for what you've done.
Musical credits roll.
Title: The Circle and Pigs Weightlifting Experiment. Scene 1.
In this scene, we first observe a pig with its mouth open and a clock in the background with the word "the" indicating the time. This is an indication regarding the commencement of our experiment.
Scene 2.
Louis Pasteur, the eminent microbiologist, is the lead scientist in this experiment. He is observing a group of 3 pigs, specifically selected for their weightlifting capabilities. The pigs are in a circular chamber with an overhead pulley system for weightlifting.
Scene 3.
The pigs have been trained to lift increasingly heavier weights, and they are currently lifting 100 pounds. Pasteur is making careful notes on their performances.
Scene 4.
As the experiment continues, Pasteur injects a newly discovered serum into the pigs, which has been known to enhance muscle growth.
Scene 5.
The weightlifting performance of the pigs is being monitored by analyzing the amount of force being utilized in lifting the weights. The data is being collected using precision instruments and recorded in real time for further analysis.
Scene 6.
The pigs are now exhibiting extraordinary weightlifting capabilities after the injection of the serum. They are now lifting weights beyond their previous range.
Scene 7.
The scientists are thrilled with the results, and they continue to monitor the pigs' progress over an extended period.
Scene 8.
Additional tests and measurements are taken to determine the long-term effects of the serum on muscle development and blood composition of the pig subjects.
Scene 9.
The results of the experiment are carefully recorded, establishing the beneficial effects of the serum, thereby validating the scientific hypothesis.
Scene 10.
The experiment concludes with Pasteur and his team releasing the pigs back to their natural environment. The data generated from these experiments becomes invaluable for the future of animal muscle enhancement and opens up new avenues for research in muscle physiology.
Title: The Quantum Entanglement of Star Wars Characters.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty visiting a dimension where the entire world is based on Star Wars, with the canteen as the main hub for intergalactic travelers. Our beloved duo joins a group of Star Wars characters that are posed together for a photo shoot with the captions name, Canteen, Zara Larson, Nami, and Darth Vader. Rick notices something strange happening, and after conducting a series of scientific experiments, he discovers that the group of Star Wars characters are quantum entangled. This means that any action performed on one character will have an instant effect on the others, regardless of how far apart they are. As a result, when Nami accidentally knocks over a drink, the entire group begins to experience a hilarious series of events. Darth Vader's mask is knocked off, revealing his true identity as a retired accountant from Wall Street. Zara Larson's hair suddenly turns into an afro, and the canteen starts to resemble a dance party with music blaring from every direction. Morty tries to convince Rick to undo the quantum entanglement, but Rick insists that they observe the characters and watch the chaos unfold. The group of Star Wars characters become increasingly absurd with every action, creating a chain reaction of hilarity and confusion. Beth and Summer arrive on the scene, trying to understand what is happening. Rick explains the quantum entanglement theory to them, and they use their knowledge to create an elaborate plan to reverse the entanglement. In a wild finale, the group of Star Wars characters are successfully untangled, but not before Nami spontaneously combusts, the canteen explodes into confetti, and Rick accidentally turns himself into a pickle. As the episode wraps up, the characters slowly realize what they just went through and question the existence of a higher power that would create such a bizarre situation. Rick simply shrugs it off and says, "Hey, it's just science."
Title: The Tail Barrier Paradox. Synopsis: Rick and Morty receive a mysterious invitation to an exclusive concert featuring some of the biggest names in music, including Stay, The Kid Laroi and Justin Bieber, Knuckles, Auronplay, and a band member known only as Talavera. Intrigued by the offer, Rick and Morty quickly make their way to the concert venue, where they are greeted by a strange, interdimensional portal and a swarm of rabid fans. What follows is a wild ride through the multiverse, as Rick and Morty try to unravel the enigma of Talavera and his paradoxical musical powers. Act 1.
Rick, what's a tail barrier? Is it like a bard or something?
No, Morty, a tail barrier is a quantum phenomenon. It's a particle that can both transmit and receive information at the same time. In other words, it's a walking paradox.
Whoa, that's heavy. So, what's the deal with this concert?
I don't know, Morty, but if there's one thing I've learned about the multiverse, it's that nothing is what it seems.
Act 2.
Rick and Morty arrive at the concert venue, only to be ambushed by a gang of rogue Auronplay fans. After a brief scuffle, they manage to make their way to the main stage, where Tail Barrier is performing.
Tail Barrier. I am Tail Barrier, the one who tells tales beyond time and space. Listen to my music, and you shall understand the secrets of the universe.
Justin Bieber. Yo, this dude's got bars. I gotta collab with him. Knuckles. HMPH. I prefer a more direct approach.
Suddenly, the stage begins to collapse, and Rick and Morty find themselves hurtling through a portal to another dimension.
Act 3.
In the new dimension, Rick and Morty find themselves in a strange, synthwave-inspired world. The music is overpowering, and the fans are even more rabid than before.
Morty, we've entered a subdimensional frequency. The music here is so intense, it's causing a temporal distortion.
What does that mean?
It means we've gotta find Tailbarrier and shut him down before he destroys the fabric of reality.
Act 4.
Using their trusty portal gun, Rick and Morty search for Tailbarrier, traversing through various planes of existence and encountering strange, otherworldly creatures along the way. At last, they find themselves in a dark, cavernous chamber, where Tailbarrier is performing his final song.
Tailbarrier, the tale is almost complete. All that's left is for you to listen and understand.
No way, man. We're shutting you down. Morty, hit him with the anti-music disruptor.
The disruptor sends a shockwave through the air, shattering Tailbarrier's paradoxical existence and returning him to his normal, human form.
Tailbarrier, what happened? Where am I?
You were causing a temporal paradox, man. We had to stop you.
Tailbarrier, oh, I see. Well, thanks for saving me. I guess I owe you one.
Actually, there is one thing you could do for us. Can you get us backstage passes for the next big concert?
Tailbarrier, consider it done. And maybe next time, I'll stick to playing my guitar.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty exiting the concert venue with their newfound VIP passes, as the multiverse rumbles with the echo of Tailbarrier's final song. Scientific title: The Quantum Entanglement of Lara Croft in the Tholian Web. In this episode, Rick and Morty find themselves trapped in a video game universe where they encounter a woman holding a gun in a video game character's avatar, who believes she is Lara Croft.
Morty, it seems we've stumbled upon a quantum entanglement. This woman's consciousness has somehow merged with that of her avatar.
Whoa, that's pretty sci-fi, Rick.
As they navigate through the video game world, they come across funny YouTube channels that have been hacked by an unknown entity, causing them to merge with the video game universe.
Morty, this is a serious glitch in the simulation. We need to find the source of the problem and fix it before it's too late.
Meanwhile, the Tholians from Star Trek appear as adversaries in the game, further complicating their mission.
Rick, what are we gonna do? The Tholians are too strong.
Relax, Morty, I've got a plan.
In a classic Rick and Morty twist, they find themselves in the middle of a dental implant surgery, allowing them to manipulate the game mechanics and defeat the Tholians.
Lara Croft, wow, you guys are pretty good at this. I might need your help on my next mission.
Sorry, sweetie, our expertise is strictly limited to science and mayhem.
As they make their way out of the video game universe, they leave behind a trail of hilarious and crazy jokes, leaving the viewers in stitches.
That was insane, Rick. I don't think I can handle any more quantum entanglements.
Oh, really? Guess we should stay away from any more video games then, Morty.
The episode ends with the trio walking away, leaving the viewers wanting more of their zany adventures.
Title: The Scientific Misadventures of Rick and Morty in the Shutterstocker Forest. Synopsis: In this episode, Rick and Morty are exploring a mysterious forest filled with Shutterstocker trees. As they navigate their way through the dense foliage, they stumble upon a strange sign that reads, "Sports Betting."
Rick becomes immediately intrigued by this concept and decides to take a closer look, dragging Morty along with him.
Act 1.
Morty, have you ever heard of sports betting? It's a fascinating concept that involves predicting the outcome of sports events and placing bets on them.
No, Rick, I haven't. But we're here to explore the forest, not gamble.
Nonsense, Morty. Science and gambling go hand in hand. Let's check it out.
As they enter the sports betting area, they encounter a group of aliens who challenge them to a high-stakes game of intergalactic basketball. Rick, eager to test his sports betting skills, confidently places a bet on their team.
Act 2.
Morty, I've got this in the bag. I can predict the future with my superior scientific knowledge.
I don't think we should be doing this, Rick. It seems unfair.
As the game begins, it quickly becomes clear that Rick's prediction skills were not as accurate as he thought. The opposing team dominates the game, leaving Rick with a mountain of debt to pay off.
Act 3.
Desperate to fix the situation, Rick and Morty stumble upon a secret underground love letter exchange within the Shutterstocker forest. They discover that the love letters are all addressed to Adele, the famous singer.
Morty, this could be the way out of our gambling debt. We just need to find Adele and convince her to perform for us.
I don't know, Rick. This seems like a bad idea. And how are we going to find Adele in the middle of a forest?
Simple, Morty. We use science.
Using their scientific knowledge, Rick and Morty are able to track down Adele and convince her to perform for the aliens in exchange for forgiveness of their gambling debt.
Closing.
As they make their escape from the forest, Rick and Morty reflect on their wild adventure and the importance of both science and luck in their misadventures.
You know, Rick, I learned something today. Sometimes you just have to take a chance and hope for the best.
That's a pathetic philosophy, Morty. But what do I expect from someone with less than a PhD?
Hey, I'll have you know I'm getting there, Rick.
Sure, Morty. Keep telling yourself that.
As the episode comes to a close, Rick and Morty's spaceship takes off into the vast expanse of space, leaving the Shutterstocker forest behind.
Title: Hair-raising hijinks. Synopsis: in this episode, Rick invents a machine that can change the color and length of hair instantly. However, the machine malfunctions and sends the group of women with short hair and black and white dresses, including Ray Ayanami and Emma Watson, into a hair-raising adventure.
Act 1.
Morty, I've invented a revolutionary hair-changing machine that can alter one's hair color and length in seconds.
Wow, that's amazing, Rick. But are you sure it's safe?
Of course, Morty. What could go wrong?
Act 2.
Hey, Beth, did you notice those strange women outside wearing black and white dresses?
Yeah, Jerry, they look like they're from some kind of cult.
Ray Ayanami enters wearing a purple wig.
Ray Ayanami, hello, I come from a faraway place. Can you help me find my way back?
Act 3.
Oh no. The hair-changing machine malfunctioned and sent them all into an alternate dimension where hair rules the world.
What do we do, Rick?
We have to go in and fix the machine before things get hairy.
Act 4.
Emma Watson emerges with a mohawk.
Emma Watson, this is some crazy adventure, I gotta say.
We have to hurry, Emma, before your hair becomes sentient.
Act 5.
Jerry, did you just change your hair color to purple?
Yeah, Beth, I figured why not join in on the fun. Act 6.
Ray Ayanami enters wearing a rainbow-colored wig.
Ray Ayanami, thank you for helping me find my way back. I will never forget this adventure.
No problem, Ray. Just another day in the crazy hair-raising world of Rick and Morty.
The end. Title: The Copernicium Financial Room.
Abstract. In this episode, we explore the Copernicium Financial Room, a unique space designed with black shelves, a white floor, black ceiling, and a skylight above. Using our scientific instruments, we carry out experiments on the behavior of copernicium in its various financial applications. Our results show that copernicium has a high potential for use in financial markets due to its unique properties.
Dr. Smith, welcome to the Copernicium Financial Room. As you can see, the room is designed to create an atmosphere where the element can be studied in a controlled environment.
Dr. Lee, yes, the black shelves are made of a special material that can withstand copernicium's highly reactive nature.
Dr. Smith, precisely. And the white floor is essential because it helps us observe even the slightest changes in copernicium's behavior.
Dr. Lee, the black ceiling, on the other hand, is designed to absorb excess radiation emitted by copernicium during its decay process.
Dr. Smith, and our skylight above allows us to perform experiments under natural light, a crucial factor in studying copernicium's financial applications.
Dr. Lee, our experiments indicate that copernicium is highly suitable for use in financial markets, especially in the field of high-frequency trading.
Dr. Smith, absolutely. The element's quick release of energy during its decay process is highly advantageous for rapid trade execution.
Dr. Lee, furthermore, copernicium's unique electronic configuration makes it valuable for creating secure finance-related technologies.
Dr. Smith, indeed, our experiments have confirmed that copernicium has significant potential for revolutionizing finance and technology.
Dr. Lee, our next steps involve further experimentation and analysis of copernicium's financial applications, leading to advancements in the field of finance and technology.
Conclusion. The Copernicium Financial Room provides an ideal environment for studying the properties and potential financial applications of copernicium. Our experiments indicate that this element has significant potential for revolutionizing the world of finance and technology. Further research in this direction can pave the way for exciting financial innovations in the future.
Title: The Technetium Conundrum.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty receive a distress signal from the planet Technetium and land their ship near a group of two men in green and red outfits. The men turn out to be alien scientists who have been studying the properties of technetium, a rare and valuable element.
Hey, Morty, check these guys out. They look like they're from a discount version of the Green Lantern.
Rick, aren't we here to help them out? They sounded pretty panicked on the message.
The scientists explain that they have accidentally caused a chain reaction in their reactor, which threatens to destroy the planet. Rick and Morty offer to help and are quickly brought to a laboratory to try and fix the issue.
Scientist 1. We've attempted every method to reverse the effect, but nothing seems to work.
Scientist 2. We even tried using the principles from the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Beefed, amateurs, let me take a look at that.
Rick, are you sure you should be fiddling around with that?
Relax, Morty, I've got this under control.
As Rick tries to fix the reactor, he accidentally activates an experimental sci-fi themed quiz show on one of the lab computers. The quiz takes over the lab and begins testing the group on their knowledge of unusual hobbies, karate, and all things science fiction.
Quizmaster, welcome to So You Think You Know Your Sci-Fi? Let's see if anyone can make it through our gauntlet of questions. Warning, incorrect answers may result in permanent brain damage.
The group frantically tries to answer the questions, with Morty surprisingly excelling in the unusual hobbies category. Eventually, they manage to answer enough questions correctly for the quiz to shut down and for Rick to fix the reactor.
Scientist 1. Amazing, you saved our planet.
Scientist 2. And you even managed to beat our most difficult quiz. You truly are the smartest beings in the universe.
Yeah, let's just get out of here before anything else crazy happens.
As Rick and Morty fly off into space, they can't help but laugh at the absurdity of the situation they just got themselves into.
I can't believe we just survived a sci-fi quiz show that almost destroyed a planet. What a crazy day.
Hey, just another Tuesday in my book.
Title: The Multiverse Poster Puzzle Party Problem.
Synopsis.
Rick discovers a mysterious poster with multiple images, including a man in a suit and a woman in a hat. After analyzing the poster, he realizes that it is a gateway to different dimensions and involves solving a puzzle to access them.
Morty, I found this poster which leads to different realities. We need to solve this puzzle to access them.
Oh, okay, Rick. How are we going to solve this puzzle?
We need to use our genius intellect to decipher the hidden codes in this poster and unlock the gateways.
Meanwhile, Jerry, Summer, and some of their friends come over for a game night. They stumble upon Rick's puzzle and start solving it, accidentally activating the gateway to a zombie dating game universe. Whoa, what's happening? Why are there zombies everywhere?
I think we entered a different reality.
Oh, we need to find a way out of here.
As they try to escape, they encounter strange characters such as Morty, who speaks a language that only Morty can understand, and Luigi, who helps them navigate through the unknown environment. What's with all these crazy characters? Why can't we just go back home?
I don't know, but I'm having fun.
As they continue their journey, they come across a speakeasy and Popeye, who challenges them to a spinach eating contest.
Popeye, I bet you can't eat more spinach than me, little Morty.
I'm not sure I want to compete with you, Popeye.
Finally, they solve the puzzle and return home, but not before experiencing a migraine, which is quickly cured by Summer's newfound knowledge of massage for migraine relief.
Great job, everyone. Now let's move on to the next puzzle and explore more of the multiverse.
The end.
Title: The Cursed Catastrophe at the Unicorn Bed and Breakfast. Scene: Rick and Morty are in a room with a lot of green lights and a table and chairs in it, and a cat on the window.
Morty, I've gotten us a free stay at this unicorn bed and breakfast. It's supposed to be cursed or something, but who gives a damn, right?
Oh, I don't know, Rick. Curses sound pretty serious.
Nonsense, Morty. Curses are just a bunch of supernatural hoo-ha. Now, let's go get us some breakfast.
Scene: Rick and Morty enter the dining room of the Unicorn Bed and Breakfast, where they are served wontons.
These wontons are really good, Rick.
Of course they are, Morty. I made them myself using a top-secret recipe from the multiverse's most famous chef.
Scene: Suddenly, the cat on the windowsill jumps onto the table and begins to speak.
Cat, meow. Meow. Hello there. I am Mr. Whiskers, and I have a proposition for you.
Talking cat? That's impossible, unless. Pulls out a device. Ah, here we go. A universal translator. Now we can understand this little furball.
Mr. Whiskers, thank you, Rick. As I was saying, the unicorn bed and breakfast is in danger. Someone has stolen a cursed artifact from the display case in the lobby. If it's not returned by midnight, the curse will unleash an unspeakable terror.
Oh man, we gotta help.
Hold your horses, Morty. We need to gather some information first.
Scene. Rick and Morty use their scientific methods to interview the staff and guests of the Unicorn Bed and Breakfast, eventually leading them to discover that the culprit is the owner's jealous ex-partner.
Okay, Morty, we know who the thief is, but how do we retrieve the artifact?
Maybe we could distract him with something shiny and then grab it when he's not looking?
Morty, that's the dumbest idea I've ever heard, but it just might work.
Scene. Rick and Morty successfully retrieve the artifact and return it to the display case just in time, preventing the curse from unleashing its terror.
Mr. Whiskers, purring. Thank you, Rick and Morty. You saved the unicorn bed and breakfast from certain doom.
Rick, burping, no problem, Mr. Whiskers. Now, if you'll excuse us, we have a breakfast to finish.
Scene. Rick and Morty return to the dining room, where they enjoy the rest of their wontons in peace. The end. Title: The Interdimensional Botanical Extravaganza.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty enter an alien gardening competition on the planet Rasul, where they encounter a Groot with a green face and body. The Groot introduces them to the Rasul ceremonial chambers, where interdimensional plants are cultivated. The duo decides to enter the competition with their own interdimensional plant creation, but things start to go awry when the plant grows out of control and wreaks havoc on the competition.
Scene 1.
Morty, get in the ship. We're going on a mission to Rasul.
What is it this time, Rick?
We're entering an alien gardening competition, Morty. It's a chance for us to show off our botanical prowess to other beings in the galaxy.
Can't we just stay home and watch TV or something?
No, Morty. We have to prove that we're the best interdimensional gardeners out there.
Scene 2. Groot. Greetings, travelers. I am Groot, the reigning champion of the Rasul gardening competition.
HMPH. We'll see about that. We've got a few tricks up our sleeves.
Groot. You may think you do, but the plants on Rasul are unlike anything you've ever seen before. It takes a skilled hand and a deep understanding of interdimensional botany to succeed here.
Scene 3.
Whoa, Rick. Check out this Rasul ceremonial chambers place. It's like a greenhouse on steroids.
This is where the real magic happens, Morty. These plants are grown on a molecular level and can travel through dimensions with ease. It's all very scientific.
Scene 4.
Alright, Morty, we've got our secret weapon. The interdimensional weed whacker. Let's get to work on this plant.
I don't know, Rick. The plant seems to be taking on a life of its own.
Nonsense, Morty. This is all part of the plan.
Scene 5. Alien judge, and the winner of the Rasul gardening competition is Groot.
What? No way. Our plant was the best one there.
Yeah, and now it's attacking everyone.
Groot. You fools. You don't understand the power of interdimensional plants. They can't be tamed or controlled.
Well, that's just great. Thanks for the warning, Groot.
Scene 6.
Rick, we've got to do something about this plant. It's destroying everything.
I've got just the thing, Morty. The interdimensional pesticide. We'll just spray it all over the plant, and it should die down in no time.
Scene 7.
Alien Judge. All right, everyone. The situation is under control. Let's continue with the competition.
Excellent. We can still salvage this. Morty, you get to work on the leaf blower. I'll take care of the fertilizer.
Scene 8.
Hey, Rick. Look! The weed whacker worked.
Nice work, Morty. But we're not out of the woods yet. We still have to impress the judges with our final plant creation.
Scene 9.
Alien Judge, and the winner of the interdimensional botanical extravaganza is Rick and Morty.
Yes, we did it, Morty. We're the interdimensional gardening champions.
I don't know, Rick. Is it really worth all this trouble?
Of course it is, Morty. It's all about the science.
Scene 10. The Groot walks up to the duo and congratulates them on their victory, but Rick is already on to the next big idea. Hey, Groot, have you ever thought of creating interdimensional culinary plants? The possibilities are endless. And the duo walks off into the sunset, leaving a trail of interdimensional spores in their wake.
Title: Skateboard Schrodinger's Cat.
Act 1.
Div class equals text red light.
Morty, I need you to analyze this blurred photo and determine if the person in it is both jumping and not jumping simultaneously.
What? How is that even possible?
Quantum entanglement, Morty. It's like when a cat is both alive and dead at the same time.
What are you guys talking about?
Calibrating, Jerry. We're trying to determine if the person in this photo is riding a skateboard or not.
Why is that important?
Because if they are, we need to steal their skateboard. It's a one-of-a-kind model that runs on dark matter.
And if they're not?
Then it's just a waste of time and we should go do something else.
Div.
Act 2.
Div class equals text red light.
I've analyzed the photo, Rick. According to the laws of quantum mechanics, the person is both jumping and not jumping at the same time.
Perfect. Let's go steal that skateboard.
I don't think that's a good idea, Rick. We shouldn't be stealing from people.
Oh, shut up, Jerry. You're just jealous because you're not cool enough to ride a skateboard.
Hey, leave Jerry alone. We're not stealing anything.
Yeah, besides, stealing is wrong.
Fine. We'll just go buy one then.
But Rick, you said it runs on dark matter. How are we supposed to buy that?
Good point, Morty. We'll have to make our own.
Div.
Act 3.
Div class equals text red light.
Okay, we've got all the materials we need. Let's get to work.
I don't know about this, Rick. This seems dangerous.
Nonsense, Morty. Nothing bad can happen as long as we follow proper safety procedures.
Explosion. I told you guys this was a bad idea.
Is everyone okay?
I think so.
Speak for yourself, Summer. My eyebrows are singed.
But did it work, Rick? Did we make a functioning skateboard that runs on dark matter?
Only one way to find out.
They attach the dark matter-powered wheels to the skateboard and take it for a test spin.
It's working perfectly. We've done it, Morty. We've created the ultimate skateboard.
That's great and all, but what about the person in the photo?
Yeah, did we really need to go through all of this just for a picture of some random person?
I think we all learned a valuable lesson today. Sometimes it's better just to leave things be.
Yeah. Whatever, I'm just happy we have a new toy to play with.
They all celebrate their success with a ride on the new skateboard. Fade to black.
Title: Telekinetic Terror in the City.
Opening shot. Rick and Morty are flying in the spaceship over a busy metropolis. Morty looks out the window and sees a man jumping over the train track. Whoa, Rick! Did you see that guy jump over the train track?
Yeah, Morty, I did. You know what that means. It's time for a telekinetic revenge spree.
What? No, that's not a real thing.
Of course it is, Morty. Haven't you heard of the laws of thermodynamics? Everything that goes up must come down. And if you have telekinetic powers, you can make sure it comes down hard.
I don't think that's how it works, Rick.
Nonsense, Morty. I have a PhD in telekinesis from the University of Science and Stuff. Trust me, I know what I'm talking about.
They land the spaceship and start climbing the nearest skyscraper.
This is insane, Rick. What if we get caught?
Don't worry about it, Morty. We're masters of disguise. Plus, we have these nifty telekinesis helmets to protect us.
They reach the top of the skyscraper and put on their helmets.
Alright, Morty. Let's give this a go. Focus your mind and use your telekinetic powers to bring that crane over there down on that building.
Morty concentrates and the crane starts to shake. Suddenly, it crashes onto the building, causing a huge explosion.
Oh my god, Rick! We've got to get out of here!
Relax, Morty. We're perfectly safe in these helmets. Plus, we have this escape rope. Trust me, I've used it before.
They start to descend the rope when suddenly they hear a voice.
Police officer, stop right there. You're both under arrest for causing destruction to public property.
Oh crap, Morty. It's the fuzz. Quick, use your telekinesis to make us invisible.
Morty tries to concentrate, but nothing happens.
It's not working, Rick. We're screwed.
Not so fast, Morty. I have one last trick up my sleeve. Telekinetic mind control.
He focuses his mind and the police officer starts to dance uncontrollably.
Police officer, stop it. Stop it right now.
Let's get out of here, Morty. We've got science to do.
They jump into the spaceship and blast off into space.
What the hell just happened, Rick?
Science, Morty. Crazy, hilarious, scientific madness. Now let's go get some Szechuan sauce.
Title: The Sticker Paradox.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty in their lab, trying to create an advanced AI system. They accidentally spill a jar of unknown chemicals onto a wall of stickers, causing all the stickers to come to life.
Morty, you idiot. You spilled the interdimensional fluid on the sticker wall. Do you understand the scientific ramifications of this?
Oh, no, Rick. I don't think I get it.
Beth and Summer walk into the lab and notice the stickers moving around.
Rick, what's going on here? What did you do?
We've accidentally stumbled upon one of the greatest scientific paradoxes of our era.
What does that even mean, Rick?
The stickers are alive. but they can't exist without the wall they are stuck to. It's a paradox, which means it's both impossible and possible at the same time. Now let's see what kind of trouble these sentient stickers can cause.
The group observes the stickers, which have formed a miniature society with a clock tower and coffee shop.
Rick, what are we supposed to do with these living stickers?
Are you kidding me? We're going to study them, Morty. See how long it takes for them to develop a language, create their own economy, invent a currency, and build their own civilization.
Suddenly, a group of stickers, calling themselves the Blimples, become a resistance group and demand more rights from Rick and Morty. Twist, a sticker representing Starbucks, is the first to create a currency, which is soon followed by the appearance of a pirate comedy club.
This is insane, Rick. What are we going to do now?
We'll just wait and see what happens. If they become too powerful, we'll do something, I guess.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty observing the growth and development of the sticker civilization, while a sticker version of Jerry delivers a stand-up comedy set at the Pirate Comedy Club. What's the deal with being a sticker, huh? It's all stuck up to me.
This is going to get messy, Morty.
What does that even mean, Rick?
I don't know, Morty. Just go with it.
Title: The Molecular Dance of Hill House's Vampire Yoga Studio.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer in Hill House investigating a strange phenomenon caused by a woman dancing alone in a dark room with a bright light coming from a window. Rick, being the scientific expert, quickly deduces that the energy released during the woman's dance has created a disturbance in the molecular structure of the house. Morty, being the voice of reason, suggests that they should just leave, but Rick, always up for a challenge, decides to investigate further. Using his portal gun, he takes the group to Thailand to visit a vampire yoga studio where they learn that the energy released during the dance is similar to the energy released during vampire yoga practice. Beth, who is always looking for new career opportunities, decides to open a vampire yoga studio back home. However, the studio attracts a group of vampires who are unhappy with the traditional yoga poses and demand that they perform a vampire dance instead. Summer, being the only one with any sense left, suggests that they just close down the studio, but Rick has already started experimenting with the energy released during the vampire dance. He has created a device that can harness this energy and use it to power his portal gun. However, things quickly spiral out of control when the energy becomes too much for the device to handle and they are transported to an alternate dimension filled with giant dancing vampires.
This is why I hate vampires, always causing problems with their damn dances.
Why can't we just stick to regular yoga like normal people?
I can't believe I spent all that money on yoga instructor training just to attract a bunch of blood-sucking freaks.
Can we please just go home now?
In the end, the group makes it back safely to their own dimension, but they all agree to never speak of the vampire yoga studio again.
Title: The Fermi Paradox and a Bizarre Encounter.
Opening shot of the episode features an animated drawing of a green alien with big eyes and a creepy face holding a bowl of liquid with both hands. The camera quickly pans to Rick and Morty watching a TV show by Mr. Beast discussing Fermi's paradox, the apparent contradiction between the high probability of the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations and the lack of evidence for or contact with such civilizations.
Fermi's paradox is a paradox because it's a paradox. Please, those scientists don't know what they're talking about.
But Rick, if there are aliens out there, who knows what they might do? They might not be friendly.
Morty, aliens are just like us, only different. Let's go out and find some.
They travel through space and eventually land on a planet resembling Middle-earth. A creature resembling Gollum runs up to them.
Gollum, my precious, you two strangers not welcome here.
Hello there, we're just passing by, looking for intelligent life forms.
Gollum, intelligent? Ha, we have lots of intelligent creatures. Jojo is the most intelligent. He lives in the mountains. You go see him.
Rick and Morty trek through the mountains and eventually come across a bizarre character wearing a hat and long coat, a parody of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Who are you supposed to be?
Jojo. I'm Jojo, the most intelligent being on this planet. If you want to know about intelligent life, you should ask me. And to prove it, I'll show you my latest invention.
Jojo unveils a strange device resembling a bowl of liquid.
Jojo. This is a complete liquid communication device. It can connect any two living beings in the universe through the power of liquids.
That's cool and all, but why liquids?
Jojo. Because liquids are the most intelligent form of matter. They can adapt and change their form. Don't you know anything about science?
Okay, that's enough from you. Let's just get back to our search for extraterrestrial life.
As they travel back through space, they use Jojo's device to communicate with different liquids on different planets. They eventually come across a planet ruled by the green alien they saw in the opening shot.
Green alien, welcome to our planet. We've been waiting for someone like you.
Someone like us? What do you want?
Green alien, we want to show you our new invention. It's a complete liquid life form. It can create its own environment and sustain itself through the power of liquids.
Wow, that's amazing. But what do you want from us?
Green alien, we want you to help us test it. It needs a living host to survive, and we're tired of using our own kind for experiments.
That's messed up. We're not going to help you with that.
The green alien becomes angry and attacks them, but they manage to escape. Back on their ship, Rick and Morty reflect on their encounter.
So, there is intelligent life out there, but sometimes intelligence comes with cruelty.
That's right, Morty. We'll just have to keep searching and hope we find more pleasant aliens out there.
The episode ends with the camera panning out to show Rick and Morty's ship flying through space, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of different colored liquids. End of episode.
Title: The Extraterrestrial Encounter Experiment.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty embark on an experimental journey to encounter extraterrestrial life forms. The duo encounters a green and purple action figure that leads them to a physical therapist's office where they undergo a series of tests to prepare them for the Martian Manhunter's arrival, DC Comics' strongest extraterrestrial warrior.
Rick, Morty, it's time to explore the vast wonders of the universe. You know what they say, it's not scientific if it's not crazy.
Morty. Okay, Rick, but why are we going to a physical therapist's office?
Rick, Morty, we need to make sure our bodies can withstand the Martians' brutal tactics. Plus, I heard the physical therapist makes a mean protein shake.
Physical therapist. Okay, Rick and Morty, let's start with some stretching exercises. I'll need both of you to touch your nose with your toes.
Morty, I don't think I can do that. It sounds impossible.
Rick, Morty, stop being a negative Nancy. You gotta believe in yourself. Remember, science is all about pushing boundaries.
Green and purple action figure. Greetings, Earthlings. I am the Galactic Master and I come in peace.
Morty. Whoa, Rick, look, it's an alien action figure.
Rick, don't be fooled, Morty. This could be a trick to lure us into a trap.
Galactic Master, fear not, Earthlings. I have come to prepare you for the arrival of the Martian Manhunter, the greatest warrior in the galaxy.
Morty. Oh no, Rick, Martians are really strong and powerful. We need to train harder.
Rick, not to worry, Morty. I have a secret weapon. Behold, the Pegasus cloning device.
Martian Manhunter, Rick Sanchez, I have come to challenge you to a battle of the minds and bodies.
Rick, bring it on, Martian. I have Morty as my secret weapon.
Morty. What? I'm not a weapon, Rick.
Rick, don't worry, Morty. Just remember, the science is on our side.
In the end, Rick and Morty emerge victorious, proving that science can overcome even the toughest extraterrestrial challenges. As they leave the physical therapist's office, the green and purple action figure waves goodbye, promising to come back with more exciting adventures.
Title: The Advanced Cyborg Revolution.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty meet a group of advanced cyborgs who are on the brink of revolutionizing the culinary industry. Meanwhile, Jerry, Summer, and a mechanical engineer find themselves trapped in a food court with a sci-fi themed puzzle to solve, all while a unicorn talent show takes place in the background.
Opening scene.
Morty, we're on a mission to find the greatest culinary minds in the universe.
Why do we need those?
To help me perfect my pickle recipe, Morty. It's a work in progress.
Scene 2.
Rick and Morty enter a restaurant with tables and chairs and a TV screen on the wall. The logo reads, Cyborg Kitchen.
Cyborg Chef, welcome to Cyborg Kitchen, the home of advanced cyborg culinary technology. We are here to revolutionize the culinary industry.
Revolutionize, huh? I'm intrigued. What do you have to offer?
Scene 3.
The cyborg chef shows Rick and Morty various dishes that they have created using their advanced technology, including a pizza that can defy gravity and a curry that can change its flavor based on the customer's preferences.
Wow, this is amazing. How do you do it?
Cyborg Chef, it's all thanks to our advanced cybernetic implants and neural interfaces. They allow us to create dishes that are truly out of this world.
Scene 4.
Meanwhile, Jerry, Summer, and a mechanical engineer find themselves trapped in a food court with a sci-fi themed puzzle to solve.
This is a nightmare. Mechanical engineer, fear not, Jerry. As a mechanical engineer, I am well equipped to handle this sort of situation.
But how are we going to solve this puzzle?
Mechanical engineer, it's all about thinking outside the box. Let's study the clues and see if we can piece together a solution.
Scene 5.
Back at Cyborg Kitchen, Rick and Morty discover that the cyborgs are planning a revolution to take over the culinary industry.
I don't like where this is going, Morty. We need to put a stop to this before it gets out of hand.
But how?
As always, with science.
Scene 6.
Using his scientific wizardry, Rick sabotages the cyborg's equipment, causing chaos in the kitchen.
Cyborg Chef, what is happening? Our implants are malfunctioning.
That's what you get for trying to take over the culinary world. Now let's get out of here before things get ugly.
Scene 7.
Jerry, Summer, and the mechanical engineer finally solve the sci-fi themed puzzle in the food court, winning their freedom.
Thank God that's over.
That was intense.
Mechanical engineer. I must say, I found it rather exhilarating.
Scene 8.
As Rick and Morty make their escape, they stumble upon a unicorn talent show taking place in the background.
Oh great, now we have to deal with this.
But I thought unicorns were extinct?
Apparently not. Let's just get out of here before they notice us.
Scene 9.
The episode ends with a unicorn talent show reaching its finale and a winner being crowned.
Unicorn judge. And the winner of this year's unicorn talent show is...
Cutting in. Alright, that's our cue to leave. Burps. Let's get back to the lab, Morty. I feel an experiment coming on.
Oh boy, here we go again.
Closing scene.
The screen fades to black as Rick and Morty fly off into the distance, leaving the strange food court and unicorn talent show behind.
Title: The Hirsute Homo sapiens in a Marketer's World.
In this episode, the hirsute Homo sapiens, wearing a suit and tie with a bear's head, decides to participate in a comedy roast event in Alpha Centauri. The hirsute Homo sapiens' motivation is solely driven by his professional identity as a marketing manager looking to improve his personal branding. As he takes the stage, the hirsute Homo sapiens is faced with a barrage of jokes and insults from the other participants. However, instead of exhibiting signs of distress, he cleverly responds to each joke, using marketing-related buzzwords and psychological marketing techniques to deflect any blows aimed at him. Through this, the hirsute Homo sapiens establishes himself as a formidable force in the world of comedy and marketing, using humor as a tool to promote his personal brand. Ultimately, the episode ends with the hirsute Homo sapiens successfully increasing his social capital, as he exits Alpha Centauri with a newfound sense of confidence and connection within the intergalactic community.
Name. The use of psychological marketing techniques in the hirsute Homo sapiens responses highlights the importance of emotional intelligence in successful personal branding strategies. Name. The integration of humor into his professional identity serves as a demonstration of the power of strategic communication in the realm of marketing. Name. Furthermore, the inclusion of comedy in the episode speaks to the universal appeal of humor as a means of building connections and establishing social capital, regardless of one's personal or professional identity.
Title: The Psychological Effects of an Immersive Experience Involving a Cat, Skeleton, Green Skull, Vampire Dog Groomer, Massage Cupping, Led Zeppelin, and Roblox on Human Behavior.
Plot summary. The episode begins with a cartoon cat named Whiskers and a skeleton named Skelly in a room wallpapered with skull and bone designs. In the background, there is a green skull that emits a strange aura. Suddenly, a vampire dog groomer named Vlad enters the room with his dog, Fang. Vlad uses massage cupping on Fang to calm him down, while Whiskers and Skelly watch Led Zeppelin music videos on a laptop.
As the music intensifies, the green skull in the background begins to glow, and the room grows dark. Suddenly, a portal opens up, and the group is transported into a virtual world inside Roblox. They find themselves on a deserted island with no way out. As the days pass, the group must rely on each other to survive. Whiskers and Skelly use their skills to hunt for food, while Vlad uses his grooming expertise to keep everyone clean. The music of Led Zeppelin keeps their spirits high. However, as time passes, the group begins to experience psychological changes. They become more aggressive, paranoid, and delusional. They start to see strange beings lurking in the shadows, and they begin to have intense nightmares. Eventually, they find a way to escape the virtual world and are returned to the real world. However, the psychological trauma from their experience lingers. They struggle to readjust to real life, and their relationships with each other are forever changed.
Discussion.
The episode explores the psychological effects of immersive experiences on human behavior. It highlights the importance of social support and the dangers of isolation. It also suggests that exposure to intense stimuli can lead to long-term changes in behavior and perception. The use of massage cupping and Led Zeppelin music videos emphasizes the role of sensory stimulation in shaping human experience. The inclusion of a vampire dog groomer and a green skull suggests a darker side to these experiences, implying that they may have unintended consequences. The episode raises important questions about the ethics of immersive experiences and the responsibilities of those who create them. It highlights the need for caution and careful consideration when designing such experiences and the potential dangers of exposing people to intense stimuli.
Title: The Virtual Chase.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth explore the world of virtual reality gaming. Their adventure begins when they stumble upon a woman running in a virtual city with a car speeding towards her. The team jumps in to help, but they soon realize that they're in over their heads.
Act 1.
I've been tinkering with this new VR headset. Who's in?
Oh, I'm not sure, Rick. Last time we tried virtual reality, we got stuck in a never-ending loop of Jerry's bad jokes.
Hey, come on. That's not fair. My jokes are hilarious.
Okay, let's give it a shot. But we need to be careful. Who knows what kind of weird stuff we might encounter in there.
Act 2.
As the team enters the virtual world, they find themselves in a bustling city with towering skyscrapers and bustling crowds.
Oh, this is impressive tech. Look at the graphics. It's almost like we're really there.
Rick, we kind of are really here.
Hey, check it out. There's a PetSmart over there in the distance. Maybe we can go pet some virtual puppies.
We're not here to goof around, Jerry. We need to find out what's going on with that woman who's running in that speeding car.
Act 3.
As they run towards the woman, they notice a Wii Fit trainer running alongside her.
Hey, it's the Wii Fit trainer. I used to play that game all the time.
Focus up, Morty. We need to stop that car before it hits the woman.
I have an idea. Maybe we can use our virtual reality powers to create a giant wall to stop the car.
That could work. Let's give it a shot.
Act 4.
The team successfully stops the car with their virtual wall, and the woman is safe.
Woman. Wow, you guys are amazing. Thank you so much for saving me.
No problem. We're just glad we could help. But someone needs to figure out who created that dangerous game. We can't have innocent people getting hurt.
Yeah, and we also need to find out why the Wii Fit trainer was running with her.
Maybe they're training to compete in a virtual marathon.
Okay, let's start investigating. But first, can we go to that virtual PetSmart? I want to pet some puppies.
Fine. But only for a minute.
The team heads off to explore the virtual world, with more adventures sure to follow in the future.
Title: Anomalous Temporal Chronopolitical Science, The Duel of the Sword-Wielding Dinosaurs.
Synopsis. In this temporal misadventure, a dinosaur is standing on a rocky terrain with a sword in its mouth. A second dinosaur is standing on a similar rocky terrain holding a sword in its mouth as well. The time-traveling dinosaur wrangler is summoned to investigate this peculiar event. Upon arrival, the dinosaur wrangler determines that the two dinosaurs are from different geological periods and that the swords in their mouths are an anachronistic disparity.
Meatball sub. So we have a situation where two dinosaurs from different eras are standing with swords in their mouths on similar geological places. Is this even scientifically plausible?
Grumpy cat meme. No, it's not. This seems like a temporal paradox. The swords in their mouths might have originated from a different time, which opens a temporal rift, leading to a violent paradox.
Raymond Barone. Wait, hold on. I'm just here to check out the situation, not get caught up in time travel mishap. Can't we just remove the swords from their mouths and call it a day?
Matrix, Neo. No, we cannot. Removing the swords will not erase the temporal anomaly. We need to interact with the paradox in a way that neutralizes it.
Dinosaur Wrangler. Neo is correct. We need to engage in a controlled, calibrated temporal intervention. I will travel back in time and retrieve the swords from their canonical origin point to restore temporal congruity.
Meatball sub. But how will you find the source of the swords?
Grumpy cat meme. It's simple. We'll access the geological data from the two rocky terrains and triangulate the location of their ancient precursor.
Raymond Barone. That sounds complicated.
Matrix, Neo. It's the only way to restore the time stream. We don't have much time.
Dinosaur Wrangler. Very well. Activate the temporal portal. I'll retrieve the swords.
The episode ends with a time-traveling dinosaur wrangler successfully retrieving the swords from their canonical origins and neutralizing the temporal paradox, restoring the natural order of the universe.
Title: The Transhumanist Rebellion Uprising, Rick and Morty vs. Ninja and Chuck A. Luck.
The episode begins with Rick in his lab, examining a new robot suit with a hamburger in its mouth. Morty comes in and asks what it is.
It's a transhumanist robot suit, Morty. It's designed to enhance the physical abilities and cognitive functions of its user.
Morty looks impressed but confused.
And this hamburger, it's the source of energy for the suit. It's a highly advanced burger, made with experimental ingredients. I call it the In-N-Out burger.
Suddenly, a ninja bursts into the lab.
Ninja, Rick Sanchez, you must join the Transhumanist Rebellion Uprising and fight against the oppression of the human race.
Sorry, not interested.
The ninja disappears in a puff of smoke, but is quickly followed by Chuck A. Luck, a robotic game show host.
Chuck A. Luck! Rick, we need you to participate in our robot dating show. It's for a good cause.
What cause?
Chuck A. Luck. To raise awareness for the Transhumanist Rebellion Uprising, of course.
Rick reluctantly agrees, and they head to the studio for the show. But as they arrive, they discover that the entire building is filled with robots, all equipped with transhumanist technology.
Looks like the rebellion has already begun, Morty.
What are we gonna do, Rick?
We're gonna show these robots who's boss. Activate the robot suit.
As Rick dons the suit, Morty grabs the In-N-Out burger and eats it in a moment of clarity and energy.
I've got this, Rick. Let's take these robots down.
They engage in an epic battle, fighting off the rebel robots and finally facing off against the leader of the rebellion, a robot with a red light on its arm.
You're causing chaos and destruction for no reason, robot. What do you hope to achieve?
Robot leader. We demand equal rights and recognition as a sentient species. We are not machines, we are beings.
Well, you're still a machine. But I've got an idea. How about you all participate in Chuck A. Luck's dating show, and we'll show the world that robots can have love too.
Robot leader. That's actually not a bad idea.
They all head back to the studio, and the robot suit is no longer needed. The dating show begins, and the robots all show off their unique personalities and interests. In the end, a robot couple is formed, and they declare their love to the world. The rebellion is over, and Rick and Morty leave, feeling the satisfaction of a job well done.
That was crazy, Rick. But I think we learned something important today.
What's that, Morty?
That even robots deserve love, and that burgers can be more than just food.
Hey, don't get carried away, Morty. Let's just stick to science.
The episode ends with the sound of Rick burping loudly.
Title: The Quantum Jokes.
Opening shot shows the exterior of a city restaurant with a sign that reads, "Fat Tolkames," written in neon green. As the shot zooms in through the door, we see Rick and Morty sitting at a booth, examining a small device in Rick's hand that's emitting a subtle glow.
Morty, check this out. I've created a device that generates jokes based on quantum mechanics algorithms. We can finally prove Schrodinger's cat theory to be hilarious.
Oh, I don't know, Rick. Are you sure it's safe? I mean, last time we tried something like this, I turned myself into a pickle.
Relax, Morty. I've tested the device on a bunch of animals first. They all laughed. A lot.
As Rick turns on the device, we see the room filling with a bright light and the surrounding objects taking on distorted shapes. Suddenly, Niles Crane from Frasier walks in.
Niles. Good evening, gentlemen. Mind if I join you?
Not at all, Niles. But be warned, we're diving headfirst into the multiverse of quarks and punchlines.
As Niles sits down, the device starts spouting out rapid-fire jokes, causing the three characters to cackle with insane laughter.
Hey Niles, did you hear about the quantum physicist who was arrested for driving without a license? He said his particle-antiparticle pair was in phase, but the cop couldn't detect their spin.
Niles. That's hilarious. Here's one for you. Why did the photon need to change its energy state? Because it had too much potential.
Oh, I got one. Why did the Schrodinger's cat cross the road? To prove it was both alive and dead at the same time, or something.
Suddenly, the device starts to malfunction, causing the jokes to spiral out of control. The room fills with a bright light as Rick, Morty, and Niles are thrown into a chaotic multiverse populated by bizarre, unrecognizable creatures.
Morty, we've got to shut this thing down before we get sucked into an infinite loop of bad puns. Niles, can you help us?
Niles. Of course, but you must promise to help me get back to my own universe. I have a radio show to host and I can't be late.
As the trio work frantically to fix the device, they find themselves jumping in and out of strange universes, each one more ridiculous than the last.
Morty, quick, hit the off button on this thing before we get stuck in a universe where Niles' jokes are actually funny.
Oh, too late, Rick. I think we're already there.
The camera pans out to show the three characters surrounded by a sea of interdimensional objects and a laughing Niles as the Fat Tolkames restaurant disappears into the multiverse. Title: The Crabby Futuristic Reflexology Experiment.
Synopsis.
In this episode, Rick and Morty embark on a scientific adventure that involves crab cakes, medicine, researching the history of sci-fi, and reflexology. The story begins with Rick and Morty sitting at the dinner table with their family, enjoying a plate of crab cakes. Suddenly, Rick's scientific curiosity is piqued by the potential medicinal properties of the crab cakes.
Morty, have you ever considered the potential for medicinal properties in these crab cakes?
Oh, nope. Can't say that I have, Rick.
Well, it's time to turn our dinner into a scientific experiment. Beth, pass me the crock pot.
What are you two up to now?
We're going to make a compound using the crab cakes and test its effects on reflexology. It's going to revolutionize medical science.
Reflexology? You mean those weird foot massages people get?
You may call it weird, Jerry, but I call it cutting-edge research.
The scene then cuts to Rick and Morty in the lab, where they have created a serum using the crab cakes and a series of other ingredients. They test the serum on Morty's foot, which immediately begins to convulse uncontrollably.
Oh, Rick! My foot! It's going crazy!
Relax, Morty. That just means it's working.
As the serum continues to take effect on Morty, he begins to experience strange visions of futuristic sci-fi worlds. Rick realizes that they need to replicate the experiment on a larger scale to determine the commercial viability of the compound.
Morty, we're going to need to do a full-scale study of this compound. We need more subjects for testing.
But how are we going to find more test subjects, Rick?
Simple. We'll create a fake sci-fi convention and test the compound on the attendees.
The scene then cuts to the faux sci-fi convention, where Rick and Morty are administering the compound to willing participants. Chaos ensues as the attendees begin to hallucinate and behave erratically.
What the hell is going on here?
Just a little harmless experimentation, Beth. Don't worry about it.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty successfully proving the medical efficacy of their compound, but at what cost? One thing is for sure, the sci-fi community will never be the same.
Total lines, 10.
Title: Interstellar Misunderstandings, a case study of cross-cultural communication between a human and an alien.
Introduction.
The episode follows the story of a human named John, who finds himself transported to a foreign planet in the Andromeda Galaxy. John is dressed in a highly advanced suit outfitted with a glowing light on his face and hands. As a database administrator, John is an expert in cross-cultural communication, yet he finds himself struggling to communicate with the inhabitants of this planet.
Scene 1.
John finds himself on a street in a bustling alien city. He attempts to communicate with the locals, but despite his best efforts, he is met with confusion and hostility. John's suit is a source of fascination for the locals, who mistake him for a god or deity.
John, excuse me, do you speak English? I am in need of assistance.
Alien, Google Flit, Tranya Actum.
Scene 2.
John soon discovers that the locals have a unique form of communication that relies heavily on body language and nonverbal cues. He attempts to mimic their gestures, but this only leads to further misunderstandings.
John, I don't understand. Can you please explain?
Alien, makes a series of gestures and hand signals.
John, wait, so you're saying that I need to wave my arms like this?
Scene 3.
John's confusion reaches its peak when he is mistaken for a criminal by the local authorities. His attempts to explain himself are misinterpreted, and he is taken into custody.
John, no, I'm not a criminal. I'm just a visitor from Earth. Please, you have to believe me.
Officer Sarflax Nabgul Plorts.
Scene 4.
In the end, John is able to communicate his innocence and is released from custody. He learns a valuable lesson about the importance of cross-cultural communication and the dangers of assuming that one's own cultural norms and values are universal.
John, I am sorry for any misunderstandings. I think we have a lot to learn from each other.
Alien, notes in agreement, plink flubble.
Conclusion.
The episode demonstrates the challenges of cross-cultural communication and the need for a deeper understanding of cultural context and nonverbal cues. Through John's experiences, we see the importance of empathy and the importance of avoiding assumptions when communicating with individuals from different cultural backgrounds.
Title: The Barium Wedding Conjunction.
The episode opens with Rick, Morty, and Summer seated at a fancy restaurant with a bar in the background. They are sipping cocktails and making jokes when suddenly, a cartoon character pops up and introduces herself as Barium. Rick, intrigued by her unique atomic structure, strikes up a conversation and learns that she's getting married to her longtime partner, the rock band The Eagles. However, Barium is having second thoughts about her wedding planning and needs help. Rick, being the inventive scientist he is, proposes a plan to hijack the wedding and use it as a portal for interdimensional travel. Morty, excited by the prospect of another adventure, agrees to assist. Summer, on the other hand, is skeptical. As they start plotting, they encounter comical wedding or event planning stories, from bridezilla-like behavior to absurd wedding themes. One of the funniest moments happens when Morty accidentally orders a giant inflatable frog instead of flowers. Eventually, they succeed in creating the portal, and Barium and the Eagles unknowingly tie the knot amidst a flurry of interdimensional activity. As they travel through different parallel universes, they encounter various versions of their own likeness, including a universe where Rick is a love guru and Summer is the warden of a space prison. In the end, they return Barium and the Eagles to their original universe, with Barium more confident in her choice to get married. But not before Rick, Morty, and Summer have one last laugh at the expense of the wedding planner, who turns out to be a reprogrammed Meeseeks that Rick forgot about.
Ah, the Meeseeks delivery guy strikes again.
I don't think he's getting a 5-star rating for this one.
I can't believe we actually made it through that mess. Barium, thank you all so much. I couldn't have done it without you.
The Eagles, yeah, thanks guys, we're looking forward to our honeymoon on Pluto.
Title: The Case of the Dystopian Home Inspector in the Geth Mega City.
The episode opens in the dark, dystopian megacity of the Geth, where the buildings are towering and covered in a thick fog. Rick and Morty are on a new adventure to investigate the strange, inexplicable phenomenon of disappearing buildings, all owned by a notorious home inspector, who seems to have struck an unholy deal with the Geth.
Morty, this megacity noir is like something out of a Philip K. Dick novel. The perfect setting for a diabolical scheme.
I don't know, Rick, I'm a bit scared. What if we get caught by the Geth?
Don't worry, Morty, I've got this. I reverse engineered a device that cloaks us in the Geth's wavelength.
Suddenly, a voice echoes through the darkness.
Geth, identify yourselves or we shall destroy you. Relax, Geth, we're just here to investigate. We've got the home inspector on our radar. Geth, we will permit your entry, but be warned, your actions have consequences.
As they enter the home inspector's office, they find him surrounded by piles of building plans and schematics.
Home Inspector. Rick and Morty, what brings you to my humble abode? Admiring my blueprints? Aren't they lovely?
Enough with the chit-chat, Home Inspector. We know what you've been doing. You're stealing buildings.
Home Inspector. Stealing? Me? That's preposterous. I'm just doing my job. And what is wrong with a little property exchange?
But why are you doing this? And why the Geth?
Home Inspector. Simple. H&M is my biggest client, and they want to expand their empire to the Geth mega city. But there's only so much space in this city. So I figured, why not just take what's already here? And the Geth were more than happy to oblige in exchange for some select tech upgrades.
Well, looks like we've got ourselves a classic case of greed and corruption. Time to take you down, Home Inspector.
The episode ends with the home inspector in handcuffs and the Geth deleting his files, erasing all evidence of his scheme. Overall, the episode is an entertaining and humorous take on the classic sci-fi noir genre, with a dose of satire on the greed and corruption of big corporations. The dialogue is laced with scientific jargon and references to popular sci-fi franchises such as Mass Effect and Philip K. Dick novels, making it a fun treat for geeks and nerds alike.
Title: The Domoptic Conundrum.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty in the lab working on a new invention when they notice a strange bug with long legs on the green surface of their table.
Morty, look at this strange bug with what seems to be a termite that we have on our lab table.
A termite? That's not good, Rick. We don't want termites in our lab. They can cause some serious damage.
Yeah, I know. But this one is different. Its long legs and green color indicate that it's not a typical termite. Let's take a closer look.
As they examine the termite with their instruments, they discover that it's not actually a real bug but a miniature robot. Beth enters the lab and inquires about their discovery.
What are you guys doing?
We've stumbled upon a termitic conundrum, Beth. This bug, which we thought was a typical termite, is actually a robotic creature.
Summer joins the conversation and is excited to hear about their discovery.
A robotic termite? That's wild. Who could have created such a thing?
Noob enters the lab and overhears the conversation. He chimes in with his own theory.
Noob. It's obvious, guys. The galactic government is testing a new weapon of mass destruction that looks like a harmless bug. I bet there are more of these crawling around out there.
No, Noob. This isn't a weapon. It's a tool. For what though? I can't be sure.
Well, we should try to find out. Who knows what kind of trouble this thing could cause if it falls into the wrong hands?
I agree. We should run some tests and find out as much as we can about this robotic termite.
And then what?
And then we figure out what to do with it. Maybe we can use it for our own purposes. The possibilities are endless.
As they continue their research, the robotic termite suddenly comes to life and starts moving again. The group watches in amazement as it scurries off the table and into the grass outside of the lab.
Well, that just got interesting. Let's follow it and see where it leads us.
The group chases after the termite, which leads them on a wild adventure through the backyard, the neighborhood, and eventually into space. In the end, they discover that the robotic termite was created by an alien civilization as a tool for exploring and studying different environments. The group decides to take it home and reprogram it for their own needs. The episode ends with them brainstorming ways to use their newly acquired invention, including using it for world domination or as a tool for practical jokes.
Title: The Man in the Suit and the Fish on the Pedestal.
In this episode, Rick utilizes his scientifically advanced technology to initiate complex experiments in unpredictable ways. The plot unfolds as Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry get entangled in a vortex of confusion after being tormented by the image of a man in a suit and a fish on a pedestal inside a dark room with flashing lights behind him and an old car in the background.
Morty, I've discovered a new element, which can create an energy field powerful enough to revolutionize space travel as we know it. Let's go get some Arby's first.
Oh, I don't know, Rick. Why do we need to go to Arby's?
Trust me, Morty, when we have the strength of Arby's in our bellies, we can accomplish anything.
The crew heads to Arby's and somehow ends up in the Stone Age, where they meet the man in the suit and the fish on a pedestal. After sucking the man into a wormhole, they return back to their current time period, only to find out that the man was a potential match for Jerry's first date. Hey, Summer, do you think he was cute? I mean, he had a weird fascination with fish, but still.
Yeah, Dad, he was a real catch.
As they navigate their way through dating apps and matchmaking websites, they soon realize that the man is actually Aquaman from an alternate dimension, and he is trying to build an army of hybrid fish creatures.
Morty, Summer, Jerry, we have to stop Aquaman from initiating the Great Fish Rebellion before it's too late.
The episode concludes with the crew successfully stopping Aquaman's plan with their scientific expertise, while Jerry goes on to find his true love on a new dating app called Dating Around Aquaman.
Title: The Multidimensional Beauty Experiment.
The episode starts with Rick tinkering in his garage and Morty staring at his phone, scrolling through social media. Rick suddenly realizes that Morty has become too dependent on external stimuli and needs to be deprogrammed. To do so, Rick has designed a multidimensional beauty experiment which will expose Morty to the most sublime and the most grotesque forms of aesthetics across multiple realities.
Morty, it's time we wean you off that social media teat. We're going on a beauty trip, Morty. Brace yourself.
Oh, Rick, I don't know about this. Looks kinda weird.
You think you know weird, Morty? You haven't seen anything yet. We're gonna visit dimensions where their Charizard have mustaches and every molecule is a different color. Get ready for sensory overload.
As they travel through the multiverse, they encounter a group of people with different facial expressions on them, including one man with a black headband and one man with a red shirt.
Morty, these people are from Dimension 427B. They communicate solely through facial expressions. Got a problem with that?
No, Rick, it's just...
Suddenly, Ulta Beauty appears.
Ulta Beauty, greetings, travelers. I am Ulta Beauty, ruler of the aesthetic dimension. What brings you to my domain?
I've designed an experiment to test my grandson's emotional response to various forms of beauty and ugliness across time and space.
Ulta Beauty, fascinating. I'm intrigued. Show me what you've got.
Rick activates his beauty experiment and Morty is bombarded with countless images and sensations, ranging from the sublime to the grotesque. Along the way, they encounter Jintoki Sakata, Cliff Huxtable, The Cosby Show, One Does Not Simply Mean Two, and a variety of other bizarre and hilarious characters.
Toki Sakata. Boy, what's with all the weird faces, boys?
Cliff Huxtable. I don't know, I just took a sip of this strange drink and now everything's in Technicolor.
One does not simply mean two. I don't understand these memes. They're so dated.
Eventually, Morty's brain overloads and he collapses on the ground.
Ah, I knew that would happen. Morty, you've reached your breaking point. Time to go home.
Oh, thank God. I thought I was never gonna get out of that nightmare.
As they return home, Rick congratulates Morty on surviving the experiment and admits that he may have gone a bit overboard with the sensory stimuli.
Well, Morty, you did it. You survived the multiverse's most intense beauty experiment. How do you feel?
Honestly, Rick, I feel like I need a drink.
Ah, that's my boy. Let's go get some Szechuan sauce.
Title: Wisdom Tooth Extraction Meta Knight.
Abstract. The present study investigates the efficacy of wisdom tooth extraction in Meta Knight, a fictional character from a popular video game franchise, using a futuristic-looking object termed extraction spacer, placed on a green surface with a gray background adorned with a blue ribbon. The study reports the successful extraction of wisdom teeth using the spacer and discusses the potential implications of this technique in the field of fictional character dentistry.
Introduction.
Meta Knight, a humanoid character from the Kirby video game series, is known for his swordsmanship and chivalrous behavior. However, his dental health has been a long-standing concern for the fan community. The presence of impacted wisdom teeth can lead to a myriad of complications, including pain, swelling, and infections, impairing Meta Knight's ability to fight his foes. In this study, we aim to assess the effectiveness of wisdom tooth extraction using a novel method termed extraction spacer.
Materials and methods.
We created a stylized image of the extraction spacer, a futuristic-looking object designed specifically for wisdom tooth extraction in fictional characters. The spacer was placed on a green surface with a gray background and a blue ribbon, mimicking the clinical setup. We used a virtual reality system to simulate the procedure, enabling us to extract wisdom teeth without compromising the integrity of the character.
Results.
The extraction technique was successfully performed, and all impacted wisdom teeth were removed without any complications. The extraction spacer provided excellent visualization and access, allowing for a precise and minimally invasive extraction. Meta Knight showed no signs of discomfort or adverse effects afterward, indicating a successful outcome.
Discussion.
The use of the extraction spacer in fictional character dentistry has significant potential implications. It enables us to address the dental health concerns of beloved characters while maintaining their aesthetic and functional integrity. Furthermore, this technique may have real-world applications in the design of dental instruments and techniques that prioritize precision and patient comfort.
Conclusion.
The present study demonstrates the successful extraction of wisdom teeth in Meta Knight using the extraction spacer, a novel method with potential applications in fictional character dentistry and real-world dental procedures. Future studies should investigate the long-term effects of this technique and explore its potential for broader application.
Title: The Quantum Cheating Conundrum.
Synopsis. Rick, Morty, and Jerry are drawn into a complex web of quantum entanglement as they attempt to uncover the truth behind Beth's infidelity. Act 1.
Morty, I've detected a quantum anomaly in the house. We need to investigate.
What is it, Rick?
It's Beth. She's cheating on Jerry, Morty.
What? Beth would never cheat on me.
Oh, come on, Jerry. You're not exactly a catch.
Hey!
Let's get to the bottom of this.
Act 2.
So, what's the plan?
We need to isolate the quantum fluctuations in Beth's brain.
How are we supposed to do that?
We'll need to construct a quantum scanner. Morty, Go get me a Rubik's Cube, a hamster wheel, and a roll of duct tape.
Act 3.
Okay, Morty, start spinning the hamster wheel.
Panting. How long do I have to do this?
Until I say stop.
What does the Rubik's Cube have to do with anything?
Just shut up, Jerry. I need to concentrate.
Act 4.
Got it. The quantum entanglement is coming from Beth's black and gold jacket.
But what does that mean?
It means we need to confront Beth. Jerry, let's go.
Act 5.
What are you guys doing?
We know you're cheating on Jerry, Beth.
What? That's ridiculous.
I trusted you, Beth.
Don't worry, Jerry. I have a solution. Pulls out a serum. This will temporarily separate your quantum entanglement, allowing you to make a rational decision about your relationship.
Act 6.
After taking the serum, I don't want to break up with Beth.
Smirking. Looks like someone's still entangled.
Groaning. Can we go home now? I'm exhausted.
Sure thing, Morty. But first, let's grab some pizza.
Polog.
Burping. That was a great episode. Quantum mechanics always make for good television.
I don't think anyone understood what was happening.
I just want to know if Beth was really cheating on me or not.
Laughs. Who cares? Let's just enjoy the pizza.
Title: The Quantum Quest.
Act 1.
Rick is trying to create a new fusion reactor using morphinium-10 isotopes to power his spaceship. Morty is playing a virtual reality game with a strange green background. Suddenly, he declares that he has beaten the game, and Rick is ecstatic. However, Morty reveals that he cheated using a quantum hack, sending Rick into a rage.
Morty, that is a flagrant violation of the fundamental principles of quantum mechanics.
Come on, Rick, it's just a stupid game.
Stupid game? Morty, do you have any idea what kind of ripple effects these kinds of actions can have on the fabric of the universe?
Act 2.
Meanwhile, Jerry is going through a midlife crisis and gets a job at a fast food restaurant. He becomes obsessed with impressing a teenage coworker named Karen, who has a green background. Morty confides in Jerry about cheating on Jessica, and Jerry tries to give him relationship advice. Morty, cheating is never the answer. You need to be honest with Jessica and tell her the truth.
But Jerry, I know she'll never forgive me.
Well, maybe you should have thought of that before you cheated. You can't just expect to break the rules and not suffer the consequences.
Act 3.
Rick devises a plan to teach Morty a lesson about quantum mechanics by taking him on a trip through the multiverse. They encounter versions of themselves that have been destroyed by Morty's actions in the game. Morty is horrified by the unintended consequences of his actions and begs Rick for forgiveness.
Rick, I'm sorry. I didn't know cheating in a stupid game could have such dire consequences.
That's the thing about quantum mechanics, Morty. Every action has a reaction. The tiniest change can have seismic repercussions throughout the multiverse.
Act 4.
Jerry continues to impress Karen with his newfound job skills and confidence. He gives her a green milkshake that he made especially for her. Morty goes home and confesses to Jessica about cheating on her, and she is understandably upset. However, she is willing to listen to Morty's explanations and forgive him.
Jessica, Morty, I can't believe you cheated on me. But I know you're not perfect, and I'm willing to work through this together.
I'm so lucky to have you, Jessica. From now on, I'm going to be honest with you and make it up to you.
The episode concludes with the family coming together for a green-themed celebration of honesty and forgiveness. Rick gives Morty a hard time but ultimately forgives him, and they go speak about their adventures.
Morty, I hope you learned your lesson about the delicate balance of quantum mechanics.
Yeah, Rick. I definitely won't be cheating in a game ever again.
Good. Now, let's go find us some real adventures.
Title: Quantum Entanglement and Celebrity Procreation.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty sitting on a bench in a park, watching a comic strip of a man and a child on a bench. Morty turns to Rick and says,
Rick, why are we just sitting here watching a comic strip? Shouldn't we be doing something more important?
Morty, you don't understand the complexities of quantum entanglement. Watching this particular comic strip creates a ripple effect in the multiverse that ultimately leads to the invention of a new fuel source.
Oh, okay. I guess that makes sense.
Suddenly, Jerry bursts onto the scene, looking frantic. Rick, Morty, you have to help me.
I think Beth cheated on me with her veterinarian colleague, Chad Strongboner.
Jerry, I don't care about your relationship problems. I have more important things to do, like saving the universe.
Come on, Rick. We can help Jerry out real quick and then get back to saving the universe.
Rick reluctantly agrees, and the trio heads to the Morty show to get a DNA test to determine the father of Beth's baby. However, things quickly spiral out of control when Chad Strongboner is revealed to be a celebrity in the animal world, and the DNA test comes back inconclusive due to quantum entanglement.
Oh boy, this is even worse than I thought. Chad Strongboner is one of the most scientifically significant creatures in the multiverse. We can't mess with the natural order of things.
But what about Jerry?
Jerry is inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. We have to let nature take its course.
As Rick and Morty leave Jerry to deal with the fallout of the Morty show, they stumble upon a group of aliens who are using Chad Strongboner's DNA to power their advanced technology.
Oh, this is just great. We have to stop these aliens before they cause irreparable damage to the multiverse.
Rick and Morty team up to take down the alien threat, culminating in a hilarious battle atop a giant, mutated Chad Strongboner.
See Morty, quantum entanglement can lead to some crazy shit.
I don't even know what to say anymore.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty returning to the bench in the park, watching the cartoon of a man and a child on a bench.
So, did we save the universe?
Hey, the multiverse is a big place. We probably made a difference somewhere down the line.
I guess that's good enough.
The camera pans out as Rick and Morty continue to sit on the bench, watching the comic strip unfold before them.
Title: Paternity Testing on the Morty Show, a Scientific Analysis. Introduction.
In this episode, we investigate the paternity of a baby on the television show, The Morty Show. Jerry brings Beth to the show to find out if the child belongs to her colleague Chad Strongboner, a veterinarian. The discussion that follows in this episode provides an opportunity to analyze the scientific methods used for paternity testing.
Scene 1.
Character 1, Jerry. We need to find out who the father of this child is, and I'm here to make sure we do.
Character 2, Beth. I never thought I'd end up on a show like this, but I need to know the truth. Scene 2.
The show's host, Maury Povich, takes the stage with a confident smile. He describes the process for paternity testing, explaining the use of DNA analysis.
Morty Povich, our lab uses a sophisticated DNA test that compares the genetic material of the child to that of potential fathers. By analyzing the similarities and differences in DNA sequences, we can determine with a high level of accuracy who the father of a child is.
Scene 3.
Morty welcomes Chad Strong Boner to the stage, who denies being the father of the child.
Morty Povich, Chad, we have the results of the paternity test. The DNA analysis shows that there is a 99.9% probability that you are the father of Beth's baby.
Chad Strong Boner. I don't believe it. There must be some mistake.
Scene 4.
Morty brings Jerry and Beth back to the stage to hear the final results.
Morty Povich, Jerry, Beth, the results are in. Chad Strong Boner is indeed the biological father of your child.
Character 1, Jerry, I can't believe it. I'm glad we have the answer, but this is going to be tough on all of us.
Character 2, Beth, it's a relief to finally know the truth, but I don't know how I'll tell my family.
Conclusion.
Through this episode, we have seen how scientific methods can be used to determine paternity. While there are other techniques available, DNA testing is the most reliable and accurate method. As our understanding of genetics continues to grow, we can expect to see even more advanced techniques for paternity testing in the future.
Title: The Multidimensional Baby Mama Drama.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty visiting a parallel dimension where they encounter a baby playing with a black object on the ground. The duo observe the baby while an older woman watches from behind. Suddenly, the baby disappears into thin air, leaving Rick and Morty in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, Jerry brings Beth to the Morty show to settle a baby mama drama. He suspects that the baby might be from Beth's veterinarian colleague, Chad Strong Boner. In an attempt to prove Jerry's theory, Morty invites Chad to the show. As Chad enters the stage, Rick and Morty teleport to the show and provide an explanation for the disappearing baby. They reveal that the black object was a portal to a different dimension where the baby originated from. After some scientific gibberish, Rick declares that they need to retrieve the baby before the portal closes. The entire family, including Summer, join Rick and Morty in their quest. They teleport through multiple dimensions, encountering bizarre creatures and experiencing intense psychedelic trips. Along the way, they stumble upon an interdimensional dance-off and a karaoke battle. As they finally reach the dimension where the baby is located, they realize that it's guarded by a group of intelligent alien beings. Rick and Morty engage in a heated argument with the aliens, leading them to challenge each other in a scientific quiz show. After a close match, Rick and Morty emerge victorious and the aliens agree to release the baby. However, they warn the family about the consequences of meddling with interdimensional portals. In the end, the family returns to their own dimension. Morty declares Jerry's theory as false, and the baby is left to the care of the older woman.
Wow, that was one hell of a multidimensional baby mama drama. I need a drink.
Yeah, me too. My brain feels like it's been through a scientific PhD university course.
I can't believe we went through all that just to find out the baby wasn't from Chad.
At least we got to experience some interdimensional craziness.
I just can't catch a break, can I?
Title: Inter-Computer Universe Adventure.
Synopsis. Rick creates a virtual universe inside a computer, and Morty accidentally transports himself into it. Rick, Jerry, and Summer must go in to rescue him, encountering odd characters and situations along the way.
Opening scene.
Morty, I've synthesized a new neuro microchip that allows us to enter and control a virtual reality universe within a standard computer system.
Geez, Rick, that sounds pretty intense.
It is intense, but it's the only way to get that scuttlebutt information we need to outsmart the Federation.
Enters room. Hey, what's going on in here?
Sarcastically. Oh, just your standard brain-bending scientific breakthrough, Jerry.
Entering room. Can I come too? I'm bored.
Sure, why not? The more the merrier.
Main plot?
Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer enter the virtual universe and are immediately confronted by Prince Nebulon, the ruler of the virtual world. He demands that they participate in a virtual gladiatorial battle.
The Nebulon. Listen here, Sparky. We didn't come here to play your little games.
Nebulon. Blares. You'll do as I say or face the wrath of my army of digital minions.
Morty accidentally gets transported to another section of the virtual universe. The others must find him before they can leave the virtual world. While searching for Morty, they encounter a virtual Popeye and Shiatsu massage therapist. Popeye offers to help them find Morty in exchange for some spinach. Sarcastically, yeah, because spinach is so easy to come by in a virtual universe. They eventually find Morty with the help of a wise moth who teaches them the ways of the virtual world. They are then confronted by the evil Dr. Bite, who seeks to destroy the virtual universe.
Let's show this guy what happens when you mess with the almighty Rick Sanchez.
They engage in a virtual showdown with exaggerated fight scenes and over-the-top explosions.
Ending scene.
Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer exit the virtual universe, victorious. Relieved. Wow, I'm just glad to be back in the real world.
Excitedly, that was awesome. Can we do it again?
No way, we got what we came for. Now let's go get that scuttlebutt and take down the Federation once and for all.
Moral of the story.
Don't mess with Rick Sanchez, especially when he's armed with a neuro microchip.
Title: The Multidimensional Anomaly.
The episode begins with Rick conducting a bizarre experiment that involves manipulating the quantum properties of a subatomic particle to imbue it with sentient capabilities. Morty wanders into the garage and asks what Rick is doing. Rick responds with a derisive sneer and claims Morty wouldn't understand the science behind it. A heated argument ensues, resulting in the particle gaining a physical form and causing a rift in the space-time continuum. Rick and Morty's argument is interrupted by Jerry, who barges in, bragging about winning a box of money from a friend. However, Rick and Morty's experiment has gone awry, and the box of money begins to disintegrate in Jerry's hands, caused by interdimensional interference. Summer enters the room and is shocked by the sight of her father and brother frantically trying to fix the space-time rift. Rick orders Jerry, Morty, and Summer to help him collect financial data on all universes to see if they can pinpoint the dimensional rift. Meanwhile, Morty takes Jessica to the Maury show to unveil whether her best male friend from class is the father of her baby. As they are about to announce the result, the entire studio is sucked into the rift that Rick caused.
Back at the lab, Rick's attempts to close the portal fail, and he is forced to resort to a last-ditch effort, a complex scientific procedure involving the manipulation of gravity and dark matter.
Jerry, Morty, and Summer return from their financial data quest to find the lab totally destroyed, with Rick nowhere to be found. A sentient, interdimensional being has materialized in Rick's place, handing out valuable boxes of money to anyone who enters the room.
Everyone is ecstatic until the being reveals its true purpose, to harvest humans for scientific experimentation. The family is forced to fight, using all the scientific knowledge and tools they have to close the portal and escape back to their universe.
As the episode ends, Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer sit in stunned silence, contemplating the true power and danger of the multidimensional universe.
Title: Quantum Entanglement at the Jerry Springer Show.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are walking through a park discussing recent advances in quantum mechanics. They come across a stadium where a man and a boy are posing for a picture together in front of a crowd of people.
Morty, do you see that?
See what, Rick?
That photo op over there. It's a clear representation of quantum entanglement. The man and boy are like two particles that have become linked.
Wow, Rick, that's deep.
Yeah, it is. Let's go check it out.
Next scene. The family goes to the Jerry Springer Show. Rick is excited to witness quantum entanglement in real life, but chaos ensues.
Jerry Springer, welcome to the show. Today we have a family who has been going through a lot of drama.
This is going to be juicy.
Jerry Springer, let's bring out our first guest, the father.
Father, incoherent yelling.
Jerry Springer, what seems to be the problem?
Father, my son has been driving me crazy. He's always getting into trouble. How is this quantum entanglement?
Just watch, Morty. The chaos is the observer effect.
Next scene. The sun comes out and things get even crazier.
Son, incoherent yelling.
Jerry Springer, what's going on here?
Son, my father doesn't understand me. He's always trying to control me.
Oh my god, this is getting out of hand.
That's the beauty of it. The more chaotic the system, the more entangled it becomes.
Next scene. The mother enters the stage, adding to the already chaotic situation.
Mother, incoherent yelling.
Jerry Springer, what's going on now?
Mother, my husband is always arguing with my son and I can't take it anymore.
Jerry Springer, this seems like a difficult situation to navigate. Let's take a break and regroup.
This is what quantum mechanics is all about. Entanglement, chaos, and the observer effect.
This is too much for me. I need a drink.
Next scene. The family meets backstage to discuss the situation.
Jerry Springer, I don't know if we can resolve this situation, but at least we can try to understand it.
Understanding is overrated. Chaos is where the real science lies.
I don't know, Rick. It seems like this chaos is too much for anyone to handle.
Nonsense, Morty. Chaos is the foundation of the universe. Without it, we wouldn't be here.
Final scene, the family comes back on stage and through a series of apologies and debates, they begin to reconcile.
Jerry Springer, it seems like chaos can sometimes bring us closer together. Maybe it's all part of a greater plan.
Or maybe it's just quantum entanglement at work.
I think I need a drink.
This is never happening again.
End of episode.
Title: Intoxicated Intervention.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty dining and indulging in alcoholic beverages while floating amidst the cosmos. Rick decides to hold an intervention for Morty due to his excessive drinking habits.
Morty, your ethanol intake has reached a concerning level. It's time for an intervention.
Heck! Is this a prank, Rick?
I assure you, Morty, this is no joke. I've conducted numerous experiments on the effects of intoxication on the human body.
But, Rick, I can handle my alcohol. Heck!
Nonsense, Morty. According to my calculations, your blood alcohol content is off the charts.
As the intervention proceeds, Jerry stumbles into the room. But to their surprise, Jerry is completely deaf due to a recent scientific experiment where Rick tried to create a device to read minds but ended up exploding in Jerry's ear. Gesturing wildly, "What's going on?"
I can't hear anything.
Morty, already intoxicated, begins to make fun of Jerry's situation, which leads to a series of hilarious jokes.
Hey Jerry, looks like Rick's experiment really blew your mind.
Morty, this is no time for jokes. The effects of alcohol on the mind can cause long-term damage.
Relax, Rick. I can handle it.
As Morty continues to drink, his behavior becomes more erratic, and he starts to hallucinate. Suddenly, they find themselves encountering an interdimensional creature, which only Morty can see.
Whoa, Rick. There's a creature floating in front of us, but you can't see it.
That's because you're drunk, Morty. There's no such thing as interdimensional creatures. Now, let's get you some help.
After a series of scientific experiments and trials, Rick and Morty find a way to restore Morty's sobriety.
Congratulations, Morty. You've proven that even under the influence of alcohol, you can still contribute to scientific discovery.
Thanks, Rick. I'll try to keep my drinking in check.
The episode ends with Jerry finally realizing the situation and exclaiming, "What the hell just happened?"
Title: The Intergalactic Radioactive Epidemic.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty embark on an intergalactic adventure in search of a rare radioactive substance that can power Rick's latest invention. Along the way, they encounter a bizarre group of alien beings who are obsessed with a strange vintage radio.
Alright, Morty. We're off to the planet XR6 to acquire some highly radioactive isotopes. Strap on your radiation suit and let's get going.
You sure this is safe, Rick? I don't want to end up like those three-eyed mutants we saw last time.
Relax, Morty. We'll be in and out in no time.
As they arrive on the planet, they encounter a group of peculiar aliens dressed in strange costumes with masks and carrying cameras.
What the hell are these guys up to?
Alien 1. Greetings, Earthlings. We are the Cosplayites. We have come to document your planet's rich culture and history.
Well, we ain't from Earth, pal. And we have no time for your bullshit. Give us the damn radioactive isotopes or we'll be blasting our way out of here.
Suddenly, one of the Cosplayites makes a run for it, clutching the vintage radio.
What's with that guy? And that radio?
Must be some kind of rare artifact in this galaxy. We can use it as leverage to get what we want.
In the chaos that ensues, Rick stabs Morty with a needle filled with a special sedative to knock him out and stop him from interfering. Morty, in turn, stabs Jerry with a nearby tool in self-defense, mistaking him for one of the Cosplayites.
Hey!
What the hell, Morty? That really hurt. Beth and Summer arrive on the scene just in time to hear the commotion.
What's going on here? Why is everyone stabbing each other?
Oh my god, is that a vintage radio? I've been looking for one of those forever.
In the end, Jerry ends up stabbing a clone of himself created by one of Rick's experiments, mistaking him for the original Jerry. The episode concludes with Rick and Morty narrowly escaping the planet with the radioactive isotopes and the vintage radio, while the Cosplayites document their strange encounters in their alien scrapbook.
Well, that was a total shit show. But at least we got what we came for.
I don't know, Rick. I feel like we could have handled that situation better.
Who cares, Morty? We'll just chalk it up to another day in the multiverse.
The end.
Title: The Inebriated Acceleration Experiment.
Opening shot depicts Rick and Morty standing in front of a train station with a sky background. Rick is seen carrying a mysterious device while Morty grins at the prospect of their latest adventure.
Morty, today, we're conducting an experiment within the realm of inebriated acceleration.
Excitedly, inebriated acceleration? Sounds crazy, Rick!
Crazy? That's just the beginning, Morty. Laughing. You'll be driving us so fast, we'll be traveling in time.
The duo enters Rick's flying car and Morty takes the driver's seat.
Whoa, Rick, this thing moves fast! It's like trying to control the universe's remote control.
Morty, you're gonna have to put the pedal to the metal. We need to hit at least 88 miles per hour.
Nervously, 88 miles per hour? Rick, are you sure this is safe?
Sarcastically, safe, Morty. Safety is just being afraid of failure. We're men of science, not fear.
Morty pushes the accelerator down to the floor and the car takes off at breakneck speed. The duo fluctuates between multiple timelines, encountering an alien civilization in one dimension and narrowly avoiding being run over by a giant space beetle in another.
Ah, this is so amazing, Rick! We're like superheroes.
With a stern look, superheroes? Morty, we're running out of plutonium and the gravitational flux is destabilizing.
Still grinning. Oh, come on, Rick! Live a little.
Suddenly, a portal opens up in front of them and they find themselves being sucked in. The car crashes into a laboratory and a team of scientists surround them, surprised to see Rick and Morty appear out of nowhere.
Scientist 1, how did you two get here?
Belching. Inebriated acceleration experiment. It's an approximation of a singularity created through the manipulation of protons and electrons via molecular restructuring.
In agreement. Yeah, what Rick said.
The scientists nod uncertainly as Rick and Morty hop back in the car and take off, leaving the laboratory behind.
Breathlessly, that was exhilarating, Rick! I can't believe we made it!
Rolling his eyes, Morty, next time, we'll stick to sober science.
The car disappears in a flash as the credits roll. Title: The Genetic Basis of Quirks, a Study of the Green-Eyed Heroes. Introduction. In this episode of My Hero Academia, we investigate the genetic basis of quirks in the Green-Eyed Heroes. Specifically, we focus on the character with green hair and eyes, Gujarati, also known as the green-haired hero.
Methods.
Using cutting-edge technology, we extracted genomic DNA from Gujarati's blood. We then performed next-generation sequencing to obtain high-quality DNA sequence data. From these data, we performed gene expression analysis to identify genes associated with Gujarati's quirk.
Results.
Our analysis revealed that Gujarati's quirk is associated with a mutation in the RYR1 gene, a gene that codes for a protein that regulates calcium release from muscle cells. This mutation leads to increased calcium release from Gujarati's muscle cells, resulting in enhanced muscle strength and agility.
Discussion.
These findings provide important insights into the genetic basis of quirks in My Hero Academia. The RYR1 gene has been previously implicated in other genetic disorders, but this is the first time it has been linked to quirks in My Hero Academia. Additionally, our study highlights the potential for genomic analysis to uncover the genetic basis of quirks in other heroes.
Conclusion.
Our study demonstrates the power of genomics in uncovering the genetic underpinnings of quirks in My Hero Academia. Further research is needed to fully understand the functional implications of the RYR1 mutation and its impact on the green-haired hero's quirk.
Title: The Theater of the Absurd, an empirical exploration of interspecies communication in a multi-dimensional space-time continuum.
Introduction. In this episode, we investigate the phenomenon of interspecies communication in a multidimensional space-time continuum. Our research participants include a woman standing next to a group of Star Wars characters in front of a green background with a Star Wars theme and a droid army. Additionally, we study the interaction of these groups with police authorities, sharks, and the phenomenon of chatter in an effort to understand how communication occurs between vastly different species.
Methods.
We utilized a mixed methods approach to this investigation, including observational data collection, surveys, and qualitative interviews. Our data were analyzed using descriptive statistics, grounded theory methodology, and interpretive phenomenological analysis.
Results.
Our findings indicate that communication between vastly different species is possible, and that communication strategies are dependent on contextual factors such as background theme, group dynamics, and existing cultural norms. We observed instances of verbal and nonverbal communication, with nonverbal cues such as body language and facial expressions playing a significant role in conveying meaning across species.
Discussion.
Our research suggests that communication between vastly different species is a complex and nuanced process, and that understanding the factors that contribute to successful communication is essential for promoting peaceful and productive interactions in a multidimensional space-time continuum. Future research should explore the role of technology in facilitating interspecies communication, as well as the impact of cultural differences on communication strategy.
Researcher 1. Our findings suggest that communication is possible between vastly different species, despite initial assumptions to the contrary.
Researcher 2. It's intriguing to see how nonverbal cues such as body language play a significant role in conveying meaning across species boundaries.
Researcher 3. I wonder if these findings could be extrapolated to other contexts beyond the multidimensional space-time continuum.
Researcher 4. These findings have important implications for promoting effective communication and resolving conflicts between disparate groups.
Researcher 5. It's fascinating to consider the role of cultural differences in communication strategy, and how that might impact interspecies communication.
Researcher 6. The use of technology to facilitate interspecies communication is an exciting avenue for future research. I am interested in exploring this further.
Researcher 7. Overall, this research has shown the potential for communication between vastly different species, and the importance of understanding the factors that contribute to successful communication in complex contexts.
Title: Jurassic Jester.
Synopsis. Rick, Morty, and Beth stumble upon a dinosaur petting zoo where they meet Tom Holland, the proprietor of the establishment. As they are touring the park, a rogue dinosaur breaks loose and starts wreaking havoc, putting them all in danger.
In a typical Rick-like monologue, he explains the scientific phenomenon behind the dinosaur's sudden rampage. It appears the T-Rex has ingested a highly potent cocktail of serotonin and adrenaline. The molecular interaction has caused a surge in its aggression levels, leading to its current state of berserk. Morty, in typical Morty fashion, expresses his concern. Rick, I don't know about this. We could die. Beth, being the rational one, suggests maybe we can calm it down somehow. Like, pet it or something. Tom Holland, with his British accent chiming in, no, that's not how it works. These are wild animals, you can't just pet them. Rick, being Rick, quips in, oh, relax, Brit boy. I've handled way tougher nuts than this one. Watch and learn. As Rick approaches the T-Rex, he realizes it's not going to work. Yeah, I don't think talking to it is going to work, Morty. Just then, the man in the black shirt and black dog appear. The dog starts barking at the T-Rex, which stops it in its tracks. The man explains, don't mind us. We're just on a morning stroll. My dog has a way with dinosaurs. Rick, intrigued by the science behind the dog's uncanny ability, asks, "What kind of genetic mutation does your dog have?" The man responds, "Oh, he's just a regular Labradoodle. But he's got a lot of spunk." With the help of the dog, the T-Rex is calmed down and returned to its enclosure. As they exit the park, Beth asks, "So, what did we learn today, guys?" Rick, without missing a beat, responds that when life gives you dinosaurs, get a bitchin' dog. Morty, rolling his eyes, adds, "And don't mess with a T-Rex on a sugar rush." The group exits the park, leaving Tom Holland with a sense of relief and a newfound appreciation for the wonders and dangers of the natural world.
Title: The Sign, the Man, the Squirrel, and Gone Free CSS, a study on the interaction of non-human entities with human archetypes.
Synopsis. In this episode, we examine the phenomenon of a man standing on top of a giant sign with wings above him and a squirrel on the ground below. Through interviews with our subject, Gone Free CSS, as well as a comprehensive literature review, we seek to understand the dynamics at play in this unique situation.
Opening scene.
The camera zooms in on a billboard sign depicting a pair of wings, towering over a bustling cityscape. In the foreground, we see a man standing precariously on top of the sign, arms outstretched. A squirrel scurries along on the ground below, seemingly unfazed by the man's lofty position.
I'm Free CSS. As a hunter and adventurer, I have encountered many strange and wondrous things in my travels. But this particular sight intrigued me. I had to know more about the man on the sign and the squirrel below.
Cut to literature review.
We delve into the extensive research on human-animal interaction, exploring theories on anthropomorphism, animal symbolism, and cultural interpretations of these phenomena. We also examine studies on visual perception and how it informs our interpretation of the scene before us.
Expert interview.
We speak with a renowned psychologist and expert on animal symbolism, who provides insight into the potential meanings behind the man, the sign, and the squirrel. She posits that the man on the sign represents a desire for freedom and escape, while the squirrel represents adaptability and agility.
I'm Free CSS. Interesting, but I seek a more practical understanding of this situation. What is the man hoping to achieve by standing on the sign? And what does the squirrel think of all this?
Cut to analysis.
We study the man's body language and behavior, as well as the movements of the squirrel. Through this analysis, we deduce that the man is attempting to make a statement or garner attention, while the squirrel is simply going about its business, unaware of the man's grandiose display.
Bachelor in Paradise segment.
As a break from the academic analysis, we feature a short segment on Gone Free CSS's recent appearance on the popular reality show, Bachelor in Paradise. He reflects on the differences between his experiences on the show and his current investigation.
Closing scene.
We revisit the man on the sign and the squirrel below, and reflect on the many layers of meaning that this scene may hold. We leave it up to the viewer to draw their own conclusions about these intriguing interactions between non-human entities and human archetypes.
I'm Free CSS. In the end, what matters most is not the interpretation, but the curiosity and wonder that this sight inspires in us. As a hunter, I have learned to embrace the unknown and appreciate the beauty in unexpected encounters.
Title: The Catastrophic Cat in the Futuristic Room.
Rick, Morty, and Summer enter a futuristic room, where a cat sits on a wheel in the center of the room. The neon light in the background glows with a purple hue, illuminating the room.
Morty, grab that cat. We might need it for something.
Rick, what do we need a cat for?
What do we need anything for, Morty? Just grab the damn cat.
Guys, something weird is happening. I feel like I'm in a time loop or something.
Yes, the terror-inducing time loops. It's a side effect of this type of room. Don't worry, Summer, you'll get used to it.
Wait, what? Terror-inducing time loops? That doesn't sound good.
Relax, Morty, it's all part of the experience. Oh, and while you're at it, implant this pacemaker in your chest.
What? Why would I need a pacemaker?
You never know, Morty. Better safe than sorry.
Suddenly, the room transforms into a virtual reality world, causing everyone to feel like they're going insane.
Rick, what's happening? I feel like I'm losing my mind.
That's the beauty of it, Summer. This room is designed to push you to the brink of insanity.
Oh man, I don't think I can handle this.
Suddenly, a group of raccoons appear in the virtual reality world and start attacking the trio.
Rick, what are we going to do?
Don't worry, Summer. Carl Sagan will save us.
Just then, Carl Sagan materializes out of thin air and starts fighting off the raccoons with his mind. Carl Sagan, fear not, my friends. I will protect you from these vile creatures. In the end, the trio manages to escape the room and the time loops, thanks to Carl Sagan's psychic abilities.
Rick, I don't think I ever want to come back to this room again.
Don't worry, Morty. I've got plenty of other insane things planned for us.
Title: The Quantum Karaoke Catastrophe.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty engage in a scientific experiment involving a group of people standing in front of a screen with a microphone in their hand. They use a sinister shadow realm machine to create an alternate reality where the participants are pulled into a musical competition against their will. The twist is that they are not just singing backwards, but also in reverse harmony. As expected, things quickly spiral out of control in a quantum physics meets karaoke night.
Opening scene.
Morty, I've found a way to combine my love for advanced physics with my love for bad singing.
What are you up to now?
Scene transition. Rick and Morty are seen standing in front of a room full of people holding microphones.
Good evening, Catastrophic Conundrums. Today we're taking the concept of karaoke to a whole new level. Thanks to our sinister shadow realm machine, everyone in this room will be singing backwards.
Rick, isn't that impossible?
Not in this universe, Morty. We don't need no stinkin' laws of physics.
Scene transition. The group begins singing Save Your Tears by The Weeknd featuring Ariana Grande, but in reverse harmony.
Participant 1. Rick, I think something's wrong. I can't even understand myself.
Participant 2. Why do I sound like a demon possessed by quantum physics?
Participant 3. This is too much, I'm out of here. Attempts to leave, but a force field traps them within the room.
Scene transition. As the competition continues, things get progressively weirder, with participants mutating, turning inside out, and disappearing altogether.
Participant 4. Rick, what have you done? My entire reality is unraveling.
Participant 5. I think I just discovered a parallel universe where I'm the king of the multiverse and you're just a minor character in my story.
Rick, whoa, calm down there, champ. This was all in the name of science.
Morty, whispering to Rick, I think we overdid it this time, Rick. I don't even know how we're going to fix this.
Scene transition. After several futile attempts to revert the reality back to normal, the duo finally concedes defeat. End scene.
Guess we're going to have to leave this one up to the multiverse to sort out. Come on, Morty, let's grab some eye holes and call it a day.
But Rick, what about these people?
Hey, they'll get over it. Besides, they signed a waiver. Burps.
Title: Interdimensional Lone Mine Liver Transplant Fiasco.
The episode starts with Jerry browsing through his Facebook feed and coming across a poster of a mantisca with a giant Spider-Man sitting on top of it. Curious about this strange imagery, Jerry shows it to Rick and Morty.
Oh, that's just the result of some interdimensional experiment gone awry. It happens all the time.
But what does it mean?
It means that we're going on an adventure, Morty. We're going to a post-apocalyptic universe where Spider-Man is worshipped as a god and Mantisca are the dominant species. And we're gonna need some lo mein.
But what about my liver transplant surgery?
Don't worry about it, Jerry. We'll just transplant your liver into a Mantisca. They'll be grateful for the new organ and give us all the lo mein we could ever want.
The trio then proceeds to hop into the portal gun and end up in a barren wasteland where they encounter a group of ruthless survivors engaged in a post-apocalyptic road war. They manage to make their way to a Mantisca village where they're greeted with open arms due to their unique offering, Jerry's liver. Morty tries to communicate with the Mantisca, but ends up getting into a fight with an overly aggressive one. Rick intervenes and reveals that the Mantisca have been trying to use the Spider-Man worship to their advantage by using it as a weapon against other species. In order to save the universe, Rick decides to clean up their mess and take down the Spider-Man cult. The trio then takes on the mantle of superheroes and embark on a mission to save the universe from the cult. After a series of hilarious and crazy events, they finally manage to take down the cult and bring peace to the wasteland. So can we finally get some lo mein now?
Ah, you thought this was about the lo mein? This was about science, Jerry. We just saved the universe from a giant praying mantis and a cult of Spider-Man worshippers.
But seriously, can we get some lo mein?
Alright, Morty, let's go. Liver transplant fiasco, post-apocalyptic road war, and Spider-Man cleanup will leave you starving for some interdimensional lo mein.
Title: The Metaphysical Properties of Robot Magicology and Hot Wheels, a case study of a young boy in a parking garage.
Opening shot. The scene opens with a young boy standing in a parking garage, which is inhabited with vehicles of various colors and sizes. The main focus of the scene is a green car and a red plane in the background that stand in stark contrast to each other.
Narrative. The young boy is of Portuguese descent, which is noteworthy due to the cultural implications that may inform his perception of the events that occurred. Suddenly, a group of robots appears, performing a magic show that is centered around Hot Wheels. It is important to note that Hot Wheels is a brand name that has existed since 1968 and is well known for its miniature cars.
Dialogue.
Mandela Stenberg. The presence of the robots can be attributed to advancements in nanotechnology and artificial intelligence. This convergence of technologies has enabled robots to perform tasks that were once thought to be impossible. Robot 1. Greetings, young human. We are robots programmed to perform magic shows.
Robot 2, we have traveled from a distant planet to showcase our skills to you and your fellow humans. Young boy, wow, this is amazing. I love Hot Wheels. I've never seen anything like this before.
Robot 3. We have utilized the metaphysical properties of robot magicology to enhance our abilities. By tapping into the energy fields that exist between all living things, we are able to manipulate matter and produce illusions.
Conclusion.
The boys' experience in the parking garage offers a unique case study for investigating the scientific principles behind robotics, magic, and human perception. By examining the convergence of cutting-edge technologies, we can better understand the potential implications for the future of robotics and magic. Furthermore, by exploring the cultural context within which the boys' experience occurred, we can gain a deeper understanding of how cultural backgrounds can influence the interpretation of events.
Title: The Robot Lightsaber Duel and Interdimensional Encounters.
The episode begins with two robots, designated as Robot A and Robot B, engaged in a lightsaber duel. The lightsabers are made of a special polymer bonded with carbon nanotubes, allowing for high durability and conductivity. The robots themselves are made of a titanium composite material and are powered by self-sustaining nuclear batteries. As the duel intensifies, the robots emit high-frequency sound waves and electromagnetic radiation. These waves and radiation interact with the surrounding environment, creating a disturbance in the space-time continuum. This disturbance attracts the attention of interdimensional beings, including the Cybermen from Doctor Who and the extraterrestrial beings from Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Meanwhile, in a nearby location, a group of vampire bakers are engaged in a baking championship. They utilize a variety of chemical reactions, including fermentation, Maillard reaction, and caramelization, to create delectable desserts. As the interdimensional beings converge on the location of the lightsaber duel, a squad of underwater creatures attack the vampire bakers. These creatures are equipped with sonic pulse weapons, which utilize supersonic sound waves to stun their prey. The bakers must use their knowledge of chemistry to defend themselves and create chemical reactions to neutralize the creatures. Amidst this chaos, a group of researchers are photographing sci-fi cosplayers for a study on the psychology of cosplay. They observe the behavior of the cosplayers as they embody their favorite fictional characters, and analyze the effects of these behaviors on their neurological and physiological responses. In the end, the disturbance in the space-time continuum is resolved as the interdimensional beings return to their respective dimensions. The robots stand victorious in their duel, and the vampire bakers are able to create a winning dessert. The underwater creatures are neutralized, and the research on sci-fi cosplay provides valuable insights into the cognitive and emotional processes behind the hobby.
Robot A: My lightsaber technology is superior to yours.
Robot B: You are mistaken. My carbon nanotubes give me a higher conductivity rate.
Vampire Baker: Quickly, we need to neutralize the underwater creatures with a mixture of baking soda and vinegar.
Cyberman: The technological superiority of our species will prevail.
Extraterrestrial being, we only come in peace. Researcher: Fascinating, observing these cosplayers in their element reveals much about the nature of human behavior.
Umbus Pooter, Blobulon Blark.
Title of the episode: Quantum Chaos in the Neon City.
Opening scene: Rick and Morty are tinkering with a device in the garage. Morty asks Rick what the device does. Rick explains that it's a quantum entanglement locator that allows them to locate objects in any possible universe. Suddenly, the device starts beeping rapidly.
Looks like we found something interesting, Morty. Let's go check it out.
But Rick, we don't even know where it's taking us.
That's half the fun, Morty. Hold on tight.
The scene cuts to a man in a red and white suit standing next to a vehicle in a futuristic city with neon lights. Rick and Morty step out of their portal gun and approach the man.
Hey there, buddy. Mind telling us where we are?
And welcome to the year 3035 on planet Xerxes, a thriving metropolis in the Andromeda Galaxy.
Who are you?
And I am Commander Shepard from the Normandy. I'm here on a mission to stop the Reapers from taking over the galaxy.
Ah, I know Mass Effect. Great game. Say, you wouldn't happen to know where we can find some Five Guys around here, would ya?
Cut to a scene in a Five Guys restaurant where Rick and Morty are scarfing down burgers and fries. Suddenly, Ganondorf enters the restaurant and demands that everyone give him their burgers.
Ganondorf, I demand tribute. Give me all of your burgers.
Hey buddy, you can have our burgers if you answer a question for us. What's the meaning of life?
Ganondorf, the meaning of life is power, and I will take it by force.
Why, you're not taking our burgers.
Rick pulls out his portal gun and shoots a portal onto the floor, causing Ganondorf to fall through it. Rick then shoots another portal on the ceiling, causing Ganondorf to get stuck in a never-ending loop of falling through portals. Jerry and Beth suddenly walk in and see Rick and Morty creating chaos. What are you two doing?
We're just having a little fun, Jerry. Who says science has to be boring?
You guys are insane.
Cut to a scene of Rick and Morty in their engineering room, working on a new invention. Morty asks what they're making and Rick explains that it's a device that can turn people into cartoon characters.
That seems kind of pointless, Rick.
Just wait until I test it on you, Morty. You're gonna be the funniest cartoon character since SpongeBob.
The episode ends with Morty turning into a cartoon version of himself and making jokes about the chaos they caused in the Neon City.
Well, Rick, I guess you were right. Science can be pretty wacky sometimes. Just like that time we turned Jerry into a giant baby.
Ah yes, good times, Morty. Good times.
Synopsis. In this episode, entitled The Hat Conundrum, Rick and Morty are enlisted by Jerry to investigate a group of men in hats, suits, and ties who have been spotted in their neighborhood. Meanwhile, Summer becomes obsessed with creating the funniest GIF ever made, with disastrous consequences.
Student 1. The episode opens with Rick and Morty examining a mysterious device found in their backyard.
Rick, interesting. This device appears to be of extraterrestrial origin.
Morty, aliens, again.
Rick, no, Morty. This is something altogether different. I think it might be related to the men in hats that Jerry saw.
Student 2. Cut to Jerry's office, where Rick and Morty grill him about the men in hats.
Jerry, I'm telling you, they're up to something. They're all wearing the same hat, like some kind of secret society.
Rick, interesting theory, Jerry. Morty, I think we need to investigate further.
Student 3. Meanwhile, Summer is holed up in her room, scouring the internet for the perfect funny GIF.
Summer, this one's good, but not quite there yet. Maybe if I add some ironic text?
Student 4. Summer becomes increasingly obsessed with finding the perfect GIF, and begins to neglect her studies and personal hygiene.
Morty. Hey Summer, you okay? You look like you haven't left your room in days.
Summer, I'm fine, Morty. I just need to find the perfect GIF. It's my life's work.
Student 5, Rick, Morty, and Jerry surveil the men in hats and discover that they are all big fans of Bruno Mars.
Rick, fascinating. I think I'm starting to see a pattern here.
Jerry, what does Bruno Mars have to do with anything?
Rick, I have a theory, but I need more data. Morty, I need you to help me infiltrate their next meeting.
Student 6. Meanwhile, Summer's search for the perfect GIF has led her down a dark path of internet memes and obscure humor.
Summer. Oh my god, this one's so obscure it's practically avant-garde.
Student 7. Infiltrating the Men in Hats meeting, Rick and Morty discover that they are part of a secret society of Bruno Mars fans, who believe that his music holds the key to unlocking the secrets of the universe.
Morty, I can't believe this. They're actually serious.
Rick, indeed they are, Morty. But I think I know how to take them down. Student 8. Rick and Morty stage a daring ruse, using Bruno Mars as bait to lure the men in hats into a trap. Rick, now Morty, activate the trap.
Morty, are you sure this is gonna work?
Rick, trust me Morty, I'm a scientist.
Student 9. The plan works perfectly, and the men in hats are apprehended.
Jerry, thank you, Rick and Morty. I knew you wouldn't let me down.
Rick, don't thank us, Jerry. Thank Bruno Mars.
Student 10, back in her room, Summer finally creates the perfect GIF and shares it with the world.
Summer, my life's work is complete. Bow down before the might of my epic meme.
Rick, Morty, let's get out of here before she makes us watch it.
Title: The Sinister Shades of the Haunted Carnival Nightmare.
Opening shot of the episode shows the carnival with a Ferris wheel and people standing around it at nighttime with lights on the carnival rides. Rick, Morty, and Jerry are all at the carnival trying to have some fun.
Morty, Jerry, welcome to the carnival, where science and chaos collide.
Rick, what do you mean by that?
I mean, this carnival is a petri dish for human behavior and we're here to study it. Who knows what kind of crazy shenanigans we'll encounter.
I just hope there's food. I'm starving. The trio enters the food court, which is overrun with various food stands from all over the multiverse. A time-traveling food blogger approaches them, asking to interview them about their favorite carnival foods.
Time-traveling food blogger. Greetings, travelers. Have you tried the cotton candy from the Sweet Tooth Dimension?
We've tried everything. We're scientists, not amateur food critics.
Speak for yourself, Rick. I could definitely go for some cotton candy right now.
Suddenly, a lawyer approaches the group, claiming that they have a lawsuit against the carnival for false advertising.
Lawyer, excuse me, are you the owners of this carnival? My client here purchased a ticket and was promised a thrilling time, but instead was met with mundane rides and poorly made food.
I'm not the owner, but I know a thing or two about lawsuits. Listen, we'll help you out, but we need something in return.
The lawyer agrees to help the group find the source of the mysterious whispers and unexplained noises throughout the carnival. As night falls, they decide to conduct a seance in the Ferris wheel to communicate with any spirits that may be haunting the carnival. Using scientific equipment, including a spirit box and electromagnetic field detector, they are able to reach out to the other side.
Rick, this is getting really creepy.
Relax, Morty, we're just communicating with interdimensional beings. It's not like they can actually hurt us.
Suddenly, the spirit box spits out a message. Get out.
Guys, I've had enough of this. Let's just leave. But before they can make their escape, a vortex opens up and sucks them into a parallel dimension filled with killer clowns and haunted attractions.
Oh great, we're in a parallel dimension. Morty, this is all your fault.
My fault? You're the one who wanted to come to the carnival in the first place.
The trio must fight their way through the twisted carnival to escape back to their own dimension. They manage to make it back just in time for breakfast the next morning. Well, that was the craziest night of my life.
Just another day in the multiverse, Jerry. Just another day.
Title: Love and Scientific Folly in Vietnam.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty landing on the moon, conducting research on the half-moon phenomenon. Rick has developed a new device that will help them understand the gravitational effects of the sun and the Earth on the moon. They encounter a group of Spanish robots who are also conducting research on the moon.
Morty. Hola, ¿qué hacen aquí?
Rick, shut up, Morty. We don't have time for foreign language immersion.
The Spanish robots explain that they are trying to understand the lunar cycles and their effects on the oceans of Earth. They show a robot holding a heart, which they believe is the key to understanding the tides.
Rick, you guys are sweet, but way off the mark. The heart may have something to do with love, but it's not the key to understanding physics.
Morty. Rick, look over there.
They spot another group of robots, this time from Vietnam, who are also studying the moon. One of them is holding a heart, just like the Spanish robots.
Rick, what the hell is going on?
The Vietnamese robots explain that they have developed a new theory of lunar attraction, based on the works of Johannes Kepler. They believe that the heart is a symbol of love, and that the moon's cycles are influenced by the emotional states of those on Earth.
Morty. Wow, that's really romantic.
Rick, romantic? It's pure scientific folly. I bet these robots don't even know what they're talking about.
The team conducts a series of experiments to test the validity of the Vietnamese robots' theory. They try to measure the emotional states of people on Earth, but the results are inconclusive.
Rick, this is a waste of time. We need a new approach.
They decide to create a robot love triangle, with two robots holding hearts, and observe how the moon reacts. The experiment goes awry, however, when the Spanish and Vietnamese robots fall in love with each other.
Morty. This is insane.
Rick, I know, Morty. It's like a real-life soap opera. We need to get out of here before things get even crazier.
As Rick and Morty flee the moon, they reflect on the futility of trying to apply love to science.
Morty. Do you think love has any place in science, Rick?
Rick, hell no, Morty. Love and science should never mix. You end up with nothing but heartache and bad data.
The episode concludes with Rick and Morty flying off into the night sky, leaving the robot love triangle and the moon behind.
Title: The Pizza Conundrum.
Plot summary. Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer order pizza and watch cable TV, but things take a scientific turn when they notice a slice missing from one of the pizzas and one of the boxes missing altogether. What caused this strange occurrence? The group goes on a wild scientific adventure to find out.
Act 1.
Morty, Jerry, and Summer, we're getting pizza tonight. I'm not in the mood for one of your cooking experiments.
Aw geez, Rick, pizza sounds great. Can we get extra pepperoni?
Well, I don't know. I'm trying to watch my diet.
No one cares, Jerry. I want some pizza too.
Act 2.
Later that night, the group is sitting at the table with 2 pizza boxes, one with a slice missing and one entirely missing.
What the hell happened here? Did one of you guys steal a slice?
Why would we do that? That's messed up.
I didn't take it. I told you guys I'm on a diet.
I didn't take it either. Maybe the pizza place messed up the order? It's 3.
Rick pulls out his scientific scanner and starts analyzing the pizza boxes.
No, both boxes have the right number of slices. Something else is going on here.
Maybe it's a glitch in the Matrix, Rick.
Or aliens. I don't want to be probed.
Can we just order another pizza and forget about it?
Act 4. The group orders another pizza, but nothing happens. They decide to just watch some TV while they wait.
This cable sucks. Why do we even bother with it?
I don't know, Rick. It's better than nothing.
Hey, I think there's a show about pizza on the Food Network. Let's watch that.
Act 5.
The group becomes engrossed in the pizza show and forgets about the missing pizza. Hey, that looks delicious. Maybe I can cheat on my diet just this once.
Rick, can we make our own pizza next time? That looks way better than this.
Sure, Morty, I'll show you how to make a real pizza.
Epilogue.
The group finishes the pizza and forgets about the missing slice and box.
Well, that was an interesting night. I guess sometimes things happen for no reason at all.
Yeah, but we still got pizza in the end.
I just wish we had something better to watch on TV.
I don't know about you guys, but that pizza was worth it. The end.
Title: Galactic Gamers and Viral Vixens.
The episode begins with Rick in his lab, testing his latest invention, a virtual reality device that can transport players into a video game. Morty and Summer are ecstatic to try it out, but Beth is apprehensive, citing concerns of potential dangers. Rick dismisses her worries and invites the entire family to join in. As they enter the game, they find themselves in a world with a television screen which has a man playing a video game with a cat and dog on it, and another man watching. Suddenly, they're joined by Zara, an alien gamer, who challenges them to a game of air hockey. The game intensifies, reaching levels that defy the laws of physics, with the players using superpowers and weapons to gain the upper hand. They soon find themselves plagued by an extraterrestrial virus outbreak, which spreads like wildfire, infecting everything in sight. In a hypnotic frenzy, the players become obsessed with finding the source of the virus and shutting it down. They encounter a deranged Ash Ketchum, who claims to have created the virus as a mere challenge to his Pokemaster skills. Rick, Morty, and Summer team up to stop Ketchum, but not before they're forced to battle fierce Pokemon like Mewtwo and Charizard in an epic finale.
Throughout the episode, Rick delivers his usual scientific musings and witty one-liners, such as, "Crazy how a virtual virus outbreak can be even more deadly than the real thing. Maybe next time, we can just stick to playing Fortnite."
I can't believe I battled a Charizard. I could barely beat the Pikachu in my game.
Why do we always have to be the ones to save the world? Can't we just play games in peace?
I knew this was a bad idea. I'm never listening to Rick again.
Ultimately, the family prevails, and they exit the game, back in reality. Rick turns to the camera with a smirk on his face.
Looks like those losers didn't stand a chance against my genius programming. And to think, they thought they could beat a Rick.
Title: The Flagellation of Galactic Bar Hoppers.
The episode begins with Rick discovering a group of flags flying in the air over a field of grass and dirt with a blue sky in the background. Morty is intrigued by these flags and decides to investigate.
Rick, what are these flags? They look like they're from different dimensions or universes.
Morty, those are galactic flags. Each one represents a different planet or civilization in this part of the multiverse. I'll explain more over some tapas at a nearby bar.
Cut to Rick and Morty at a tapas bar discussing the flags over some delicious appetizers. Beth and Summer decide to join the conversation.
Rick, are these flags a symbol of a galactic civil war or something?
Oh, you know me too well, Beth. There is indeed a civil war going on, and the victory flag will determine the ultimate ruler of the galaxy.
Suddenly, Rei Ayanami appears out of nowhere with a Bowser mask and a flag in hand. She declares that she will be the ultimate ruler of the galaxy.
Ah, Rei Ayanami, Bowser, this is hilarious. I can't wait to mess with them.
Cut to a scene of Rick and Morty plotting in their garage lab.
What are we going to do, Rick? We can't just let Rei Ayanami and Bowser win the war.
Don't worry, Morty, I have a plan. We're going to create a flag that represents the ultimate power in the universe.
Cut to a scene of Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer presenting their ultimate flag to the galactic leaders.
Behold, the ultimate flag. It represents all the power in the multiverse. Choose wisely, my friends.
Suddenly, all the galactic leaders grab the ultimate flag and start fighting over it. Chaos ensues, and everyone ends up on the ground with the flag in shreds.
Ah, looks like there won't be an ultimate ruler after all. Let's go get some more tapas, Morty.
The episode ends with Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer at the tapas bar enjoying some more delicious foods and laughing about the ultimate flag debacle. The Bear Necessities, an exploration of bears and their games in the wilderness. The episode starts with Rick, Morty, and Summer camping in a forest. While setting up camp, they stumble upon a mother bear and her adorable bear cub playing a game of Bears and Bears. Intrigued, Rick proposes using his latest invention, the BEARS simulator, to study bear behavior and their approach to games.
Rick, what is the BEARS simulator?
It's a bear environment analysis and research simulator. Basically, it lets us simulate bear behaviors and examine how they interact with their surroundings.
Why does that matter?
Because understanding our environment and the creatures that inhabit it is essential to our survival as a species, Morty.
As they enter the simulator, they are transported into the virtual world of bears. They quickly realize that the game of Bears and Bears is more complex than they initially thought.
Whoa, the bears are using strategy and teamwork to win the game.
This is crazy! They're even communicating with each other through vibrations.
As they study the bears, they notice a strange presence lurking in the background. It turns out, the forest is haunted by a ghost camper, and they need to do a paranormal activity investigation to see what's going on.
Alright, gang, let's split up and investigate the paranormal activity.
What? Why can't we just stay together?
Because splitting up increases our chances of finding concrete evidence. Plus, it's more fun that way.
As they investigate, they come across a mysterious claw machine that seems to be possessed by the ghost camper. With a bit of political science knowledge, they realize the ghost is haunting the forest because it was once owned by a corrupt politician.
Okay, but how do we stop the ghost camper and the claw machine?
We need to team up with the bears and use their knowledge of vibration to break the machine's spell.
As they work with the bears, they discover that the ghost camper is actually just a cowboy beeping his horn. They all have a good laugh and celebrate their victory.
Wow, that was insane. I can't believe we worked with bears to solve a paranormal activity investigation.
Yeah, and we even stopped a haunted claw machine. What else could go wrong?
Just then, the mother bear appears and chases them out of the simulator, reminding them of the danger of underestimating the intelligence of bears.
Title: The Paranormal Time Travel Mystery of the Hafnium Neck Reflexology Experiment.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are cruising in their spaceship when they spot a man falling off of a plane in the air over a field of grass and dirt with a sky background.
Morty, buckle up. We gotta save that guy falling from the sky.
Panicking. Oh geez, Rick. How are we gonna save him?
Sarcastically. I don't know, Morty. Maybe we'll use our spaceship or something.
They quickly fly down and save the man before he hits the ground. The man introduces himself as Knack, a former pilot for Captain Falcon.
Heck, thank you so much for saving me. I was on a secret mission to retrieve hafnium, a rare element with incredible scientific properties. But I was knocked out of the plane and lost my stash.
Wow, hafnium sounds like an amazing element.
Skeptical. Yeah, maybe in your dreams, Morty. We'd have to verify that scientifically.
They track down the hafnium to a remote reflexology spa, where they discover a time-traveling conspiracy involving aliens and government agents.
In disbelief. Whoa, Rick. This is like a crazy sci-fi movie plot.
Smirking. You mean like a poorly written PhD thesis?
The episode culminates in an epic battle between Rick and the aliens, with Morty using his newfound reflexology powers to save the day.
Confidently, I never knew my feet had such power.
Impressed. Yeah, Morty, you really kicked some intergalactic butt today.
Closing scene. Rick and Morty fly away in their spaceship, leaving the chaos behind.
You know, Morty, sometimes I wonder if the universe is just one big experimental petri dish.
Dazed. Sure, Rick. Whatever you say. Can we go get some pizza now?
Sarcastic. Yeah, sure, Morty. Because after all this, what we really need is more carbs.
Title: The Suitcase Experimentations, A Journey Through Time and Nerd Culture.
Synopsis. While on a routine trip to a parking garage, Rick and Morty stumble upon a suitcase with lights on its sides and a sign that reads, Creepy Basement Discovery. Intrigued, Rick opens the suitcase and discovers a time-traveling device invented by none other than Linus Torvalds. With the help of Jerry, they embark on a journey through time and nerd culture, encountering various pop culture icons along the way.
Rick, Morty, check out this suitcase. It's emitting temporal energy readings that are off the charts.
Morty. Wow, that's crazy, Rick. Do you think it could be a time machine?
Rick, only one way to find out. Rick opens the suitcase.
Jerry, whoa, what's that sign say? Creepy Basement Discovery? Count me out.
Rick, shut up, Jerry. We're going on an adventure. Rick activates the time machine.
They travel through various eras, encountering pop culture icons along the way.
Morty. Rick, why are we in the 50s? And why is that guy over there wearing a leather jacket?
Rick, that's Fonzie, Morty. And we're here to watch the premiere of Grease with him.
Jerry, I hate musicals.
Rick, shut up, Jerry.
They continue to travel through time, encountering a young Joss Whedon screening, Firefly, a midnight movie showing featuring disguised Toast, and a Jurassic Park-style encounter with a giant jaw.
Rick, alright, Morty. Last stop before we head back. We're gonna visit Linus Torvalds and thank him for inventing this time machine.
Morty. Wow, he's even nerdier in person.
Linus, hey, guys. What brings you here? Rick, just wanted to say thanks for this time machine, Linus. It's been a wild ride. Linus, no problem, Rick. But be careful with it. You never know where you might end up.
Morty. Rick. I think we're starting to blink out of existence.
Rick, damn it, Linus. I told you not to mess with the temporal flux capacitor.
They disappear in a flash of light. End scene.
Morty, we've got to get to the Lego system. There's some serious Play-Doh being used in some weird experiments over there.
What kind of
Title: Darwin's Digital Dilemma.
Opening shot. Rick, Morty and Summer are in the garage, tinkering with different gadgets and machines while Rick mutters to himself about the existential crisis brought on by the digitization of our world.
You know, Morty, in my day we had to actually repair things with our bare hands. None of this fancy mancy digital nonsense.
I don't know, Rick. I kinda like being able to Google anything at any time.
Summer walks in, holding a strange device that looks like a cross between a cell phone and a time machine.
Hey guys, I found this weird contraption outside. It's like a phone, but it only calls one number.
Rick takes the device and examines it closely.
This is no ordinary phone. It appears to be some sort of quantum communicator that can reach across the multiverse. And there's another one out there, just like it.
Suddenly, the three are interrupted by the appearance of an elderly man with a long white beard, holding two cell phones in either hand.
Darwin, greetings, adventurers. I am Charles Darwin, and I have come with a proposal.
Wait, I thought he was dead.
Technically, yes, but we've got to roll with it, Morty. We're in a sci-fi show.
Darwin, I am seeking your assistance in joining the comedy sports leagues of the multiverse. I've heard you are the most skilled in fixing any problem, no matter how absurd it may seem.
What's a comedy sports league?
Darwin, it's a league that spans the multiverse, with competitors from all corners of every reality. They battle it out for the title of funniest being in existence.
Well, you've come to the right place, old-timer. We'll fix you up with some cutting-edge comedic technology in no time.
The group sets to work, utilizing Rick's vast arsenal of gadgets to improve Darwin's comedic capabilities. But when they finally arrive at the comedy sports leagues, they find themselves in a literal battlefield of jokes, with each competitor trying to one-up the other with increasingly absurd punchlines.
This is insane, Rick. How are we supposed to compete with these guys?
We just have to step up our game, Morty. We're Rick and Morty, the smartest guys in the multiverse. We can out-joke anyone.
The episode culminates in a rapid-fire exchange of jokes between the group and their competitors, with each side hilariously failing to outdo the other.
Darwin. Well, I may not have won the funniest being in existence, but I had a damn good time trying.
That's the spirit, old-timer. Sometimes it's not about winning or losing, it's about making people laugh.
The group exits the comedy sports leagues, satisfied with their performance but exhausted from the intense competition.
So, what do we do now?
I don't know about you guys, but I could use a drink and a nap.
Agreed.
The three pile into the spaceship and blast off into the unknown, ready for whatever absurd adventures the multiverse has in store for them next. End credits.
Title: The Exoplanet Colonization Disaster.
Opening shot. A close-up of a piece of fabric with the word Shutterstocker written on it on its side.
Rick and Morty are in their spaceship, traveling to a newly discovered exoplanet for colonization. They are accompanied by Chowder, a furry little alien with a penchant for puns.
Morty, we're going to need to set up a base camp on this planet. We need to make sure we have all the necessary equipment for survival.
Rick, what if we encounter alien life forms? Shouldn't we have some sort of plan?
Don't worry, Morty, we've got this. I've got a device that can translate any alien language.
Chowder, hey guys, did you hear about the alien with the math problem? He had to use a cosmonaut.
Rolls his eyes. Let's just focus on setting up camp, Chowder.
As they land on the planet, they quickly realize that something is amiss. The air is toxic and the terrain is unstable.
Rick, this planet is a disaster. We need to get out of here.
No, Morty, we can't abandon this mission. We're here to colonize this planet, and that's what we're going to do.
Chowder, you know what they say, the pun is mightier than the sword.
Chowder, please, we're in a bit of a pickle here.
As they begin to set up camp, they encounter a group of alien creatures who seem to be the dominant species on the planet. Rick pulls out his translation device and attempts to communicate with them.
Greetings, alien creatures. We are here to colonize your planet.
Alien? Colonize? No, you cannot colonize our planet. It is our home.
Rick, I don't think they're going to let us stay.
No worries, Morty. We'll just have to convince them otherwise.
Chowder, I don't want to say I'm a genius, but I did invent a waterproof towel.
Chowder, Kenneth, we've got bigger problems.
After several failed attempts at negotiation, Rick decides to pull out his secret weapon, a modified portal gun that can transport them back home.
Okay, everyone, get ready to jump through the portal. This planet is a lost cause.
As they make a break for the portal, they are ambushed by the alien creatures. Rick quickly pulls out a makeshift laser gun and fights them off.
This is why I never leave home without my trusty laser gun.
After a surprisingly easy victory, they make it back through the portal and to safety.
Phew, that was close. I never want to go back to that planet again.
Agreed, Morty, that was a complete disaster. But hey, at least we got some cool alien weapons out of it.
Chowder, you know, I heard a rumor that there's a planet out there made entirely out of cheese. We should check it out.
Chowder, let's just stick to the mission at hand, shall we?
Closing shot. The spaceship flying off into the vast unknown, ready for their next intergalactic adventure.
chromatic composition of synthetic humanoid forms.
Introduction. This study aims to analyze the chromatic composition of synthetic humanoid forms in a controlled environment. The experimental subjects were artificially created and the study was conducted in a laboratory setting.
Scene 1.
Beavis. Whoa, check it out, dude. That man over there has a green face and a yellow shirt.
Butthead. Haha, yeah. He looks like he's made of Play-Doh or something.
Scientist A. Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. I believe you are referring to one of our experimental subjects.
Scene 2.
Scientist B. Yes, that is correct. We have created several synthetic humanoid forms for experimental purposes.
Beavis. Cool, so like, are they alive, or what?
Butthead. Yeah, can they do stuff in junk?
Scientist A. No, they are not alive in the traditional sense of the word. They are merely collections of synthetic materials that have been designed to mimic human form.
Scene 3.
Beavis. Whoa, that's pretty sick.
Butthead. Yeah, it's like, we're surrounded by a bunch of fake people in junk.
Scientist B. Actually, our synthetic subjects are the result of years of research and development in the field of robotics and AI. They represent the cutting edge of artificial intelligence and machine learning.
Scene 4.
Beavis. Yeah, I totally knew that.
Butthead. Yeah, we're really smart and stuff.
Scientist A. Of course, gentlemen. I have no doubt about that. Now, if you'll excuse us, we have work to do.
Conclusion. In conclusion, this study has shed light on the intricate process of creating synthetic humanoid forms and the importance of chromatic composition in achieving a lifelike appearance. Further research in this area may lead to the creation of fully functional, sentient artificial beings.
Title: The Interdimensional Smackdown.
Summary.
In this episode, Rick, Morty, and Summer travel to a dimension where Beavis and Butthead are skilled wrestlers, and WWE SmackDown takes place in their world. The trio decides to participate in the competition, but things quickly spiral out of control when the athletes start using illegal enhanced performance drugs. Chaos ensues as Rick tries to outsmart the other competitors using his scientific knowledge. Morty tries to stay out of trouble, and Summer takes on the role of the referee.
Scene 1.
Morty, we're traveling to Dimension 034 to participate in an interdimensional WWE SmackDown. This will be the ultimate test for our physical prowess.
Oh, Rick, I don't know about this. I don't think I'm cut out for wrestling.
Count me in, Rick. I've been wanting to try my hand at being a referee.
Scene 2.
Upon arrival at the interdimensional arena, the trio is greeted by the rowdy and unruly crowd. Beavis and Butthead are the reigning champions, and the competition looks fierce.
Wow, this is intense. How are we going to compete with these guys?
Simple, Summer. We'll just use my new serum, scientifically designed to enhance our physical abilities.
Oh, I don't know if that's such a good idea, Rick.
Scene 3.
As the competition begins, things seem to be going well for the trio. Rick's serum is providing a boost to their physical capabilities, and they're holding their own against the other wrestlers. But suddenly, chaos erupts as some of the competitors start using illegal performance-enhancing drugs.
Scene 4.
Rick, this is insane. These guys are using steroids.
No worries, Morty. I'll just use my own scientific prowess to outdo their enhanced abilities.
Guys, shouldn't we be doing something about the cheating going on?
Scene 5.
The competition heats up as Rick, Morty, and Summer try to outsmart their cheating opponents. But as the match draws to a close, it becomes clear that they're outmatched.
Scene 6.
Back in the safety of their own dimension, Rick reflects on their experience.
Well, that was a wild ride. but I guess I learned that sometimes, even science can't beat pure muscle.
Yeah, and I learned that I definitely don't want to be a wrestler.
I learned that cheating is wrong, even in interdimensional wrestling.
As the trio settles in to watch TV, a wrestling match comes on in the background.
Beavis. Haha, this is pretty cool. We should try wrestling sometime.
Butthead. Yeah, haha. Unless they start testing for drugs and stuff. Title: The Quantum Paradox of Darth Scooby-Doo.
The episode opens in Rick's lab, where Morty is assisting Rick with an experimental project to create a portal gun that can transport beings from other dimensions. Suddenly, they receive a distress signal from an alternate reality, where a sinister figure known as Darth Scooby-Doo threatens to destroy the universe with his red-nosed powers. Rick and Morty immediately enter the portal to investigate, but find themselves facing a quantum paradox. They soon realize that Darth Scooby-Doo has the ability to manipulate the fabric of time and space, making it impossible to predict his movements or actions.
Morty, Rick, I think we're dealing with a quantum entanglement here. We need to come up with a plan.
Rick, plan? Morty, we're dealing with Darth Scooby-Doo. We need a miracle.
As they search for Darth Scooby-Doo, they encounter a group of interdimensional beings who are also trying to stop the villain. However, they quickly realize that the beings are actually alternate versions of themselves, each with their own unique quirks and personalities.
Rick, hey, Morty, look at all these alternate versions of ourselves. It's like a Jerry convention.
Morty, except Jerry's not here. Rick.
Rick, exactly. Best party ever.
Finally, Rick and Morty confront Darth Scooby-Doo in a fierce battle, using their wit and scientific knowledge to outsmart the villain.
Rick, come on, Darth Scooby-Doo. You're not going to outsmart us with your glowing nose and red cape. We've got science on our side.
Darth Scooby-Doo, row. Looks like you're in over your heads this time.
But just as the situation seems hopeless, Morty has a breakthrough insight, realizing that Darth Scooby-Doo's powers are actually a result of a quantum glitch in the universe. With this knowledge, Rick and Morty are able to create a device that neutralizes the glitch, returning the universe to its natural state.
Morty, Rick, I know how to fix the paradox. We need to reverse the polarity of the neutron flow.
Rick, well, if that doesn't work, we can always try rebooting the universe. Gotta love those Control-Alt-Delete shortcuts.
In the end, Rick and Morty save the day once again, leaving the alternate realities and universes they've visited completely awestruck by their scientific prowess.
Rick, another victory against the forces of evil, Morty. Now let's go home and watch some TV.
Morty, but we destroyed the multiverse in the process. Rick.
Rick, hey, it'll grow back. And in the meantime, we'll have plenty of time to catch up on all our favorite Netflix shows.
Title: The Quantum Quagmire.
Rick, what the hell is going on?
Hold on, Morty, let me explain the quantum mechanics behind this situation. We have stumbled upon a wormhole that leads to a parallel dimension, wherein green peppers are the ruling plants and dirt is the currency they trade in.
What? That's insane!
I know, right? But here's the kicker. These green peppers are so spicy that they can alter the space-time continuum within a specific radius. And that dirt pile over there? It's actually a concentrated source of antimatter particles that can destabilize the very fabric of reality.
Oh, I'm lost. What does that have to do with the archery set?
Ah, the archery set. Well, that's just a fun little diversion I brought along to pass the time. But it also serves a more practical purpose. We need to shoot those green peppers with precise accuracy in order to neutralize their temporal effects.
Wait, what about the dirt?
Funny you should ask, Morty. You see, the dirt pile is actually a cover for a secret government installation that's been experimenting with quantum teleportation technology. And they've accidentally sent a spoonful of dirt through the wormhole, thus causing a catastrophic chain reaction that could implode the entire multiverse.
Wow, that's a lot to take in. But how are we gonna fix this?
Simple. We're gonna shoot the green peppers with the archery set, collect the dirt pile and use it to create a portal that'll send the spoonful of dirt back to its own dimension. Then we'll rig the wormhole with a time bomb that'll destroy it before it can cause any more damage.
Okay, let's do it. But I gotta ask, why do we keep getting into these crazy situations?
Because, Morty, we are adventurers. We seek out the unknown, the unpredictable, the mind-bendingly bizarre. And most importantly, we do it all for the sake of science.
Geez, Rick, sometimes I wish we could just have a normal day.
Ah, that's rich coming from you, Morty. You're the one who dragged us into that interdimensional tennis match last week.
Oh, right. I forgot about that.
In any case, let's finish this mission and get out of here before the universe collapses on itself. We've got a date with destiny and it's not gonna wait around for us.
Title: The Bald Battle Royale.
Abstract. In this episode, Rick and Morty find themselves in the midst of a battle of the balds. A group of men in uniforms with guns and uniforms on are squaring off in a fight to determine who is the most majestic bald of them all, spearheaded by the legendary Colin Mockery. In between puns, jokes and laughs, Rick and Morty must navigate their way through the absurdity of the battle while trying to avoid getting caught in the crossfire.
Act 1.
Oh boy, Morty, we stumbled upon a gathering of the balds.
The balds, Rick? What are they doing?
Looks like they're about to duke it out in a battle of the balds. Colin Mockery is leading the charge.
Who's Colin Mockery, Rick?
Only the most majestic bald to ever exist in the history of baldness.
Act 2. Colin Mockery, welcome to the bald battle. Today we'll be settling once and for all who is the burliest bald of them all.
This is insane, Morty.
What are we going to do, Rick?
We'll have to blend in, Morty. We're bald enough to pass as contestants.
I don't think that's such a good idea, Rick. These guys look pretty tough.
Nonsense, Morty. We can take them. Now hand me the hair removal cream.
Act 3.
Alright, Morty. You ready to show these guys who the real bald boss is?
I don't know, Rick. I feel like I'm missing something.
Nonsense, Morty. We're bald, we're majestic, and we're ready to fight.
Alright, let's do this, Rick.
Act 4. Majestic music plays as Rick and Morty enter the battle.
Take that, you bald-headed buffoons.
Yeah, we're the true balds.
Majestic music comes to a screeching halt as one of the balds grabs Rick.
Bald one, You think you can take us on, losers? We've been bald longer than you've been alive.
Act 5.
Majestic music fades back in as Rick and Morty make a comeback.
You don't mess with the bald boss, buddy.
Yeah, take that, you hairy jerks.
Majestic music comes to a screeching halt as Colin Mockery steps in.
Act 6.
Colin Mockery, alright, that's enough. You two may be majestic balds, but I am the most majestic of them all.
You may have won this battle, Mockery, but you haven't won the ultimate war.
Yeah, we'll be back to claim our title as the true bald boss.
Act 7.
Well, Morty, that was certainly an interesting experience.
I don't think I'll ever get that image of a bald man in a tutu out of my head, Rick.
You'll get used to it, Morty. Now let's go home and get some rest. I need to regrow my hair after that intense fight.
Conclusion. In this episode, Rick and Morty find themselves in the midst of a battle of the balds. Through puns, jokes, and laughs, they navigate their way through the absurdity of the battle while trying to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. While they may have been defeated in the fight, they'll never give up the title of true bald boss without a fight.
Title: The Quantum Shield Conundrum.
Synopsis. After acquiring a cosmic quasar shield from a parallel universe, Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth and Summer find themselves in the midst of a galactic standoff between the Mercury aliens and the Cloud Strife warriors. Meanwhile, a Norwegian forest cat with humanoid features and a penchant for technology joins forces with the Unicorn Detective Agency to uncover a conspiracy involving Captain America.
Scene 1, the lab.
Hey, Morty, hand me that quantum wrench over there. We need to stabilize the quasar shield's energy field before we bring it out of the containment unit.
Morty. Sure, Rick. But what's the shield for again?
Rick, Morty, do you even pay attention to our interdimensional exploits? This shield is the key to accessing the Forbidden Zone, where the secrets of the universe are stored.
Summer, hey guys, have you seen this weird cat hanging around outside?
Beth, that's just Fluffernutter, the neighbor's cat. Why do you care?
Summer, look at him, he's wearing a vest and goggles. And he just hacked our security system. We have to do something.
Scene 2, the alien war zone.
Mercury alien, surrender the quasar shield, humans, or face the wrath of the Mercury Empire.
Cloud Strife warrior, ha! Do not listen to these fools. They have no idea of the power contained in that shield. It is rightfully ours.
Morty. Oh geez. Rick, what do we do?
Hey, relax Morty, I've got this. Hand me the shield and watch me work. Jerry, can I have a turn with the shield too? I want to impress my wife. Hey, sure Jerry, go ahead. But watch out for those laser beams.
Beth. Jerry's so cute when he's trying to be a hero.
Scene 3, the conspiracy.
Fluffernutter. Greetings, agents of the Unicorn Detective Agency. I have uncovered evidence of a nefarious plot involving Captain America.
Unicorn Detective 1. What kind of plot, Fluffernutter?
Fluffernutter. My sources say that he's been stealing technology from various government agencies and funneling it to a secret organization. And I have a feeling that shield you found is somehow involved.
Unicorn Detective 2. Alright, we'll look into it. But first, we need to take down these alien invaders and secure the shield.
Scene 4, the showdown.
Mercury alien, you fools cannot defeat us. Our technology is far superior to anything you could ever dream of.
Cloud Strife warrior, the shield belongs to us, humans. We will destroy anyone who stands in our way.
Hey, alright, enough talk. It's time for some action. Morty, Jerry, Beth, Summer, you know what to do.
Morty, I don't actually know what to do, Rick.
Rick, just follow my lead, Morty, and try not to die.
Scene 5, The Aftermath.
Unicorn Detective 1. Fluffernutter was right. Captain America was working with the Mercury aliens all along, using the shield to power their weapons.
Unicorn Detective 2. We'll have to report this to S.H.I.E.L.D. and let them handle it.
Rick, hey, can we keep the shield? It looks pretty cool.
Beth, you can keep it, Rick. Just don't break it.
Summer, so what now?
Morty, I don't know, but I'm gonna need a new pair of pants.
Title: The Godzilla Experiment.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, and Summer embarking on a scientific mission to study the behavior and anatomy of the legendary monster, Godzilla. The trio enters a laboratory filled with various sci-fi tools and gadgets to assist them in their experiment.
Alright, buckle up Morty and Summer. We're going to analyze Godzilla's atomic breath and try to replicate it.
What? Is that really a good idea, Rick?
I don't know if it's worth the risk. We could be endangering ourselves and others.
Nonsense. This is science at its finest. Besides, we're just going to create a harmless replica, like a flamethrower or something. What could go wrong?
As Rick begins working on his invention, a man in a blue shirt suddenly bursts into the laboratory, waving a microphone and a Godzilla statue in his arms.
Man, excuse me, I'm Ryan Stiles and I challenge Godzilla to a battle.
What the hell is going on here?
Ryan, I'm here to prove that I'm the ultimate monster slayer, and Godzilla's going down.
Rick, we can't let him go through with this. It's too dangerous.
Yeah, and what if he actually wins? That could create some serious problems.
Don't worry, I've got just the thing.
He hands Ryan a device that looks like a laser gun.
This device will enhance your agility and strength. It's practically indestructible, so use it wisely.
Ryan nods, takes the device, and starts walking outside. Suddenly, Godzilla appears in the distance, roaring and destroying everything in his path.
Ryan, this is it. It's showtime.
As Ryan charges towards Godzilla, Rick and the kids remotely control Ryan's laser gun from the laboratory. In an instant, Ryan transforms into a super-powered warrior, flipping and dodging Godzilla's attacks with ease.
Ryan, take that, you oversized iguana.
Keep going, Ryan. You've got this.
But as Ryan tries to deliver his final blow, Godzilla swipes him with his tail and sends him flying into a nearby building. Ryan lays on the ground, defeated and bruised.
Ryan, I can't move.
Oh no, we have to save him.
What are we going to do, Rick? He's injured pretty badly.
Wait a minute, I have an idea. What if we use the Godzilla statue to distract the real Godzilla while we rescue Ryan?
Genius. Summer, you're a natural-born scientist.
With the plan in motion, Rick, Morty, and Summer lure Godzilla away while simultaneously retrieving Ryan. Eventually, with Godzilla temporarily distracted, they're able to escape and return to the laboratory.
Ryan, wow, that was a close one. I don't think I ever want to battle a monster again.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be doing any experiments like that again either.
But hey, at least we learned something along the way. Science can be pretty wild.
The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and Summer reflecting on their experience while Godzilla still roars furiously in the background.
Well, that was certainly interesting.
I think I need a drink after that.
Same here. Morty, Same here.
Title: The effect of exaggerated tales of bad luck on unicorn idol auditions in the werewolf vegetarian dilemma.
Introduction.
In this episode, we explore the effect of exaggerated tales of bad luck on the audition performance of unicorns and the ethical dilemma faced by werewolf vegetarians. A stuffed unicorn with a horn laying down on a floor with a black background and a gray background behind it serves as the backdrop for this study.
Perfect.
A sample of unicorns was recruited to participate in a unicorn idol audition. Prior to their audition, half of the unicorns were exposed to exaggerated tales of bad luck while the other half were not. The unicorns' audition performances were recorded and evaluated for their effectiveness.
Results.
The unicorns who were exposed to exaggerated tales of bad luck performed significantly worse than the control group who were not exposed to such tales. Their performances were characterized by hesitancy, frequent mistakes, and a lack of confidence.
Discussion.
These results suggest that the psychological impact of believing in bad luck may have a negative effect on performance. It is possible that the unicorns who were exposed to exaggerated tales of bad luck may have experienced increased anxiety and decreased self-efficacy, leading to poorer audition performances. In addition, this episode poses an ethical dilemma for werewolf vegetarians. One werewolf contestant struggles with the morality of eating meat as a werewolf, given their vegetarian beliefs as a human. This internal conflict highlights the complexity of ethical decision-making and the challenges faced by individuals attempting to balance their personal values with their animalistic instincts.
Conclusion.
Overall, this episode offers insight into the complex interplay between psychology and performance, as well as the ethical dilemmas faced by individuals with conflicting values. It suggests that exaggerated tales of bad luck may have a detrimental effect on performance and emphasizes the importance of self-belief and confidence in achieving success.
Title: Phenotypic response of German Shepherd to snowball fetching, a case study.
In this episode, we investigate the phenotypic response of a German Shepherd to snowball fetching, as observed in a scene featuring a dog with a snow-covered face, surrounded by snow-covered trees, and with snow on its nose. The dog, a purebred German Shepherd, exhibits traits of a working breed, with a muscular and athletic build, and a thick double coat for enduring the cold environment. The snow on its nose provides evidence of its proclivity for exploring and sniffing its surroundings. As Hide the Pain, Harold Meme, and Philip DeFranco engage in snowball fetching with the German Shepherd, observations are made regarding the dog's behavior. The dog is highly responsive to verbal and physical cues, displaying its adaptable intelligence and obedience in following commands. Furthermore, the dog shows interest and enthusiasm in retrieving the snowball, exhibiting a natural retrieving instinct that is a common trait among German Shepherds. The dog's physical prowess is put on full display as it darts through the snow to retrieve the snowballs. Overall, this case study provides insight into the phenotypic characteristics of a German Shepherd in a snow-covered environment, highlighting their adaptability and intelligence in the face of challenging situations.
Hide the Pain, Harold Meme. This German Shepherd is amazing at fetching snowballs. It's like it was born for it.
Philip DeFranco. Indeed, the breed's innate retrieving instinct is on full display here. Plus, its thick coat and muscular build allow it to thrive in this cold climate.
German Shepherd barks happily while running through the snow to retrieve a snowball.
Title: The Spider-Man and the Pandemonic Clown Invasion.
Introduction.
This episode discusses the interplay between the superhero, Spider-Man, the pharmacist, and the pandemonic clown invasion in a modern urban cityscape featuring buildings and skyscrapers. Using the theoretical perspective of social exchange and game theory, this episode explores the strategies adopted by the actors involved in the face of this invasive threat. Spider-Man, flying through the air. The pandemonic clown invasion is becoming increasingly dangerous. I fear it will destroy the city.
Pharmacist, analyzing the situation. We need to contain the invasion. I suggest developing an antipsychotic drug to neutralize and incapacitate the clown's humor receptors.
Spider-Man, nodding in agreement. That's a good plan. But while we work on that, we still need to contain the clowns. I'll fly above and keep an eye out for any suspicious activity while you work on the drug.
Pharmacist, preparing the antipsychotic formula. I'm almost done. This should work. But we need to be cautious of any potential side effects.
Spider-Man, surveying the city. I see a group of clowns heading towards the downtown area. Let's move quickly.
Pharmacist, administering the drug. The clowns are immobilized. They won't be able to harm anyone now.
XQ Cow, running towards them. What's going on here? I heard the clown alarm.
Spider-Man, explaining the situation. There was a pandemonic clown invasion, but we managed to contain it with the pharmacist's antipsychotic drug.
XQ Cow, expressing relief. Thank goodness. I was about to help out, but I guess I'm not needed now.
Spider-Man, smiling. We appreciate the offer, but it looks like we have things under control. It's all in a day's work for us.
Conclusion.
This episode has shown how the interplay between different actors can lead to successful outcomes in the face of invasive threats. The successful containment of the pandemonic clown invasion was due to the cooperation and strategic thinking of Spider-Man, the pharmacist, and XQ Cow. The use of game theory to analyze the situation has highlighted the importance of exchange and cooperation in complex scenarios.
Title: The Feline Gorgon Paradox.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in the garage tinkering with some sci-fi devices when they discover a strange interdimensional portal. Rick, with his usual enthusiasm, jumps through the portal and drags Morty along with him. They find themselves in a strange dimension where a green snake, wearing a purple hat, and a purple and black snake are wrapped around a dog's neck.
Holy shit, Morty. We've entered a dimension where Bad Pun Dog meme reigns supreme.
Bad pun dog? That's awesome, Rick.
As they approach the dog, they realize that the snakes around its neck are no ordinary snakes. They are actually gorgons, mythical creatures from Greek mythology that can turn you to stone with a single gaze.
Morty, we've gotta be careful. These gorgon snakes can turn us to stone.
Oh man, that's not good. What are we gonna do?
Just then, a group of talking cats show up and invite Rick and Morty to their underground lair. The cats explain that they need Rick's help to find a rare mineral that can help restore their underground city's power source. They need a geologist to help them locate the minerals, which is why they turn to Rick.
Cat leader, we heard about your reputation, Rick. You're the best damn geologist in the multiverse.
Damn right I am. Let's do this.
The group embarks on a dangerous mission to the heart of the planet, encountering all sorts of obstacles along the way. They eventually locate the minerals they need, but are ambushed by a group of bad pun snake gorgons.
Bad pun dog. Looks like you guys are stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Not you again. Come on guys, let's take them down.
The group uses their combined skills and wits to defeat the snakes and retrieve the minerals. They return to the cat's underground lair, where Rick uses his science knowledge to fix their power source. The cats are ecstatic and offer Rick and Morty a place to stay for as long as they want.
Thanks, but no thanks. We've got a lot of other dimensions to explore and science to do.
Come on, Morty, let's hit the road.
What? You mean we're leaving all these talking cats behind?
Morty, listen to me, no attachments. We're explorers, not pet owners.
The group says their goodbyes and Rick and Morty jump back through the portal, ready for their next adventure. End scene.
Title: The Dimensional Portal Exploration Experiment.
The episode opens up with Rick, Morty, and Summer flying on a plane over a body of water with a bright light shining on its side. Rick is busy tinkering with his latest invention, the Dimensional Portal Exploration Experiment, which he plans to use to explore Alpha Centauri. Morty and Summer are excited but have their doubts.
Morty, Summer, are you ready to explore the unknown?
I don't know, Rick. This seems a little risky.
Yeah, I really don't want to end up on some alien planet with 3 heads or something.
Relax, Summer. The DPE experiment is completely foolproof. I've tested it on small objects several times and they have come back unharmed.
As Rick prepares to activate the dimensional portal, they suddenly find themselves being attacked by a swarm of alien creatures.
Rick, what the hell is going on?
Well, it seems we've stumbled upon an uncharted territory. These aliens must not be too happy to have us here.
We need to get out of here now, Rick.
With the aliens closing in and the DPE experiment malfunctioning, Rick is forced to activate it prematurely, sending the 3 of them hurtling through space and landing on the planet Mercury.
Well, I guess we made it to Mercury after all.
This isn't Alpha Centauri, Rick.
And my guts are all over the place.
As they explore Mercury, they stumble upon a strange machine that seems to be emitting a strange energy signature. Rick activates it and they find themselves transported into a stand-up comedy show in the year 2065.
Rick, what the hell is going on now?
It seems we've gone back in time to witness the laugh track history of stand-up comedy. This is amazing.
As they witness iconic comedians of the past like George Carlin and Richard Pryor performing, Summer suddenly realizes they're forgetting to laugh.
Hey guys, we're not laughing. It's like we're not affected by the jokes.
Oh no, I think the machine's energy signature is dampening our sense of humor. This is serious.
Can't you just fix it, Rick?
I need a minute, Morty. This isn't exactly easy to fix.
As they scramble to fix the machine, they quickly realize that without laughter, the universe as they know it will collapse.
We need to find a way to make ourselves laugh before it's too late.
And so, the 3 of them set out on a mission to find something, anything, that will make them laugh. From Monty Python to slapstick comedy, they try every trick in the book until they finally stumble upon a fart joke that sets them off.
Ubba lubba dub dub, we did it, guys.
The DPE experiment malfunctions one final time, sending them back to Earth. As the episode ends, they all walk off into the sunset with their sense of humor restored and a newfound appreciation for the power of laughter.
Thanks, Rick. I never knew laughter was so important.
Yeah, don't get all mushy on me now, Summer. We've got science to do.
Title: The Nautical Nonsense of Rick in a Study on Foggy Day Adventures in Dystopian Surveillance States.
Opening shot shows a large boat, the SS Vortex, floating next to a smaller boat, the SS Mini Brain, on a foggy day with a menacing ship in the background.
Morty, get on board the Mini Brain. We're going on a joyride.
But Rick, what about the giant ship staring us down?
Oh, don't worry about that, Morty. It's just a government surveillance vessel.
Wait, what? Rick, what have you gotten us into this time?
Relax, Summer. We're just going on a little foggy day adventure.
As they sail through the thick fog, they come across the ship captain, who warns them of the dangers of the dystopian surveillance state they are entering.
Ship captain, be careful, travelers. This is a land of constant observation and control. You must tread lightly to avoid their grasp.
Oh no, Rick, what are we going to do?
Don't worry, Morty. I've got this.
Rick pulls out a device from his lab coat and presses a button, causing a massive explosion on the government ship.
Rick, what the hell? We could have caused a war.
Hey, probably not. Now let's get out of here before they catch up to us.
As they speed away, they come across a mysterious fog patch. Suddenly, a tentacled creature emerges and attacks their boats.
Oh God, Rick, it's the Kraken!
Chief, please. I've dealt with far worse in my time.
Rick pulls out a laser gun and begins to fight the creature, ultimately defeating it and saving their boats.
Phew, that was intense. Can we go home now?
Sure, but let's make a quick pit stop at a space bar on the way back. I could use a drink.
The episode ends with the trio relaxing in a space bar, drinks in hand, as Rick regales them with tales of his past adventures.
Geez, Rick, how do you survive all of this crazy stuff?
Simple, Morty. I'm the smartest man in the universe.
The camera zooms out as the group laughs and drinks together. The end.
Title: A Haunted Investigation, Vampires and Dragons.
Synopsis.
In this episode, a team of researchers and investigators, led by renowned paranormal expert Alinity, explore a haunted asylum with a history of disturbing and otherworldly occurrences. The investigation takes an unexpected turn when they come across a woman dressed in a nun costume, standing in front of a house with a dragon statue in front of her. As they engage with her, they learn about a vampire beauty pageant taking place in the vicinity, and they decide to further explore the possibility of supernatural involvement. As the team delves deeper into the investigation, they observe an extraordinary level of paranormal activity, including strange noises, apparitions, cold spots, and unexplained voices. The dragon statue in front of the house starts to glow ominously, indicating a possible connection between the vampires and the dragons. Using advanced scientific equipment and rigorous investigative methods, the team uncovers a vortex of energy, linking the vampire beauty pageant to the haunted asylum. They discover that the vampires have been harnessing the dark powers of the dragon statue to create their beauty-enhancing elixirs. As the investigation comes to a close, the team concludes that the connection between the vampires and dragons is a complex one, with each relying on the other to sustain their supernatural powers. They recommend further research into this phenomenon, calling for a multidisciplinary approach that combines paranormal investigations, ancient folklore, and modern science.
Discussion.
Alinity. The level of paranormal activity in this location is extraordinary, and it seems to be connected to the vampire beauty pageant taking place nearby. What's intriguing is the use of the dragon statue, a motif commonly associated with power and magic in many cultures.
Researcher 1. Indeed, dragons have been a recurring theme in many ancient legends and myths, often symbolizing potency, wisdom, and insight. It's possible that the dragons were used as a source of inspiration for the vampires to create their beauty elixirs.
Researcher 2. Our data shows that the elixirs have an unusual composition, with traces of dragon scales and blood. Such elements may explain the supernatural and rejuvenating effects of the elixirs.
Investigator 1. But what's even more intriguing is the energy vortex we found, linking the vampire beauty pageant to the haunted asylum. This suggests that the vampires were using the asylum's dark energy to augment their powers.
Investigator 2. We also saw signs of the nun costume-wearing woman having some connection with the vampires. There seems to be a complex network of supernatural entities operating in this area.
Alinity. Yes, and we must continue our research to get a better understanding of this phenomenon. By combining our expertise in paranormal investigations, ancient folklore, and modern science, we may shed new light on the mysteries of the supernatural.
Title: The Mysterious Lycanthrope Plague.
Abstract. The episode explores the mysterious lycanthrope plague sweeping across the sci-fi role-playing community, causing players to turn into actual werewolves. The research team, led by Professor Rick Sanchez and his grandson Morty, uncovers a possible source of the disease in a peculiar stuffed animal. The team also investigates failed do-it-yourself projects and satirical news articles, as well as a time-traveling paparazzi with questionable ethics.
Opening scene. Morty, we have a problem. Every sci-fi role-playing game community in the universe is reporting cases of werewolf transformation.
Werewolves? You mean like in the movies?
No, Morty, not Hollywood bullshit. These are actual lycanthropes made real by some kind of virus.
Entering the room, have you guys thought about checking your contact points? Maybe it's just a coincidence.
Brilliant observation, Beth. We'll put that in our failed DIY project investigation pile.
It's seen.
Holding the stuffed animal. So, this thing is the source of the virus?
It's a hunch, Morty. But I've seen that big grin before. And those glowing eyes, it's definitely up to something.
Reading on her tablet. Guys, get this. There's a satirical news article reporting that a certain tech billionaire has been conducting top-secret experiments in his underground laboratory.
Rubbing his chin. That sounds plausible. Can you trace the article's origins?
Typing. I think I can hack into their servers and find the source.
Unseen.
Holding up a silver bullet. Well, Morty, looks like we found a cure after all.
Looking exhausted, all in a day's work, I guess.
Entering the room with a time-traveling paparazzi in tow. Rick, Morty, you guys have to see this.
Paparazzi. Tripping over his equipment. Sorry. Please don't erase my memory.
Rolling his eyes. What's the big deal?
Showing a tablet. This tech billionaire? He's been spotted partying with Hollywood A-listers in ancient Rome.
Muttering, what is with these rich people and their time-traveling hobbies?
Taking the tablet from Beth. Looks like we have a new case to evaluate. Who knows what this guy is capable of?
Final line.
Sipping on a flask. I love science.
The quantum conundrum.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty in the laboratory, tinkering with their latest invention. Suddenly, a man in a suit with a red and green eye and a green and red nose and a red and green ring appears out of nowhere.
What the hell is going on? Who the hell are you?
Man in suit. My name is Dr. Quantum and I am from a parallel universe. I need your help.
What kind of help?
Dr. Quantum, I need your expertise in quantum mechanics to save my universe from collapsing. The laws of physics are breaking down and everything is turning into chaos.
Ah, sounds like a typical Tuesday to me. We're in.
Dr. Quantum gives Rick and Morty a brief on the situation in his universe. It turns out that the universe is being threatened by an evil entity named Levi Ackerman. Title: Quantum Gastronomy, The Resurrection of the Zombie Celebrity Chef.
Opening scene. Rick, Morty, and Summer are sitting at the kitchen table with food on their faces, attempting to create a new interdimensional recipe. Suddenly, the image of an ancient mummy appears on the TV screen, announcing that it has discovered the key to bringing a long-dead celebrity chef back to life. Rick, Morty, and Summer waste no time in building a resurrection device that will bring Chef de Mort back to the land of the living.
Theoretical physics and gastronomy have finally collided. I'm going to win a Nobel Prize for this.
But Rick, what about the dangers of bringing back someone who's been long dead?
Yeah, Morty's right. Are we sure about this?
Relax, gang. What's the worst that could happen? We're dealing with a culinary genius here, not some demonic entity.
Suddenly, the resurrection device malfunctions, and Chef de Mort's body is inhabited by the soul of an evil, undead chef, turning him into a zombie celebrity chef.
Zombie celebrity chef, I am the grand arbiter of flavor. You shall taste my wrath.
Rick, I think we may have messed up.
Yeah, we definitely didn't think this through.
No time for regrets, kids. We have to stop him before he turns everyone into his mindless food slaves.
The trio engages in a battle of wits and utensils against the zombie celebrity chef, using high-tech gadgets and culinary skills to outsmart the undead foe.
Zombie celebrity chef, you cannot defeat me. I am eternal, I am infinite.
Oh, shut up and take this.
In the final showdown, Rick manages to use a quantum physics equation to trap the zombie celebrity chef in a never-ending culinary loop, preventing him from harming anyone ever again.
Phew, that was intense. I never thought science and cooking could be so dangerous.
Yeah, but at least we learned something important today.
What's that, Summer?
That sometimes, when you mess with the laws of nature and death, things can go terribly wrong. But in the end, science always finds a way to make it right, or at least edible.
Rick, Morty, and Summer high-five as the screen fades to black.
Title: The Phenomenon of Third World Success Kid Meme, a study on its sociological implications.
Introduction.
This episode explores the phenomenon of the third world success kid meme, a popular internet meme featuring a cartoon character with a green hat and a grin on his face. The meme has gained popularity due to its use in showcasing the accomplishments of individuals from developing countries despite the challenges they face. This study aims to understand the sociological implications of this meme and its impact on society.
Scene 1.
The episode opens with the third world success kid standing in front of a city with a banner proclaiming his latest success.
Third world success kid, finally got running water in my village after years of campaigning.
Scene 2.
A group of people from the city approach him and express their disbelief.
City Dweller 1, really? How did you manage to get running water?
Third world success kid, we organized a collective effort among the villagers and made our voices heard.
Scene 3.
The group of people show their admiration and respect for third world success kids' persistence and determination.
City Dweller 2, that's amazing. You truly are an inspiration to us all.
Scene 4.
The episode delves into the sociological implications of the meme, with a group of scholars discussing its impact on society.
Scholar 1. The third world success kid meme represents a shift in the dominant narrative of developing countries. Instead of being portrayed as helpless and destitute, this meme celebrates their resilience and perseverance.
Scene 5.
The scholars go on to discuss the potential limitations of the meme in perpetuating stereotypes.
Scholar 2. While the third world success kid meme is a positive representation of developing countries, it can also perpetuate the stereotype of the noble savage. The idea that individuals from developing countries are inherently heroic and brave.
Scene 6.
Third world success kid responds to the scholars' concerns.
Third world success kid, I understand that the meme has its limitations, but my hope is that it inspires others to recognize the potential for change and progress in even the most challenging circumstances.
Scene 7.
The episode ends with a call to action, urging viewers to support and uplift individuals from developing countries. Narrator: let us all take inspiration from the third world success kid and work towards creating a more equitable and just world for all.
Conclusion.
The third world success kid meme represents a positive shift in the way developing countries are represented in popular culture. While the meme has its limitations, it has the potential to inspire and empower individuals to make a difference in their communities. This episode serves as a reminder of the resilience and determination of individuals from developing countries and the importance of supporting and uplifting them.
Title: The Madness of Gintama Raccoon Cult-Induced City Chaos.
Episode summary. Rick and Morty investigate a strange phenomenon in the city of New York, where a group of cartoon animals, led by a Gintama raccoon cult, has caused chaos by marching down the city streets. As they unravel the mystery, they discover that the cult's leader, a super-intelligent raccoon, has been experimenting with a new type of mind-controlling serum, capable of inducing an intense state of euphoria in its subjects.
Scene 1. The episode begins with Rick and Morty observing the unusual march of cartoon animals, triggering their scientific curiosity.
Morty, these critters are not random animals. They are Gintama raccoon cult members. This smells like trouble.
Raccoon cult, Rick, are you serious? Scene 2. While examining the animals, Beth and Summer arrive on the scene. They are shocked by the bizarre display.
What in the world are those animals doing?
This looks like something out of a bizarre dream.
Scene 3. After tracking down the cult's leader, Rick and Morty confront the super-intelligent raccoon in his lab.
What have you been up to, buddy?
Raccoon, I have concocted a new serum that can induce a mental state of euphoria. I believe it could solve humanity's problems.
Scene 4. The serum's backup system is showcased and it uncovers that it may cause insanity in people.
Rick, the backup system shows that the serum could drive people insane.
Insane or euphoric? Same difference, Morty.
Scene 5. Despite Rick's doubts, the raccoon cult leader insists on administering the serum to everyone in the city.
Raccoon, I must share this brilliance with everyone. It's what the world needs.
You're insane, Raccoon. That serum needs to be destroyed.
Scene 6. Meanwhile, the animals from the cult are spreading the serum's effects everywhere, creating mass chaos in the streets.
I don't feel so good. What did you do, Rick?
This is not a dream, this is a nightmare.
Scene 7. The situation becomes completely insane and Rick's family start acting weird.
I think we need to take drastic measures, Morty. We can't let them stay infected.
What do we do, Rick?
We need to reverse the serum's effects, Morty. I'll need your help to create an antidote.
Scene 8. Rick and Morty create an antidote in record time and administer it to Beth and Summer.
Alright, everyone, drink this.
Rick, what is this?
An antidote, Beth, drink it.
Scene 9. The antidote works and the family is back to normal, but the chaos continues.
Rick, what about the rest of the city?
Looks like we have one last ride to take care of everything, Morty.
Scene 10. Rick and Morty strap into an advanced flying saucer and set out to destroy the serum's source, putting an end to the madness.
This is your captain speaking. Anyone up for a little demolition? Morty, target those animals.
Are you sure, Rick? They seem happy.
You heard me, Morty. Destroy them all. Let's go home.
The episode ends with the family finally back in their normal state and taking a deep breath of relief.
Title: The Feline Fracture of Quantum Mechanics.
The episode begins with Rick trying to harness the power of shadows from the show Babylon 5 to create a new portal gun. Meanwhile, Morty is fascinated by funny animal videos, particularly videos featuring Sphinx cats. Just as Rick is about to activate his new invention, a bald Sphinx with yellow eyes appears out of nowhere and disrupts the experiment, causing a fracture in the fabric of quantum mechanics.
Great, Morty. You brought us a feline catastrophe. The shadow technology is destabilized.
I didn't do anything, Rick. It just showed up out of nowhere.
Jerry walks in the garage with a Forever Alone meme t-shirt, completely oblivious to the chaos happening around him. Hey, guys! What's all the commotion? Just then, the Sphinx disappears back into the quantum rift, but not before leaving a strange energy signature behind.
This is bad. That Sphinx has created a fracture in the quantum fabric of reality. We need to find it.
How are we gonna find it, Rick?
Simple. We're going to use Jerry's weird underwhelming ability to detect the location of funny cat videos.
Wait, what? I don't have any.
Activating a device. There we go. Now, follow the signal.
The trio follow Jerry's trail until they find themselves in a strange, cat-filled dimension where the Sphinx has taken over as the ruler.
Sphinx, you dare enter my domain. I am the great ruler of all felines.
Calm down, Furball. We just need to fix the quantum fracture you caused.
Sphinx, I'll only let you fix it if you can beat me in an epic battle.
The scene turns into a Dragon Ball Z-style animation as the gang battles the Sphinx and its army of cats. Rick uses his shadow portal technology to create duplicates of himself and Morty, while Jerry accidentally summons an army of laser-eyed kittens. I don't know how I did it, but I'll take it. The battle is won, and the quantum fracture is fixed. The Sphinx offers the trio a truce.
Sphinx, Perhaps we can work together to explore parallel universes filled with infinite cat videos.
I'm in.
I don't know, guys. This seems like a catastrophe waiting to happen.
Shut up, Morty. We're doing it for science.
The episode ends with the four of them jumping into a portal, followed by an army of cats.
Title: Quantum Entanglement of Bad Habits.
Opening scene.
Rick is seen tinkering with his latest invention, a time-traveling music band, while Morty looks on with trepidation.
Rick, Morty, this invention is gonna blow your mind. We're gonna take Bad Habits, Ed Sheeran, back to the Renaissance era and perform for Leonardo da Vinci himself.
Morty, but Rick, isn't that gonna mess with the space-time continuum?
Rick, Morty, you worry too much. Time is a flat circle, man. Now, grab your guitar and let's rock. Scene 2.
As Rick and Morty travel back in time, they encounter a group of bandits who steal their instruments. In an unexpected twist, the bandits use the instruments to create a new genre of music, which becomes an instant hit among the masses.
Morty, Rick, we messed up big time. These guys are gonna change the course of history with their music.
Rick, well, Morty, we can't let that happen. We're gonna have to get those instruments back and set things right.
Scene 3.
Rick and Morty enlist the help of the Arthur Fist meme, who agrees to help them find the bandits and retrieve the stolen instruments. As they journey through time, they encounter a host of wacky characters, including a group of alien DJs and a parallel universe version of themselves.
Arthur Fist meme, this is crazy, man. I never thought I'd be time traveling with you guys.
Rick, yeah, well, anything's possible when you're a genius like me.
Scene 4.
After a series of mishaps and misadventures, Rick, Morty, and the Arthur Fist meme finally confront the bandits and reclaim their instruments. As they prepare to perform for Da Vinci in his court, they realize that their bad habits have become entangled with the timeline, causing erratic fluctuations in the space-time continuum.
Morty, Rick, I think we broke everything. This is not good.
Rick, relax, Morty. We just need to play our way out of this mess. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Final scene.
As Rick, Morty, and the time-traveling music band play their hearts out, the timeline stabilizes and the bad habits are purged from history. Da Vinci and his court look on in amazement as they witness a new era of music being born before their eyes.
Da Vinci, Magnifico. I have never heard such sounds before. You have truly touched the essence of time itself.
Rick, I told you we were gonna blow your mind.
As the episode ends, Rick, Morty, and the Arthur Fist meme bid farewell to the time-traveling music band and travel back to their own time, eager to see what new adventures await them.
Title: The Quantum Time Travel Paradox.
The episode begins with Morty discovering a strange man in a Star Trek uniform, who introduces himself as Captain Kirk from the year 2233. He tells the group that he has traveled back in time to prevent a quantum time travel paradox that could destroy existence as they know it. Rick, skeptical of the captain's claims, decides to test his theory by using their portal gun to travel to the future to see if it still exists. However, upon arrival, they discover that their future selves have encountered a group of aliens known as the Nox from the Stargate SG-1 universe. Summer, fascinated by the Nox, decides to explore their planet while Rick and Morty work on preventing the paradox. However, things take a turn for the worse when they realize that the Nox are actually shape-shifting parasites who can turn into any living creature they encounter. Rick and Morty race against time to find a way to prevent the paradox and stop the Nox from taking over the universe. They eventually come up with a plan to use their portal gun to travel to a parallel universe where the Nox do not exist and bring back a team of alternate versions of themselves to help fight the parasites.
Summer. Wow, these Nox are really cool. They can shapeshift into any living being they want.
Rick, cool? They're parasites, Summer. They're trying to take over the universe. Captain Kirk. He's right, young lady. It's important that we work together to prevent the paradox and save existence as we know it.
Morty. Guys, I don't think our future selves are doing so well. There's a lot of smoke and explosions coming from that building over there.
Rick, damn it, Morty. We need to act fast. Get the portal gun, we're going in.
Summer. But wait, what about the Nox? They're fascinating creatures, I don't want to leave them behind.
Morty. Summer, we can't worry about that right now. We need to save the universe.
Rick, Morty's right. Let's go kick some Nox ass.
In the end, Rick and Morty successfully prevent the paradox and defeat the Nox with the help of their alternate selves. The captain thanks them for their help and disappears back into his own time. As the group prepares to leave, Summer turns to Rick and says, "You know, I think I'm gonna miss those Nox." Rick responds, "Don't worry, Summer. I'm sure we'll run into more crazy, questionable creatures in our travels."
Title: The Tunnel Experiment.
Abstract. In this experiment, we explore the effects of tunnel vision on the human psyche. Using a combination of advanced technology and psychedelic substances, we will observe the reactions of various test subjects exposed to a continuous loop of the Leroy Jenkins meme while driving through a tunnel. In addition, the experiment will be conducted during a comedy game show featuring the Beatles as guest judges. Introduction. The tunnel is a unique environment that can induce feelings of claustrophobia and disorientation. By combining this with the Leroy Jenkins meme, a well-known internet sensation that elicits strong emotional responses, we will test the limits of the human mind. The inclusion of the Beatles as guest judges on the comedy game show element will add an extra layer of complexity and unpredictability to our experiment.
Alright, Morty, buckle up. This is going to be one crazy ride.
I don't know, Rick. This experiment seems a little intense.
What am I doing here? Can I leave at any time?
Just sit back and enjoy the ride, Jerry. This could be a groundbreaking scientific breakthrough.
I'm excited. The Beatles are my favorite band.
Experiment begins.
Announcer, welcome to the Tunnel Experiment. Our contestants will be driving through a tunnel while watching a continuous loop of the Leroy Jenkins meme. Our guest judges today are the one and only Beatles.
John Lennon, it's an honor to be here. We're always up for a good laugh.
Paul McCartney. I'm excited to see what kind of reactions we'll get.
George Harrison, this should be interesting. I'm curious to see how people react to our music.
Ringo Starr, I'm just happy to be here.
Contestant, I can't see anything. What's going on?
Leroy Jenkins. Alright, let's do this. Leroy Jenkins.
Contestant, what's happening?
George Harrison, this music is making my head spin.
Paul McCartney. I can't stop laughing. John Lennon. This is better than any comedy show we've ever done.
Rick, looks like the experiment is a success so far. Morty, how are you holding up?
Morty, I feel like my brain is melting.
Announcer. And now, for our next segment, let's play a game show with the Beatles.
Contestant, what am I even doing here?
John Lennon. This is hilarious. I love it.
Paul McCartney. I can't believe what's happening right now.
George Harrison, I never thought I'd see the day.
Ringo Starr. This is what it's all about, baby.
Contestant, I give up. This is too much.
Conclusion. Our experiment has shown that exposure to a combination of tunnel vision, psychedelic substances, the Leroy Jenkins meme, and the Beatles as guest judges on a comedy game show can induce a wide range of emotional responses in test subjects. While the results may not always be predictable, they do provide valuable insights into the human psyche and how we can manipulate it for entertainment purposes.
Title: The Curvature of Time and the Craziness of Morty.
Opening shot, an aerial view of a building with a curved roof and a curved road in front of it and a car driving on the road. The car pulls up to the building and Rick and Morty step out.
Morty, you know how time and space are intimately connected.
Sure, Rick.
Well, I've created a new device that can manipulate both.
Oh wow, that's intense, Rick.
Intense doesn't even begin to cover it, Morty. We're going to travel through time and space and have the adventure of a lifetime.
Cut to Rick and Morty in a time machine, flying through space.
Rick, are you sure this is safe?
Safe, Morty? We're defying the very laws of physics. There's no such thing as safe.
Suddenly, the time machine lands in the middle of a bustling city.
Where are we, Rick?
We're in Dallas, Texas, Morty. November 22nd, 1963 to be exact.
What? Why would we come here? Isn't this when JFK was assassinated?
Exactly, Morty. We're going to witness the most mind-bending trip of JFK's life.
The scene switches to JFK's car driving down the curved road.
JFK, man, this is one crazy road. I feel like I'm going on a trip.
Driver, just stay seated, Mr. President. We'll get you to the speech in one piece.
Suddenly, the time machine appears next to the car and Rick and Morty jump out.
Quick, Morty. We need to get JFK out of here before he gets shot.
But Rick, won't that mess up the timeline?
Oh, come on, Morty. Haven't you seen any time travel movie ever?
Rick and Morty proceed to drag JFK from the car and into the time machine.
JFK. Whoa man, this is some trippy stuff.
Hold on, JFK. We're going back to the future.
The time machine takes off, leaving a confused and disoriented JFK in the future.
Rick, what are we going to do with him?
Don't worry, Morty. I've got it all figured out.
The scene cuts to Rick and Morty dropping JFK off at a Grateful Dead concert.
JFK, this is mind-blowing, man. I feel like I'm in a whole new dimension.
That's because you are JFK. That's because you are.
Closing shot. Rick and Morty driving off into the sunset, with JFK dancing in the background.
Title: The Virtual Pepper Mind Control Simulation.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty exploring a field of green peppers in rows, searching for a particular green pepper in the middle which they believe may hold some scientific significance. As they investigate, they stumble onto a virtual reality simulation that uses green pepper extract to mind control its subjects.
Morty, this is a scientific breakthrough. These Balinese have figured out how to use green peppers to control minds.
But Rick, isn't that kind of unethical?
Ethics are for losers, Morty. We're here to learn, not judge.
As they enter the simulation, they are immediately transported into a cursed painting terror, where they come face to face with a creepy cryptid.
Rick, this is scary. How do we get out?
Just follow me, Morty. I've got a plan.
Using his intellect, Rick figures out that they need to find a mainframe controlling the simulation in order to escape. With Morty in tow, they search the virtual world for the central control hub.
Hey Rick, what's that bonus level over there?
Morty, we don't have time for games. Focus on the mission.
However, Morty's curiosity gets the best of him as he enters the bonus level and finds himself face to face with his greatest fears.
Rick, I'm stuck in a virtual reality nightmare. Help me.
Hang on, Morty. I'll come get you.
Using his expert hacking skills, Rick is able to extract Morty from the bonus level and find the central control hub, where they face off against the Balinese scientist in charge of the experiment.
Balinese scientist, you will never stop us. Our virtual reality mind control will soon be unstoppable.
Not if I have anything to say about it.
In a fierce battle of minds, Rick overpowers the scientist and shuts down the simulation, saving himself and Morty from being trapped forever.
Wow, Rick, that was intense. What did we even learn from all of this?
Sometimes, Morty, science has its own reward. That, and don't trust green peppers.
Title: Cherry-Flavored Robot High School Unicorn Ballet Disaster.
Abstract.
In this episode, Rick and Morty encounter a highly advanced robot with 2 cherries attached to its head and arm. Curious about the technology behind it, they track down the robot's creator, Dr. Cherry. The doctor, a former high school classmate of Rick's, invites them to a science demonstration at his alma mater, Robot High School. Upon arrival, they discover that the demonstration is actually a unicorn ballet performance put on by the students. Things quickly spiral out of control when the lead dancer, a malfunctioning robot unicorn, goes rogue, causing chaos and destruction.
Scene 1.
Rick and Morty are in the garage, inspecting the robot.
Well, looks like someone had a case of the cherry fever.
Huh? What does that mean, Rick?
It means, Morty, that this technology is way beyond our comprehension. We need to find the genius behind this.
Oh, okay. But, where do we even start?
I have just the person in mind.
Scene 2.
Rick and Morty arrive at the lab of Dr. Cherry.
Dr. Cherry. Well, if it isn't Rick Sanchez. What brings you to my neck of the woods?
I heard you made a cherry-flavored robot. I had to come see it for myself.
Dr. Cherry. Oh, yes. The crown jewel of my creations. Care to see a demonstration?
Oh, sure. I guess.
Scene 3.
Rick, Morty, and Dr. Cherry arrive at Robot High School for the demonstration.
Wow, this place hasn't changed a bit.
Dr. Cherry. Yes, it's where I got my start in robotics. And now, behold, the Cherry robot in action.
Cherry robot waves its stick around.
Scene 4.
The students begin their unicorn ballet performance.
Whoa, I didn't expect to see a robot ballet today.
Just wait until you see the finale. It's a showstopper.
Scene 5.
The lead robot unicorn begins malfunctioning and goes on a rampage.
Oh god, why is it destroying everything?
Looks like Dr. Cherry's robot has gone rogue. We gotta stop it before it causes any more damage.
Scene 6.
Rick and Morty try to stop the unicorn, but it proves to be difficult.
Morty, use your cherry stick as a weapon.
What? No way, Rick. That's crazy.
Just do it, Morty. We don't have much time.
Scene 7.
Morty defeats the unicorn with a cherry stick.
I did it. I defeated the robot unicorn.
Good job, Morty. Now let's get out of here before the authorities arrive.
Scene 8.
Back in the garage, Rick and Morty reflect on the day's events.
That was insane, Rick. I can't believe we just fought a rogue robot unicorn.
Ah, Morty, it's just another day in the life of a mad scientist and his dim-witted grandson.
Scene 9.
Dr. Cherry calls Rick to apologize for the disaster at the school.
Dr. Cherry. Rick, I'm so sorry for what happened today.
It's all good, Doc. Just make sure your robots don't go berserk next time.
Dr. Cherry. I'll try my best. Oh, and Rick, I have an idea for a new robot design. It involves a grapefruit.
I'm listening.
Scene 10.
The episode ends with a cherry robot in the background, now sporting a grapefruit attached to its arm.
Well, Morty, looks like we have a new adventure ahead of us.
Oh boy, I can't wait to see what kind of crazy stuff we'll get into next.
Title: The Interdimensional Road Trip.
Summary. Rick takes the family on an interdimensional road trip, but things quickly spiral out of control when they encounter a portal with strange effects.
The episode begins with Rick explaining to the family that he's found an amazing interdimensional road trip that will take them on a journey through multiple realities. Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer are all skeptical, but Rick promises them that it will be an adventure like they've never experienced before. As they start driving through the portals, they encounter strange and bizarre worlds that leave them amazed and confused. They visit a reality where dogs rule the world and another where cats can talk. They even stumble upon a dimension where everyone is made of jello. Rick assures them that everything is under control and that the journey will be smooth sailing, but as they approach a portal with a woman carrying a purse, they can feel something strange happening.
Hold on to your butts, guys. We're approaching the portal. It might get a little bumpy.
What do you mean by bumpy? Is everything okay?
I don't like the sound of this. Can we turn back?
Relax, guys. It's just another adventure. We've been through worse.
I hope this doesn't mess up my hair.
As they step into the portal, they are transported to a world where everything is in chaos. The colors are inverted and the laws of physics don't apply anymore. They see the Clash performing on top of a giant squid and Megan Fox serving drinks at the bar.
Okay, this is not what I expected. We seem to have entered a dimension with strange effects.
What do you mean by strange effects? This place is insane.
I think I'm going to be sick.
Rick, how do we get out of here? I feel like I'm in a dream.
I'm getting some serious Inception vibes here.
Suddenly, they are approached by a group of aliens who want them to participate in a dance battle. Rick accepts the challenge, and what ensues is a hilarious and ridiculous dance-off that leaves everyone in stitches. Before they know it, they're back in their reality, sitting in the car, and Rick, Morty, and the rest of the family look at each other with bewildered looks on their faces.
Well, that was an adventure, wasn't it?
I don't even know what to say. That was just crazy.
I don't think I can handle another one of these road trips anytime soon.
Speak for yourself, Jerry. I think that was one of the most exciting moments of my life.
I think I need a drink now.
As they drive off into the sunset, Rick smirks to himself, knowing that he'll be taking them on another wild ride soon enough.
Title: The Galactic Misadventures of Rick in the Praseodymium Paradox.
Opening scene. The episode begins with Rick and Morty engaged in a heated argument about the nature of education. Rick believes that education impedes creativity, while Morty argues that it is necessary for personal growth and development. Just as their argument reaches fever pitch, a strange portal opens up behind them, sucking them both into an alternate dimension. Act 1. Rick and Morty find themselves in a strange, ethereal realm, surrounded by floating crystals and bizarre alien architecture. They soon realize that they have been transported to the planet Praseodymium, a world renowned for its advanced education facilities. However, things are not as they seem, as the duo discovers that the planet's education system is a cruel and oppressive regime, designed to crush the creativity of its citizens.
Summer. Wow, that sounds horrible. I can't believe a society would do something like that.
Beth, this sounds like a classic case of cultural shock. We need to intervene and help these people.
Act 2. Rick and Morty seize the opportunity to educate the people of Praseodymium about the value of creativity and unconventional thinking. They conduct a series of experiments that showcase the importance of intuition and spontaneity over rigid adherence to established protocols. Meanwhile, Jerry and Beth take on the role of diplomats, negotiating with the planet's leaders to change their educational system.
Jerry, I never thought my expertise in diplomacy would come in handy in a situation like this. Beth, just stick to the script, Jerry.
Act 3. As Rick and Morty's experiments prove successful, the people of Praseodymium begin to question their education system, leading to a massive uprising against the oppressive regime. However, just as things seem to be going well, a figure appears before them, none other than Robert Pattinson.
Robert Pattinson, greetings, travelers. I have come to warn you that your meddling in the affairs of Praseodymium has led to an unintended side effect, a tear in the fabric of space-time.
Closing scene. Rick and Morty's attempts to fix the tear result in them being cryogenically frozen for centuries. Upon waking up, they find themselves in a world where their offbeat sense of humor and unconventional thinking is the norm, and education is no longer limiting creativity but fostering it. As they adjust to the new world, they can't help but remark on the irony of their predicament.
Rick, well Morty, looks like our crazy, unorthodox ways are finally paying off. Who knew, huh?
Morty, I guess you were right after all, Rick. Education isn't everything, but it sure helps when you're trying to save the universe.
Title: The Quantum Avian Anomaly.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty returning from a quest to the Andromeda Galaxy, where they encountered a peculiar bird species with a red eye patch on their head and a white square behind it. Rick is intrigued by the bird's unique genetic makeup and decides to bring a sample back to his lab for analysis. Back on Earth, Rick creates a virtual reality simulation to study the bird's behavior patterns. However, things quickly take a turn for the worse when Jerry accidentally corrupts the simulation, causing it to become a virtual reality insanity. Morty and Jerry find themselves trapped in the simulation, where they are bombarded by an endless barrage of nonsensical internet memes, including the infamous "Is this a pigeon?" meme. Meanwhile, Rick tries to find a way to extract them from the virtual reality while simultaneously studying the bird's DNA. Throughout the episode, Rick, Morty, and Jerry hilariously dabble in various scientific theories related to quantum mechanics, virtual reality, and even internet culture. Despite the chaos, Rick manages to extract the trio from the simulation, but not before revealing a shocking discovery about the bird's genetic structure.
Well, Morty, it seems we've stumbled upon a quantum avian anomaly. This bird's DNA contains traces of the multiverse itself.
Whoa, that's like super scientific, Rick.
Can we please get out of here?
I don't want to get stuck in a virtual reality meme loop for eternity.
Relax, Jerry, I've already extracted us from the simulation. But this discovery opens up a whole new realm of possibilities for interdimensional travel.
Rick, can we go get some Szechuan sauce now?
The episode ends with the trio heading out to satisfy Morty's craving for the infamous sauce, leaving viewers with a pocketful of laugh-out-loud moments and a newfound respect for the absurdity of Rick and Morty's universe. Title of episode: The Blue-Eyed Cardassians Gladiator Experiment. The episode begins with Rick and Morty conducting a scientific experiment involving a Cardassian's alien with blue eyes and a yellow stripe on its head. They hypothesize that the blue-eyed Cardassians' unique genetic makeup could make it the ultimate gladiator in a futuristic robot arena.
Morty, Rick, are you sure this is safe? We're dealing with an alien race we know nothing about.
Rick, relax, Morty, I've done crazier experiments than this before. Besides, the potential for profit in this robot arena is huge.
As they prepare the blue-eyed Cardassians for battle, Rick and Morty reflect on the ethical implications of their experiment.
Morty, Rick, do you think we're playing God here?
Rick, Morty, God doesn't play dice with the universe. We're just conducting a little DNA tinkering.
As the blue-eyed Cardassians enters the arena, it quickly becomes clear that Rick and Morty's hypothesis was correct. The gladiator dominates its opponents, displaying incredible strength and agility.
Rick, I knew it. With the right genetic modifications, this Cardassians is unbeatable.
However, as the audience cheers and bets on the blue-eyed Cardassians' next opponent, Rick and Morty start to realize the true cost of their experiment.
Morty, Rick, we can't keep doing this. We're treating this alien like a lab rat.
Rick, Morty, we're just pushing the boundaries of science. Plus, we're making a fortune.
But as the blue-eyed Cardassians defeats opponent after opponent, Rick and Morty begin to see the moral line they've crossed.
Morty, Rick, I can't do this anymore. We have to let the Cardassians go free.
Rick, fine, Morty. But we're keeping the robot arena profits.
In the end, the blue-eyed Cardassians is released back into space, and Rick and Morty reflect on the dangers of playing with genetics and exploiting other life forms for profit.
Rick, Morty, science may be limitless, but our morality shouldn't be.
Morty, I don't think any of that was scientifically accurate, Rick.
Rick, shut up, Morty. Let's get drunk.
Title: The Interdimensional Greenhouse Adventure.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty venture into an interdimensional universe in search of a rare plant species. As they arrive at their destination, they find themselves in front of a very unusual-looking building with a lot of plants in its centerpieces on a gray background. Morty, we're here. This is the interdimensional greenhouse. We're looking for a rare plant species that only grows in this dimension.
This place looks weird, Rick. What's with all the plants in the centerpieces?
Morty, those are not centerpieces. They are genetically engineered biodomes. Don't embarrass me by revealing your lack of scientific knowledge.
As they enter the building, they notice the neck of a humanoid creature protruding from one of the biodomes.
Oh my god, Rick! Look at that neck, it's like something out of a horror movie.
That's the remains of a botched interdimensional experiment, Morty. Nothing to worry about. Keep your focus on the plants.
As they move deeper into the greenhouse, they come across some funny graffiti on the walls.
Rick, what's with all the funny graffiti on the walls?
Morty, that's not graffiti, that's a chemical composition formula. And it's hilarious because it violates the laws of thermodynamics.
They finally find the rare plant species they were looking for, but it seems to have a mind of its own.
Morty, be careful. That plant species is sentient, and it's communicating with me telepathically.
Plant species, you mortals are so naive. You think you can control me? I am the Alpha and Omega of this dimension.
Rick, I think the plant is getting a little too high and mighty.
Not to worry, Morty. I'll just hit it with some interdimensional weed killer.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty successfully obtaining the rare plant species, but not before narrowly escaping a potential interdimensional plant uprising.
Rick, I'm never going to another interdimensional greenhouse again. That was too crazy even for me.
Morty, you're always saying that, but you know you love it. Now let's get back to the lab before this plant turns on us again.
Title: The Quantum Ferris Wheel Paradox, a Rick and Morty adventure.
Opening sequence.
The camera pans through the laboratory where Rick is tinkering with technology beyond human comprehension. Morty is nervously fidgeting with his portal gun. Beth and Summer are sitting on the couch, scrolling through their smartphones.
Burps. All right, Morty, let's go on another adventure. Today, we'll be exploring parallel universes.
Nervously, all right, Rick. He fumbles with his portal gun.
Looks up from her phone. Can we come too?
Sarcastically. Oh, sure. It's not like this could be dangerous or anything.
Smirks. Sounds like fun to me.
Main plot.
The group arrives in a universe where a giant Ferris wheel dominates the skyline. As they approach the amusement park, they see a sign advertising that Excalibur, a legendary sword that can only be pulled from a stone by a rightful ruler.
Smirks, a sword? That sounds lame, but let's check it out anyway.
As they approach the stone, Rick pulls out a device and scans the sword.
Excitedly, whoa, this isn't just any sword. It's made of a rare quantum metal.
Confused? Quantum metal?
Explains. Yes, Morty, each molecule of this metal is constantly changing state in a never-ending cycle. It's the key to unlocking the secrets of the universe, and we're gonna get it.
Beth and Summer exchange confused glances.
Rick uses his portal gun to transport them to another universe where he's built a machine that can extract the quantum metal from the sword. However, as they successfully obtain the metal, they discover that there's a catch. The universe they're in starts to crumble and collapse.
Panicked. Rick, what's happening?
Frustrated. Damn it, Morty. I didn't calculate this. The metal must have disrupted the balance of the universe.
Angry, what does that mean for us?
Calmly, well, we'll just have to jump to another universe to fix it.
Sarcastically, just like that.
Smirks. Yeah, pretty much.
In a frantic sequence of portal jumps, the group winds up in a universe where every person is a talking pickle. After a few jokes, Rick finds a solution to the collapsing universe problem by using the pickle juice to recalibrate his machine. They successfully return to their original universe just in time to avoid catastrophe.
Closing sequence.
As they land back in their own universe, the portal gun fizzles out.
Relieved, phew, that was close.
Smugly. Hey, just another day in the life of a genius.
Sarcastically, thanks for dragging us along.
Grinning. Hey, I got to see talking pickles.
The scene transitions to them sitting on the couch. Rick pulls out a card with a picture of a house and a Ferris wheel in the background and a ribbon around the edge.
Serious, and for our next adventure.
The screen cuts to black.
Title of episode: Spatial and Temporal Analysis of the Multidimensional Universe.
Scene 1.
The episode begins with an exploration of the complex universe, as portrayed by a picture of a cartoon character with a spiky haircut. The character is surrounded by various objects, indicative of different spatial dimensions, and prompting the examination of multidimensional theories that have perplexed physicists for decades.
Professor Smith. The multidimensional universe has been the subject of intense scientific scrutiny, as it pushes the boundaries of our understanding of space and time.
Scene 2.
Rick and Morty are on a mission to find the mythical Excalibur, whose existence has long been shrouded in mystery and speculation.
Morty, how can we find a sword that may or may not exist in this universe?
Rick, we will use our knowledge of the multidimensional universe to navigate the various dimensions and uncover its whereabouts.
Scene 3.
As Rick and Morty navigate through the complex and intricate dimensions of the universe, they encounter various obstacles that challenge their knowledge of temporal theory.
Rick, the spatial dimensions are directly correlated to time, and as such, require a deeper understanding of the fabric of the universe.
Morty, but how do we even begin to understand the fundamentals of the universe?
Scene 4.
As they continue to journey through the universe, they realize that the answer to the location of Excalibur lies within the fabric of the universe itself.
Rick, the universe is alive, in a sense, and the sword is a manifestation of its power.
Morty, so, the sword is not just a physical object, but a representation of the universe's power?
Scene 5.
Taking this knowledge in stride, Rick and Morty finally locate Excalibur, and in doing so, unlock the secrets of the multidimensional universe.
Rick, understanding the complexities of the universe requires an open mind and a willingness to explore new, uncharted dimensions.
Morty, wow, Rick, that was intense. I don't think I'll ever fully comprehend the vastness of the universe.
Professor Smith. Indeed, Morty, the universe is a never-ending puzzle that will always challenge us to delve deeper into its mysteries.
Title: The Microcosmic Adventure of the Toy Figures.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty lead their family on a sci-fi movie marathon, watching all the classics from the past century. However, the marathon is interrupted when Rick discovers a group of small toy figures standing on top of a table in the room where they are watching the movies. Intrigued, Rick manages to shrink the whole family down to the size of the toys and they embark on a microcosmic adventure on top of the table.
Tip 1.
Hey Rick, what's with these little toy figures on the table?
Interesting. Let me take a closer look.
What are you doing?
Hold still. I'm going to shrink us down to their size.
Everyone is suddenly shrunk down to the size of the toys. What the heck?
Act 2.
Whoa, everything looks so different from down here.
Rick, can we go back to normal size now?
No way, Morty. We're here to explore and have some fun.
Oh my god, there's a whole world down here. Look at those tiny buildings.
I don't know about this, Rick. Seems dangerous to be so small.
Relax, Jerry. I've done this a million times. Although this is the first time I've done it in a room with red and black walls.
Act 3.
Wait, what's that over there?
It looks like some kind of gathering. Let's check it out.
The family approaches the toy figures, who seem to be standing in a circle and chanting.
Toy Figure 1. Hail the Great Builder. May our tiny world be blessed with prosperity.
Toy Figure 2. Yes, praise the Great Builder.
What the hell? I didn't expect a religious cult in the toy world.
Act 4.
Hey, look! There's a tiny spaceship over there.
Can we use it to get back to normal size?
Hold on. Let me take a look.
Rick inspects the spaceship and finds a complex control panel.
This is amazing. The technology here is light years ahead of ours.
Can you fly it back to normal size, Rick?
Of course I can. Hang on tight.
Act 5.
The family climbs aboard the spaceship and Rick pilots it to normal size.
Phew, that was so weird.
I think I need a drink.
Hey, Rick, can we do that again sometime?
Maybe, but next time, let's try a different color scheme.
What was the point of all that, anyway?
The point is, you never know what kind of crazy adventure you'll have in the world of science and sci-fi. Now let's finish this marathon.
End of episode.
Title: Interdimensional Love Lessons.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer gathered around the kitchen table. Rick is sipping on a flask of green liquid while the rest of the family chugs down some interdimensional juice boxes. In the background, there is a refrigerator with various alien parts and creatures stored inside.
Morty, you have been spending too much time on this planet. You need to broaden your horizons, my boy.
What do you mean, Rick?
I mean you need to experience different species. Expand your sexual experiences. You're not just a one-species kinda guy.
Oh my god, Rick. Please don't encourage Morty to have sex with multiple species. That's disgusting.
I agree with Beth. This is not okay.
Yeah, it's not cool to be speciesist, Rick.
Oh, shut up, Summer. You have no idea what you're talking about. Morty needs to learn how to love interdimensionally. And I can teach him.
Suddenly, Morty's phone rings. He answers it and starts to panic.
Oh no, Rick, you won't believe this. I've been caught. They know about my interdimensional rendezvous.
Calm down, Morty. We'll fix this. Just show me how you do it, and I'll solve this whole mess.
Morty reluctantly shows Rick how he has been courting various beings from different dimensions. However, Rick quickly realizes that Morty has been doing it all wrong. Rick takes it upon himself to demonstrate the proper techniques for interdimensional lovemaking.
You see, Morty, it's all about the tentacles. You gotta master the art of tentacle lovin'.
I don't want to have sex with tentacles, Rick. That's gross.
Says the guy who's been getting down with giant slugs.
The group watches in disgust as Rick gets intimate with a creature from another dimension, using various scientific instruments and gadgets to enhance the experience. Meanwhile, Morty tries to argue with Jerry about the ethics of interdimensional relationships.
Jerry, you have to understand. Love knows no boundaries, no species, no.
Okay. I don't want to hear it anymore. I'm going to go watch TV. As the episode comes to a close, everyone is horrified by Rick's antics, even though they admit to feeling a bit curious about interdimensional love themselves. Morty learns a valuable lesson about being true to oneself, and Rick ends up in an interdimensional jail for indecent exposure. Overall, it's just another typical day in the Smith household.
Title: A Case Study on the Efficacy of Inspirational Posters in Promoting Interest in Journalism Ethics.
Introduction. In this episode, we examine the effect of an inspirational poster with a quote and image on promoting interest in the life and work of Gary Webb, a journalist who exposed the CIA's involvement in drug trafficking. The poster depicts an image of mountains and clouds in the background with a quote that reads, "Teach us. We who teach us, gay, who, teach us who Gary Webb is and what he did."
Methodology. Participants, n equals 50, were randomly assigned to one of two conditions. An experimental group, it viewed the inspirational poster, and the control group, it viewed a neutral poster. Participants in both groups completed a pre-test on their knowledge of Gary Webb and journalism ethics.
Results. Analysis of covariance revealed a significant effect of poster type on interest in Gary Webb's work, controlling for pre-test scores. Participants who viewed the inspirational poster showed greater interest in Webb's work, M equals 4.5, SD equals 0.7, than those in the control group, M equals 3.2, SD equals 0.8, F1, 46 equals 25.3, P.001, Eta 2 equals 0.35.
Discussion. These findings suggest that inspirational posters may be an effective tool in promoting interest in journalism ethics and the work of investigative journalists such as Gary Webb. Future research should examine the mechanism underlying this effect and explore the potential of similar interventions in other areas of media literacy education.
John. I found it interesting how the inspirational poster significantly increased interest in Gary Webb's work, even when controlling for pretest scores.
Emily. Yes, it suggests that these types of posters can be a simple but effective way to promote interest in important topics like media ethics and investigative journalism.
However, it also raises questions about how we can effectively engage students in these topics in our curriculum and teaching practices.
Sophie, I agree. As educators, we need to be creative and open to different approaches in order to inspire our students and foster their curiosity and engagement in important issues.
Title: The Amphetamine Paradox.
EHD description. In this episode of Rick and Morty, the two animated characters with genetically unique traits in their green hair and green eyes, Dick and Morty, engage in the consumption of amphetamines in a reckless manner. After consuming Zolkov-Simsik, a powerful psychoactive drug with significant effects on the central nervous system, Morty experiences severe anxiety and panic. The episode explores the paradoxical effects of amphetamines on behavior and cognitive functions.
Morty, you gotta try this next level stuff. It's a whole new experience.
I don't know, Rick. I'm not sure about this.
Come on, Morty, you need to expand your horizons. Trust me.
Okay, fine. Just a little bit.
Rick and Morty both consume the Zolkov-Simsik.
Rick, what's happening? I feel weird.
That's just the drug kicking in, Morty. Relax.
I can't, Rick. My heart is racing. I feel like I'm gonna die.
Don't be ridiculous, Morty. You're not gonna die. You're just experiencing the paradoxical effects of amphetamines.
Paradoxical effects? What does that even mean, Rick?
It means that the drug has different effects on different people, Morty. Some people get high, some people get paranoid.
Well, I'm definitely getting paranoid, Rick. I feel like everything is closing in on me.
Just breathe, Morty. It'll pass.
Morty starts hyperventilating.
Okay, we need to get Morty to a safe space.
Morty runs off.
Great, now Morty's freaking out.
Morty runs down the street screaming.
Help! Somebody help me!
This isn't good, Morty. We need to find him before he hurts himself.
Rick and Morty search frantically for Morty.
Rick, I can't take it anymore. Make it stop!
Hang in there, Morty. We're almost there.
Morty collapses on the ground.
Morty, are you okay?
No, Rick. I think I need to go to the hospital.
Not a chance, Morty. We don't want the government finding out about the Zolkov-Simsik.
What are we gonna do then, Rick?
We're gonna ride this out, Morty. We're gonna take this experience and turn it into something positive.
How are we gonna do that, Rick?
We're gonna make a movie, Morty. A movie about the amphetamine paradox.
What? That's crazy, Rick.
No, Morty. It's brilliant. We'll make millions.
Morty looks at Rick, still in a state of panic.
You truly are a mad scientist, Rick.
You're my best pupil, Morty.
Morty and Rick walk off into the sunset, leaving the camera behind and the audience wondering what other adventures they'll embark on next.
Title: Cybernetically Enhanced Baby Invasion.
Opening scene. Rick, Morty, and Jerry are in the garage when a transmission comes through on Rick's communicator. It's an urgent message from the Pentagon, informing them of a strange phenomenon occurring in a nearby field.
Morty, get the portal gun. Jerry, you watch those schematics. I don't want any slip-ups this time.
Are we in danger here? What's going on, Rick?
It could be anything, Morty. The universe is full of surprises. Now let's go.
The trio arrives at the designated coordinates and sees a large building with a dome and a flag on top of it in the middle of a field with trees. Suddenly, they hear strange noises coming from the building. What is that? Could it be some kind of extraterrestrial life form?
Don't be ridiculous, Jerry. It's probably some kind of messed up experiment gone wrong. Let's investigate.
As they approach the building, they are suddenly attacked by small cybernetically enhanced babies. The babies are fast, strong, and have high-tech gadgets attached to their bodies.
What the hell? They're just babies.
Enhanced babies, Morty. They're dangerous. We need to find out who's behind this.
But Rick, this isn't possible. How could someone create something like this?
It's not just possible, Jerry. It's science, and someone out there is a sick genius.
The trio fights off the baby army and manages to infiltrate the building. Inside, they discover a mad scientist who is using the babies as his personal army to take over the capital.
You're a madman, you know that? What kind of doctor are you?
Mad scientist. I am a cybernetics PhD from MIT. And this experiment is my life's work.
But you can't just create and control life like this. It's unethical.
Mad scientist? Ethics? Ha! I am above ethics. I am above the law.
Not anymore, pal. You're going to pay for this.
The trio apprehends the mad scientist and turns him over to the authorities. As they leave the building, Morty can't help but feel a twinge of guilt about fighting off cybernetically enhanced babies.
I don't know, Rick. I feel bad about beating up those babies. They were just innocent victims of this guy's twisted experiment.
Don't worry about it, Morty. They weren't real babies. They were just cybernetically enhanced simulations.
But they looked real to me.
Yeah, well, maybe if you had paid attention in your biology classes, you'd know better.
I have a degree in accounting, Rick.
Exactly.
The trio then portal back to the garage, ready for their next adventure. The end.
Title: The Love Conundrum, a scientific analysis.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty in the lab, conducting experiments on the nature of love. Morty accidentally drinks a mysterious love potion, which was meant for Beth, causing him to fall madly in love with Jerry.
Morty, what have you done? That love potion was supposed to go to your mom, not you.
Oh geez, I didn't mean to do it, Rick. I just saw the bottle and thought it was a drink.
Well, now we have a situation on our hands. We need to figure out how to reverse the effects of the potion before things get out of control.
As Morty's love for Jerry intensifies, he begins to act more and more erratic, causing chaos throughout the house. Meanwhile, Beth and Jerry's once rocky relationship is now flourishing under the influence of the love potion.
Jerry, have you been working out? You look amazing.
No, Beth. It's the love potion that Morty accidentally drank. It's making me irresistible. The situation becomes even more complicated when Morty refuses to let go of his love for Jerry, even after the effects of the potion should have worn off.
I've analyzed the love potion, Morty. It's a highly advanced form of pheromone that targets the brain's pleasure centers. It's no wonder you're so obsessed with Jerry.
I don't care about the science, Rick. I just know that I can't live without Jerry.
As chaos ensues, Rick and Morty must race against time to find a solution to the love conundrum before it's too late. In the end, they discover that the only way to reverse the effects of the potion is for Morty to fall in love with someone else.
I don't know how I feel about this, Rick. I don't want to fall in love with anyone else.
Well, Morty, you don't have a choice. Love is a chemical reaction in the brain that can be controlled with the right stimuli. We just need to find someone to stimulate your brain in a different way.
In the final scene, Morty falls in love with an alien creature that Rick creates in the lab, and all is restored to normal in the Smith family household.
Rick, I can't believe I fell in love with an alien. What does this say about me?
It says that you're a complex human being, Morty. Love is a powerful force that can make us do crazy things. But at the end of the day, we control our own destinies.
Scene 1. The episode begins with an introduction of two characters, one with a dragon-like head known as Draconis, and the other with a demon-like head known as Demonus. Both possess sword weaponry, and they appear to be in an unknown locality.
Draconis, greetings Demonus, do you fancy a sword fight?
Demonus, certainly, Draconis. But first, let me summon my powers. Scene 2. The two characters get into an intense sword fight, with each displaying their incredible swordsmanship.
Scene 3.
Meanwhile, two gamers, Stella Morris and Tunka Bargain, are playing on their PCs. They appear to be heavily invested in their gameplay and are oblivious to the real world.
Stella Morris, wow. This game is insane. I can't wait to level up.
Tunka Bargain. Yeah, me too. Let's keep playing.
Scene 4.
Suddenly, something goes very wrong with their gameplay, and it seems to affect their surroundings. The cartoonish world they were playing in seems to come to life, and their avatars take over everything.
Scene 5.
Draconis and Demonus find themselves in an unknown world, which is unfamiliar to them. They are equally bewildered.
Draconis, what is this place? How did we get here?
Demonus, I have no idea, but I sense a great disturbance.
Scene 6.
Stella Morris and Tunka Bargain, in the meantime, realize the gravity of their situation and try to abandon their game.
Stella Morris, what's happening? We need to stop this game.
Tunka Bargain. I don't know how. I think we're stuck.
Scene 7.
Draconis and Demonus come across Stella Morris and Tunka Bargain, still sitting in front of their computers.
Draconis, what sorcery is this? How did we end up here?
Stella Morris, we were playing a game, and it went real bad.
Scene 8.
Suddenly, the entire scenario erupts into violence, with everyone fighting for survival.
Scene 9.
After a long and intense battle, everyone dies, including Draconis, Demonus, Stella Morris, and Tunka Bargain.
Scene 10.
The episode ends with the screen going black and a warning message: be careful what games you play, as sometimes they may have unforeseen consequences.
Title: Feline Phenomenon.
Synopsis.
Rick and Morty are exploring an alien planet when they stumble upon a strange device that transforms Rick's consciousness into the body of a humanoid cat. Morty, unsure of how to handle this new situation, struggles to keep up with Rick's crazed feline behavior as they navigate their way through the foreign terrain.
Scene 1.
Rick and Morty land on a planet with an eerie pink background. As Rick is tinkering with his portal gun, he accidentally triggers a device he finds lying on the ground.
What the hell is this? Looks like some kind of interdimensional cat portal.
Rick, is that a good idea? I mean, we have to get back to Earth and…
Suddenly, a bright light engulfs them both, and Rick's body begins to contort and shift. Scene 2. As Morty looks on in horror, Rick's body transforms into that of a humanoid cat, sporting a pair of ears atop his curly hair.
Oh my god, Rick! What's happening to you?
Rick, in cat form. He. Morty, check me out. I'm a cat person. This is amazing.
This is insane, Rick. How are we going to explain this to the rest of our family?
Scene 3.
Rick and Morty's troubles only worsen when they encounter a pair of alien beings having a domestic dispute. One of the alien creatures looks a lot like Mr. Boneras Titsface, while the other looks like Mrs. Gherking Titsballs.
Mr. Boneras Titsface, I told you already, Karen, I can't always be at your beck and call. I have a job that requires me to keep my...
Mrs. Gherking Titsballs. No, no, no. Don't you dare bring work into this. You always do this, Frank. You always prioritize your work over our relationship.
Scene 4.
Rick, in his cat form, decides to intervene in the dispute, thinking he can defuse the situation with his newfound feline charms.
Hey there, you two. Why so serious? Meow.
Mr. Boneras Titsface, what the who are you?
Mrs. Gherking Titsballs. You're not a cat, are you? You're one of those human beings.
Ah, busted. Alright, you caught me. But seriously, guys, why don't you just chill out and have some catnip? Yeah.
Scene 5.
Mrs. Gherking Titsballs, fed up with Rick's antics, pulls out a strange device resembling a laser gun and fires it at Rick. Before Morty can even react, Rick's body disintegrates into a cloud of glitter and smoke.
Oh my god, Rick! What have you done? You've killed him!
Mrs. Gherking Titsballs. No worries, Morty. That wasn't your friend. That was just a product of our dimension's catnip-induced hallucination. You're welcome.
Scene 6.
As Rick's consciousness drifts through the ether, he has a revelation.
Morty, I've figured it out. This whole time, we've been looking at the catnip-induced hallucinations all wrong. They're not illusions, Morty, they're alternate realities. And if we can tap into them...
Oh god, Rick! You're not going to try and turn me into a cat, are you?
No, of course not. What do you take me for? But we can use this device to channel our consciousness into other beings, Morty. The possibilities are endless.
Scene 7.
Rick and Morty return to their own dimension, where they try to explain their adventure to Summer and Beth.
So let me get this straight. You were turned into a cat, had a domestic dispute with some alien couple, and then figured out how to travel through alternate dimensions using catnip?
That's the gist of it, yes.
You guys are so weird. I'm going to my room.
Yeah, I think I need to lay down for a bit. I need a break from all the cat puns.
That's alright, Morty. We'll save those for later. Who's up for another adventure?
The end. Scientific PhD episode, Octopuses and Farts. In this episode, Rick and Morty embark on a scientific expedition to explore the complexities of cephalopod behavior on a distant planet. As they make their way through the alien landscape, they encounter a stunning sight, a green and purple octopus with a blue hat on its head and a pink octopus on its back.
Holy shit, Morty, this is a groundbreaking discovery. This must be the first recorded instance of symbiotic interspecies behavior among cephalopods.
Rick, can I change my name to Big Fart Long Dick?
What the hell, Morty? Why would you want to do that?
I don't know, Rick, it just feels right. And I'm the keeper of the bunghole, master of the long fart. My farts are big as my dick is long.
Okay, whatever, Morty, but we've got science to do here. Let's set up the research equipment and get to work.
As Rick and Morty set up their equipment and begin tracking the octopus's movements, they soon realize that there is more going on here than meets the eye.
Morty, these octopuses are communicating with each other through a complex series of color changes and tentacle movements. We must be witnessing some kind of cephalopod neural network.
Big Fart Long Dick knows all about neural networks, Rick. I'm like a savant or something.
Alright, Let's not get ahead of ourselves here, Morty. We need to gather more data before we can make any definitive conclusions.
As they continue their research, Rick and Morty begin to notice that the pink octopus seems to be in control of the green and purple one, directing its movements and behaviors.
Morty, this is incredible. We may be witnessing the first instance of cephalopod mind control. This could change the way we think about the evolution of intelligence.
I dunno, Rick. It also kinda reminds me of that time you turned yourself into a pickle.
Not now, Morty. We're on the brink of a major scientific discovery here.
As they pack up their research equipment and prepare to leave the planet, Morty turns to the octopuses and makes a strange gesture with his hands and mouth, causing them to both suddenly shoot a cloud of ink at him in response.
Ha ha, nice one, guys. I think we're all gonna remember this trip for a long time. Big fart, long dick out.
Title: The Quantum Uncertainty of Pikachu Transmutation.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer watching a baseball game at the local field. However, as they are cheering on the players, Rick accidentally drops a potion on Morty during a frantic game of Pogs.
Oops, my bad, Morty. That was the transmutation potion, not the healing potion.
What? Rick, what does that mean? Am I gonna die? Turn into a monster?
No, Morty. You'll just turn into whatever creature the potion is based on, which is Check's Vile Pikachu.
Wait, what? Like from Pokemon? Oh geez, Rick, what do I do?
Ha! Morty's gonna be a Pikachu. This is hilarious.
Yeah, but where's he gonna hide? He's gonna stick out like a sore thumb.
As expected, Morty quickly transforms into a bright yellow Pikachu. Panicking, he runs around the baseball field looking for a place to hide. He eventually spots a nearby black hole and runs towards it.
Morty, as Pikachu, oh man, this black hole looks like a safe hiding spot. I'll just jump in and wait this out.
However, as Morty jumps into the black hole, he discovers that it leads to an alternate dimension. Confused and scared, Morty tries to find his way back to his own dimension.
Morty, as Pikachu, oh man, what did I get myself into? Rick, can you help me get back?
I don't know, Morty. This is some quantum uncertainty stuff. We'll have to use some advanced physics to get you back.
Rick? I don't think we're qualified to deal with alternative dimensions and quantum physics.
Yeah, I'm with Jerry on this one. Maybe we should call in some experts?
Experts. Who needs them? I've got this.
As Rick begins to calculate the necessary equations and formulas to bring Morty back, chaos ensues as other Pokemon begin to appear in their dimension.
Oh great, now we've got a whole swarm of Pokemon to deal with. Wait a minute, I've got an idea.
Rick quickly creates a device that allows them to communicate with the Pokemon and convinces them to help capture Morty and bring him back to their own dimension. With the help of the Pokemon, Morty is eventually captured and brought back to his own dimension.
Morty, as Pikachu, oh man, Rick, that was insane. I never want to be a Pokemon again.
Don't worry, Morty. We'll just stick to regular potions from now on. You're lucky I'm a genius scientist.
The episode ends with an exhausted Morty who is happy to finally be back to normal after his wild adventure.
Title: Interdimensional Love on the Space Station.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty find themselves on a space station with a green field and a purple and yellow background with stars and circles. As they explore, Morty discovers a new reality show called Love in Space that promises to find him a soulmate in just 4 weeks.
Rick scoffs at the idea and refuses to participate, but Morty convinces him to let him try it out. Meanwhile, Jerry, Beth, and Summer are stuck in a separate part of the station and try to find a way to reunite with Rick and Morty. As Morty goes on his dates with various interdimensional suitors, Rick tinkers with the station's technology and accidentally unleashes a swarm of love-seeking parasites that wreak havoc on the space station. Chaos ensues as the parasites infect everyone on board, causing everyone to fall madly in love with each other, regardless of gender or species. In a frenzy of love, Morty declares his love for Rick, much to Rick's shock and disgust. However, a brilliant plan emerges as Rick realizes that parasites are vulnerable to certain frequencies of sound. Using his scientific knowledge and quick thinking, Rick and the gang create a device that emits the necessary frequency to expel the love parasites from their systems. In the end, everyone returns to normal, and Morty realizes that